Okay, lovely. I'll do the big welcome here, and I will keep it to myself this time. Do the big welcome, introduce everyone to the day, and then we're going to throw to the Friday only highlights. Is that correct? Thursday, yeah, so it'll just be Friday. Okay, just so I know. Okay. I'll throw to it. I'll give it an immediate throw and pause, and then the stick comes out. Yeah, let's take a little look.
Part of the 1.9-mile special. Here's the most important part of the 1.9-mile special stage at Goodwood. It's the start. It's all tarmac here, and it doesn't matter whether you've got 200 brake horsepower or 1,000 brake horsepower. You should get good purchase here.
Huge good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the Goodwood Festival of Speed and the Forest Rally Stage. We have witnessed some wonderful displays over the past 2 days, and I'm sure today will be no different in that score. Myself, Bex Williams, Xavier McCartan, and Tony Jardine ready to take you through. But we, as I mentioned, have had some brilliant days action. Let's remind ourselves of Friday's highlights. Gentlemen, it was an incredible start yesterday morning. The beautiful Alpine kicked us off on both days. We're pleased to see it back in action here this weekend. How's things going? You feeling good this morning, boys? You ready for it?
Yeah. Definitely ready this morning.
Absolutely, especially if we're going to have action like that with the horns. And there we go with Mr. Teal as well, losing a headlight. And not just losing the headlight, going off up the bank. Yeah, all action. And then 308 GTB Ferrari of Tony Worswick, which has been in the European Championship, and Tom Williams, who was fastest on Thursday and Friday, and on the aggregate of times is leading the shootout, the one that he says he's going to win.
Impressive performance, but it was also fantastic to see this incredible escort from the Colin McRae staple. A few little incidents on Salmon Roll as we saw there, just a few half spins during the day. There was some drama out there and some lost parts of cars as well. Nothing's ever straightforward on the Forest Rally Stage, as is displayed here by the Audi.
Yeah, Ben Smith also getting a little bit of ride down there, and watch the Quattro now, the Dakar Quattro, just riding his luck along the edge of the bales, and not to be outdone, then we have the Works Yari team holding up a bit of bodywork.
I think right at the top of the tree, though, the performance of the Rally 1 cars here. It's great to have the WRC teams in performance, and the sound of those cars has been exceptional. But we are celebrating rallying across every era here, and you're witnessing some beautiful displays and not so beautiful displays from some of the best in the business. Well, blue skies and sunshine is what has welcomed us over the past few days, and that continues on here at the Forest Rally Stage. So the track itself then has been a challenge for our crews. Dry conditions and not a lot of traction out there. It's been very, very dusty, and the surface has been very polished as the guys make their way through it. As you can see from our graphics, the beautiful rallying names that grace every corner and of course jump within this 1.8 mile track. That is the Delta Donut, which I'm sure we'll see some action at right at the midpoint of the stage. Always a fan favourite, and certainly a commentary favourite as well. Be interesting to see today how this stage has evolved. We've had, of course, a myriad of runs by all of our crews through this, and as I mentioned, it's well swept of gravel now. How much grip is there going to be out there today? That is the big question. We'll find out, of course, in a few moments when we get our crews heading through for the first morning runs here at the Forest Rally Stage. But there we are, up at the start, and of course a very important part of it all now. Tony Jardine, who's commentating with us this weekend, has been exploring the rally stage inch by inch, and he's up at the start.
Here's the most important part of the 1.9 mile special stage at Goodwood. It's the start. It's all tarmac here, and it doesn't matter whether you've got 200 brake horsepower or 1,000 brake horsepower. You should get good purchase here on the tarmac, except this section is all gouged out, except you've got these massive stout straw bales which are anchored to the ground as well. And as you curve round here, you can see in the distance the surface suddenly changes and goes to the loose. So you're going to lose traction, and we've seen cars going absolutely broadside sideways across there and losing that traction. They've got to be careful, and they've got to get the car pointing down to the forest in order to set a good time.
There we go, all important off the start, and we'll see many starts out there today. We're really looking forward to seeing all of these cars in action. They're sleeping right now. They're just about to wake up in the morning and get themselves revved up and ready to go. One of the big talking points, of course, across the past 2 days, though, have been the shootouts that we've seen. Of course, Thursday and yesterday as well. The shootouts have been exciting. They take place on every single day of the event, and we'll see this afternoon's shootout take place around about 3:30. Many hours to go until that, though. But let's remind ourselves of the shootout highlights from yesterday. All important here to be able to set the fastest time overall throughout the entire weekend. And Richard Hogg did get off to a great start, guys, but unfortunately it didn't end well.
No, we had a little bit of a shield failure in the middle of the car. So it was slow, but got the car out, got it prepared.
There we go with the Porsche that looks pretty fantastic and has had an amazing run through, and it was another stellar run from Smith here.
Yeah, we were commenting how neat he was, how controlled he was. Part racing driver, more rally driver now. Ben Smith, his dad Stephen Smith, is running this 911, him in the historic championship. He's just getting better and better. But Kim Mather, who is 74 today,
wow.
It is his big birthday. He let us know. He got a little bit out of shape, and then there was a puncture for Martin Overington in the Metro 6R4. Man who also races historic Formula 1. And then Gary Lecoudou, who was third on Thursday in the shootout, dropped a little bit in the second shootout. And then the Escort Mark 1, the 1600 twin cam, the ex-Colin McRae car, his first ever car. As Tom Williams went off the line, he'd been fastest on the Thursday. He was to be fastest on the second shootout day on Friday, overall leading the aggregate, and he is determined to win that shootout overall come Sunday evening.
Confirmation there of the results then after two shootouts across Thursday and Friday. It is Tom Williams who is leading the fray with a time of 5 minutes 3.6 seconds over David Wright with a time of 5:13.6. Then Gary Lecoudou, then Sam Mason, Marcel Ludwig, Peter van der Putten in 6. Then we've got Steve Ward, Ben Smith, Phil Squires and Kim Mather, who is, as Tony said, celebrating big birthday today. Martin Overington is in 11th place overall, followed by Richard Hogg, Aoife Raftery, Ben Mellors, Piet Kaiden, Sean Putin and Warren Filskirk and John Saunders to round it all off back there in the Metro 6R4s. As you can see, we are ready with our first car, and I'm delighted to say that again, gentlemen, it is the Alpine that we are seeing. It seems to be the bright yellow Alpine. It's like a big good morning to us here at the Forest Rally Stage. It's going to be really unusual if they're not first tomorrow now.
Now, actually, Bex, I spoke to Steve Ward, who's second in the queue in the other Alpine Renault, and he said, do you know what? The Germans threw their towels down first. They always get down to the edge of the pool before me.
Oh, I love it. But it is a fantastic car. We saw it run first on the road across the past 2 days. What we've mentioned about this car before, though, you know, it's beautifully slick, aerodynamically sound. It's tiny on the interior. You can see how close driver and co-driver are sitting together here. There's not a lot of space inside that car.
No, it's always very tight, and we talk about, you know, the Lancia Stratus was always one that brought it home to me, how Marco Allen, Yari-Matti, two big tall guys were able to get into the likes of a Lancia Stratus. There's no room in it at all. But great camera shots, and as you said, Bex, you can see the closeness of the driver and co-drivers when they're in the car.
And Frank Hanchman there, who's the co-driver, both from Hamburg, this duo of Sven Svoter and Frank. He said he had real difficulty reading his notes. He's getting thrown around even in that little confined cockpit there. So it's all going on, but what a magnificent rally car that is. And Monte Carlo rally winner, Sanremo rally winner in its day. This was leading the championships. It won manufacturers championships, and Alpine still in racing right at the top end in Formula 1.
Yeah, and that is great to see. It's such a beautiful car. It's one of my favourites, certainly, here this weekend. I know it's been a firm fan favourite out there to everyone who's here in the service area or out on the stage or indeed watching at home or wherever you may be watching around the world. You're most welcome to the coverage here at the Forest Rally Stage. Look at those little notes there.
Yeah, he's made his own now, hasn't he? And he's using the number system that you can just make out there. So he's got the right or the left, and obviously that's the direction of the bend, and then it will be in degrees. They'll either go 6 fastest and first one is slowest, or reverse that way around. It's quite a popular notation system, and that's the road in code ahead, which is read to the driver so he can have an idea of what's coming up, and they call them pace notes. Very, very important, as you can imagine, in the dark and in the fog as well, if they all tally up. And if they tally correctly, you should be able to go quicker.
I like that. Code for the road. It absolutely is. It's the mystical map that guides you through the stages around the world. And everyone's note system is a little bit different. Yes, you can, you know, have the same kind of standardized version, but people make their own little diagrams or abbreviate things differently. Each co-driver has their own way of doing things, and I think that's fascinating. Co-driver's job is one that is underestimated in our sport. They are definitely the unsung heroes. It's a job I could not do. They are just not reading, you know, they're not just reading the pace notes. They're the car secretary. They're also the kind of the team physiotherapist in some respects, and also psychotherapist, because they're keeping that driver cool, calm, keeping a lid on things, telling them when to push a little bit more, when to rein it in. And they're changing the tyres most of the time and checking the pressures. They're doing the dirty work out there, Tony.
No, you're absolutely correct there. They do not get the recognition they deserve. They're like the office manager in there, as you said. They have to be so organised, knowing the rules, the regulations, park firme, in, out, watching the clock all the time in the seconds, making sure they're not late, not getting any penalties, and all the time cajoling the driver, keeping them up there, giving them all those messages of support. Come on, urging them on, slowing them down. Remember, this is a bit from the recce, calm. Well, you know, that's in club rallying. They don't get time to say that at WRC. But it's all in the notes, isn't it, from the recce?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we do hear it sometimes. Let's just listen, though, and hear this car off the line. Beautiful.
You're talking back there about co-drivers and some of the roads, of course, we've had where some of the WRC co-drivers have left their notes on top of the car and then had to read the notes in car on their mobile phone.
Yeah, every single one of them will have a copy of the notes digitally on their phones. Now, we're talking about co-drivers for a very good reason. You can see on the name on the car here of the Hyundai, Martijn Vidager. That is our world champion co-driver. He is co-driver to Thierry Neuville, but for this event, he is behind the wheel. It is not the first time he's been behind the wheel of a WRC car, not the Rally one, however. He has appeared at Rally Legends previously, but this is a big step forward. Martijn, a fantastically professional co-driver, but I am really looking forward to seeing what he can do behind the wheel. He's got a passenger on board in the form of Nicoletta Russo, who is PR for the team, daughter of Nini Russo, who many of you will know, world famous.
Yep.
And Nicoletta does a fantastic job, and she's getting an outing alongside Martijn here.
Well, I haven't heard this at this level of a co-driver being allowed to have a go, or rather to drive a WRC1, so they obviously trust him.
Thierry Neuville has flown home. That's how much he can't stand the fact that maybe his co-driver is behind the wheel right now. But I think it's great, you know, it's always great to see these guys multitasking, but, you know, one driver who does it is Juho Hänninen, who we've seen in the co-driving seat, and of course, naturally, a driver first, but he has jumped into the co-driving seat. But you're right, Tony, it is unusual to see a co-driver jump in behind the wheel. Let's listen to it then, as we prepare to hear it off the line.
Stop.
Do you know what?
Big build-up.
We'll gloss over over that stall, shall we, Martin? You'll have a few more runs today. You'll be able to nail that launch, no problem. Classic.
Boy.
He'll be laughing. He will be laughing at that, I'm sure.
So you see, there is the commentator's curse again. I was doing it yesterday. You've done it nicely today with a beautiful build-up. But going back to Juho Hänninen, I know him as a driver, and
Yes.
I understand his versatility. But you know, from a co-driver going and stepping in, whether it's a test or whether it's demonstration runs, it's rare to hear it like that because their jobs are so specialised.
They are,
especially at World Rally Championship level. And here's Steve Ward on the line now, and that is the other favourite of ours, Beck's and mine, certainly the Alpine A110. And just wanting to listen to the 1800cc, one of the last of the special Renault Alpine engines in that car. And it has been, it's an original car. It won the TAP Rally of Portugal. So very, very valuable car
in the early
indeed.
70s. It was 73. Was it 73
yeah.
first year or 71? I can't quite remember off the top of my head. But yeah, it is a WRC event winner.
Yeah.
It is such an astoundingly beautiful car, though, to look at. And sometimes you're thinking, oh, they are hooning it around this stage. Be careful, gentlemen, be careful, don't damage it.
It was 1971
Yes,
Rally
71.
Portugal that it won, and it was Jean-Pierre Nicolas, and Jean Todt was the co-driver.
Yeah, what a combination. Okay, here we go with Martin Vidar then around the Delta Donut. This is going to, it's moments like this that is going to take some honing from Martin, because it's all well and good getting behind the wheel and driving the stage, but donuts need to really be learned. We're giving him the benefit of the doubt at the moment. We've got to give him some time, gentlemen. Come on now. This is a world champion co-driver that we have behind the wheel. It is not an easy switch out to driving these beasts.
I think he's doing very, very well under the circumstances, because maybe the clerk of the course has taken him around. I would expect so. Somebody's given him some sighting, but this is his first run down the special stage in a full house WRC1 car.
We'll compare it to the runs at the end of the day. We'll do a side-by-side comparison, see how it fares.
Yeah.
Always good though, and I'm sure we'll get to speak to Martin during the day as well and get his views on the experience, what it's like behind the wheel of the rally.
So Beck's to celebrate his achievement alongside
absolutely.
Thierry Neuville of winning the World Championship finally in 2024. Well done to him after all his incredible work. He's a fantastic team member, he's a fantastic co-driver, and it's great that he's out here. And there's Steve just taking it easy. He's not going to really wring the backside off of that car because it's too valuable. He's done so much work, and it's great that he brings it out, an original car like that, to show us and take it down the stage. He's not going to go at 9/10, he's going at about 6/10, and he's not going to handbrake it around down there as well and put it under stress. Why would he? Because the flywheel is broken, he's had to fix that himself, and it's a very, very special job. The specialists were away. He had fuel vaporization while waiting in the heat on the line yesterday, and you'll also see Steve Ward out in the Subaru Legacy RS, the yellow one, which is the Per Eklund colour, so you'll see that later too. And Star Spangled Banner, we know who that is.
Well, yeah, two guesses it is Mr. Pastrana. I'm looking forward to seeing him in action today, and he's loved the Goodwood experience so far. You can completely understand why. He's surrounded by all these incredible cars, but he is getting to drive that incredible Subaru WRX ARA around the stage, and it's a big old beast, and he's having the time of his life.
Yeah.
The Alpine then coming towards the end. Sorry, Zav.
No, I was just going to say he's been thoroughly entertaining all the days we've seen him, and he was live on stage yesterday and sort of kind of took over the stage presentation show, and really impressive, really impressive. Himself and Rhiannon Gelsomino have been a great addition to the event this year.
And that is Rhiannon Gelsomino alongside him. I saw her this morning. She said she's going to do just a couple of runs with Travis today because that seat is full. He's got plenty of passenger rides.
I just go back to Martin Vidaje, I mean, he must have been so nervous at that start line. I thought that was a great first run.
I'm sure he was. I said we'll be catching up with Martin during the day, getting his full spec on his driving experience. I'm sure he will tell us he'd be delighted to get back to the notes, but he's going to be doing runs throughout the day today, and we're here for it. We absolutely are.
So you're seeing the Audi Quattro on the stage, and you're going to see Charles Sincock very soon in the McRae Enduro. And this was a vehicle designed by the McRae family in 2007 to go on the Dakar Rally. It's now one of 3 vehicles that's in working order, but also it's on sustainable fuel with that turbocharged diesel engine, and you hear it revving up. You'll see it very shortly. So 0 emissions from its diesel sustainable fuel, and that's fantastic. Leading the way here, Charles Sincock, and that's with the Corriton Fuels Sustain. And Goodwood themselves have been leading the way with the Revival, and all the cars, no matter what they are, the Goodwood Revival have to run on sustainable fuel, and that's marvellous. And David Richards, who was in the studio with us yesterday, saying that he will be back at the House of Commons this Wednesday to push the case even more. Absolutely. Couldn't see quite through the dust there. He's kicking up so much. Pastrana. He was on the stage, the live stage, not the special stage, the live stage up here as well with Gary Champion. And he'll have a lot of guests, so people coming up here, you can see some of the star drivers, and Gary will be talking to them as well. This is stuntman extraordinaire. This is a man who lives life on the edge. Most days, all days, has had some horrendous injuries, but he gets patched up and back into action and on with his next stunt or his next rally. And that was Rob Whitehouse you saw going off the line in his Lancia Delta.
This car won the last 3 rounds in 2024 in the ARA. That they're glad to be back behind the wheel of and in the co-driving seat of for Travis and Rhiannon. And that's their first run of the day done.
So Rhiannon is a regular co-driver in the American Rally Championship.
Yeah, her and Travis have been partnered up for quite a number of years now. And it's a good partnership. As he said when he was in with commentary with us, Rhiannon has taught him a lot. And she is, what I love about her, she's fearless, you know. When she's in a car, she is in control. She's the boss there. She's telling him and guiding him as much as she possibly can, but also keeping him very much on track.
It was nice to hear him admit what he has learned from having someone the caliber of Rhiannon has brought to his driving, car control in the team when he was in with us. Hopefully they'll pop in again. But Charles Sincock on stage now in the McRae Enduro, based on a 3.5-litre BMW engine. Charles has been here for a number of years now and is the man behind the Best Presented Car Award, which we'll know a little bit more about later today and see what car has won that here this year.
Glad to see the flying fin jump camera in operation again today. We've captured some really great moments there. And that is the McRae Enduro Evo then through on their first run of what is Saturday morning here at the Forest Rally Stage. Welcome along to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, everybody. Hope you're having an amazing time throughout the course of the weekend.
Camera survived another little beating there. A few little
it's going to need a spa session at the end of the weekend once it's done its duty.
There's Rob Whitehouse, proud New Zealander. Very, very happy he was to see Liam Lawson here, the Kiwi Grand Prix driver who went with Josh McErlean in the Puma 1, learning about rally driving, and did a fantastic job, the Grand Prix driver, who had his best result recently in Austria, 6th in that Grand Prix. And it's always great when we get that cross-discipline of a racing driver going rallying or a rally driver going racing. And while we're celebrating 30 years since Colin McRae won the World Rally Championship, he also had a top 10 finish and a class win in Le Mans in a Ferrari 550 LM. So McRae himself actually tested one of the Jordan Grand Prix cars as well, and he was also quick in that, as you'd expect with Colin McRae. Just an incredible driver all round, whether it was when he was on his bikes, and he still practiced on his dirt bikes, didn't he, with Alistair, even afterwards. Great for balance, great for fitness. But mind you, life at the limit for Colin, that was the only way that he knew how to live his life.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke with Christian Loriot, who worked with Colin McRae, was good friends with him in the Pro Drive Subaru days. Obviously, Christian Loriot went on then to work for M Sport as technical director for many, many years. Yeah. And he said, as you've just said there, Colin was brilliant on whatever machinery you gave him, whether it be 4 wheels, 2 wheels. He said, you know, we'd go out, we'd do all kinds of different insane sports, and he would beat me every single time. The man was just so talented when it came to sporting prowess, Zav.
And of course, you talk about cross-discipline. Of course, we had many years ago with the rally sprints. Do you remember? You Derek Warwick and that, when the Grand Prix drivers took on the rally drivers, the likes of Donington, and huge pride at stake.
Escadavid.
Escadavid, yes, indeed.
So, Mr. Weidegger, Martin is out there for his second run.
Means business by the looks of it now.
Already much better.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna, like you said, that was his first sighting run this morning that we saw.
That's a good run.
Do you know what? We didn't see Thierry compete on the Forest Rally Stage. He was on the hill instead, but it would have been good to get a comparison time between the two of them just to wind him up, wouldn't it, huh?
Maybe that's why Thierry didn't want to do it.
That's why he shied away from it.
Yeah. And the Phase 131 of Neil Yates and Jeremy Almond. Throwback to the John Bloxham days, and the car that was taking the fight to the flat front RS200s and Dripstead RS2000s in the night navigation and road rallies, which was hugely successful in the 70s and 80s. Made Wales a hotbed of talent for co-drivers.
But his original car as well in Group 2 specification. Yeah. And it's great because the Motoring News Rally Championships went through that John Bloxham won so many times. The car was actually owned then by the Mulholland family, and it was maintained. And then Wayne Loveland, if you remember, he drove this car. And you know, as you said, competed in Silverstone Rally Sprints, Rally Sunseeker, which was a Southern Car Club event, which eventually became round 1 of the British Rally Championship. A fantastic rally by Rick Smith and the team.
Yeah, we just unfortunately made a little mistake here.
This is young Mr. Teal. Yep. He did that 3 times yesterday, not all in the same place. He's just testing out different areas.
I like the fact that we've got the crosses over the lights today. They're not coming out of their sockets.
No. Well, having a go, absolutely great to see. So long as there's not too much damage and you keep going, because we love seeing these cars, especially the Porsche 911s, Monte Carlo rally winning cars.
Just a replay now, and Delta and the donut that has become significant and mandatory over the years, but a good example here of the changing conditions. It's a lot cooler this morning, and the surface will change during the course of the day. When you interviewed Tom Williams the other day, Tony, he said that it changes and you have to adapt your driving to the changes of the stage as the day goes on.
So Sam Teal just testing things out, a bit of probing going on there. Where is the grip down there this morning?
You have to test the limits, don't you?
Yeah, you've got to. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But he completes, and you can see all the paperwork being sorted out there by the marshals, who are dotted throughout the stage. There are so many of them here this weekend, representing many different car clubs. And it is fantastic to see, and it is always a huge thanks to all the volunteers who give up their valuable time to make sure that we can all enjoy a weekend like this.
Kim Mather then, the birthday boy, 74 years of age today, just coming out under the Coopers and Stratus towards the end of the stage. On the start line is the Subaru of Travis Pastrana, and I think our first visit on site today of a Ford RS200. We have a couple of those, luckily enough, this weekend. This will be the James Avis one. But if you're in the stage, Travis Pastrana is on his way. The ex-Roger Clark Mark II Escort will be with you soon. A couple of Audi Quattros, the Peugeot 205 T16 of Philip Tomer. Rob Whitehouse is going to go out again, and I can see the happy people, Maxime Driek Porsche, so plenty to keep you entertained as we see Lee Kedward in the ex-Vic Preston Junior Lancia Rally 037 from Safari Rally.
Travis Pastrana just concentrating now, ready for another run. Passenger alongside him, the American Subaru, slightly different regulations, but off the line he goes. And that car has run so well through Thursday and Friday. There's Sven's Flot, who was out first on the road this morning, the first car to go down the special stage, the duo from Hamburg, who compete in the slowly sideways series around Europe. And it is absolutely their dream to be here. They told me that they are absolutely in rally heaven.
And you can see that in your interview. I mean, they were delighted to be here. And then it led on to a discussion between myself and Bex about having the history of the car. You could actually see the disappointment in his face that he wasn't able to trace it. But a huge variety of machines will appear on stage over the next couple of hours. I hope you enjoy it. Great service area here at the top of the hill. Toyota Gazoo Racing here, M Sport, Hyundai, plenty to see and do. And of course we have a magnificent display of 28, 29 MG Metro 6R4s that this year we celebrate 40 years of the 6R4 entry into the World Championship Rally, and of course Tony Paul, third, 1985 on the RAC Rally. So certainly come up and have a look as we see Sven Floater out under the trees to the end of 1.8 miles on this Hanne McErlean designed rally stage.
Love the fact he's...
Oh! Two wheels.
Yeah, up on two wheels there for Travis Pastrana, just the other two on the back, and
I think he nudged the bank on the outside as well. Yeah.
I mean, he is really getting the most out of this car. He said he wanted to put a display on for the fans this weekend. He really is. If you have the opportunity to get into the forest right now and watch Travis Pastrana, I urge you do, because the boy is flying, quite literally. Let's take a look at this moment. Bouncing up onto two wheels over that banking.
Who is the passenger there? Obviously he's got something against them.
It's Rhiannon again.
Is it Rhiannon on the
She's only doing a couple of runs today, but I think he's making them quite memorable.
And if you could get him in here now, he'd say that was deliberate. I saw the cut, I could take it.
He'd probably say, I didn't even feel that, you know, over that banking. That's brilliant. He's going to be with us for the next 2 days here, Travis Pastrana, bringing us all his enthusiasm and exuberance out on the Forest Rally stage, as well as behind the mic. Hopefully you'll grab him back into commentary again at some point to get a Travis 10 minutes.
And of course,
just if we're getting a lull in the afternoon, guys, we need to be pepped up. Get Travis in here. He psychs and hypes everybody up.
And we forget that car has been flown from the States to come here and compete. Vermont Sports Car, but a great car, himself and Brandon Semenek. Brandon, who's running away with the American Championship at the moment. But wonderful to have them here as the Audi leaves the start line. I can see that Martin Vidagi may have had a slow start, a nervous start, but run number 3 is on his way.
Yeah, Martin Vidaga is maximising the runs this morning, which is a good thing. We do have, though, an array of cars that are lining up here, so you'll be able to see some beauties making their way through very shortly.
The RS200 that you're looking at, Group B supercar, from Ford, 550 brake horsepower. These ones are restricted to about 350 brake horsepower with the air restrictors on them. But Group B cars, unbelievable. You're really going for it. You can go from 0 to 60 in something like 2.3 seconds. That gives you an idea of the punch those cars had, because Group B was literally anything goes. And if you looked at the Lancias, for example, with the Deltas, they were a plastic supercar, but unfortunately the drivers were just sitting on fuel tanks. They were absolute death traps.
They were.
Which they proved to be, and proved to be the demise of Group B after some awful fatalities. Cossack.
We saw this do a lot of runs on Thursday, a couple of times yesterday as well.
Roger Albert Clark, and there's one of the best historic rally, well, the best historic rally in the United Kingdom. Happens every 2 years. The Roger Albert Clark Rally is happening this year, 5 days. It's an endurance rally for historic rally cars like this one, in the name of Roger Albert Clark, and that's what Roger Albert did, throwing it sideways and actually beating the Finns on the RAC rally. He did that twice. Amazing job from Roger Clark, one of the heroes of British rallying, and much respected amongst his international competitors.
Yeah, ex-Harry Vatanen car and the Roger Clark car as well. And this car has been coming here for a number of years now. As you can hear in the background, Martin Vidaga leaving in the Hyundai WRC. Charles Sincock now on the start line again in the Enduro. And we have the Belga 911 Porsche about to join us. And cars now queuing up nicely to make their way down into the stage this morning, and plenty of action for you to come during the rest of the day. And it's going to be warm and hot, so please make sure you drink plenty and keep yourself hydrated, as well as sun cream if you've got it, because you will need it. And you're also going to see the UK debut of the Lancia Ypsilon in the hands of Pat and Noel Horn. That car only arrived about 10 days ago, as we see the Quattro now out over Flying Finn, making its way towards the end of the stage. So, I mean, we're not that long into Saturday action, but plenty to see so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the main talking points this morning has been the fact that we have a world champion co-driver behind the wheel of a Rally 1 car this morning, which is an unusual thing for me to say, an unusual thing for me to commentate on, because I'm very much used to saying Thierry Neuville is behind the wheel, but no, it is Martin Vidaga who we see out, and he's on the stage right now. Get a visual on him heading down to the Delta Donut, throwing it quite wide there, but better than the first attempt we saw a little bit earlier. He's getting into his stride now.
I think we get Tony to catch up with him. He probably will admit how he was nervous, but he's got the hang of it and into the swing of it. Good car control, and he will certainly prove to be entertaining during the course of the day. And looks like he's not afraid to use the handbrake either.
Which is a good thing. We talk about crews being able to multitask, and Martin, in his role as a co-driver, is an incredible multitasker. I know when I interviewed him years ago, he said, you know, it was never really a focus for him to be behind the wheel. You know, there are many drivers or many crews who co-drivers wanted to be a driver, and it hasn't happened. But I've spoken to so many co-drivers over the years, but they're just not interested.
Yeah.
They're more into the map side of it. You know, you speak to Phil Mills, he talks lovingly about his absolute love of maps as he was growing up, and all the road rallying in Wales, and how he became a co-driver, and it's great to hear that, great to see that. But for Martin this weekend, one event only, we see him behind the wheel, and he'll have some experiences to tell us, I'm sure.
It's funny, you're quite right, because co-drivers don't want to be drivers, but equally when we were talking yesterday, chatting on air about drivers who will not be co-drivers, you know, drivers that will not go for a passenger run.
No, I mean, there are exceptions to that rule for me. For example, for the television, they asked me to do the opening of a programme and sit alongside Colin McRae on this very stage. And Colin knew that I was trying to get my words out, and he made sure that he just about clipped every bank and bashed everything. And I was laughing and trying to get my words out, but the car control from the guy is so special, being driven by Colin McRae in a Subaru down this stage here at Goodwood. I will never forget that in my life.
How many takes did it take to do the opener?
Well, that was it. They just had to use it as it is, laughter and all. And this is on the rally statement.
Good, good. Raw is better.
Yeah.
Raw and unfiltered.
Yes. Well, that's me, isn't it?
It's you all over, Tony Jardine. Absolutely.
Like an uncooked steak.
Yeah, dangerous.
Like a what?
Sometimes
Uncooked steak, raw. You know, okay.
Raw.
Well, that's enough.
That's a bit
very
early.
dangerous. Could lead to death.
That's a serious analogy for 9:30 in the morning.
I've had my vitamins.
Serious people.
But then the colours of Belgian rallying, Belga, and a nation that loves its rallying and has got a world champion in 2024, which is great, in Thierry Neuville.
They back so many cars, Belgium, you know, and it's such a hotbed.
Yeah. But then again, it's like Ireland, Zav, that they close the roads, whole towns get involved and cities get involved with the starts and the finish. They have festivals along the way, parties, and a huge amount of spectators come out of Belgium. Ypres is one of the very special ones. The Ypres town square is just so historic. I mean, all the rally cars are there. That's something very, very special, and it's special to see things like Porsche 911. Not just off the line, there's two of them now on the special stage. Johan Derricks and this is Max. Maxine is, they're both from Belgium, from the Flemish part of Belgium, and loving their racing. But Max is a racing driver. He's in LMP3 cars with downforce, and here he's got no downforce and a very nice, slippery, dusty surface. There's a nice view of the cockpit. Look at all the fuses across the dashboard as well. So if something goes off or the engine stops or whatever, the co-driver has to know what all those fuses are for on the top of the picture.
Yeah. Again, to make the job simple, easier, efficient, save losing time. I've actually been at a test in Ireland when the road allegedly had a road closing order, and the police came, the guards came, and when they asked about the road closing order, we didn't really have one. So the guard said, "Oh, sure, that's fine. What we'll do, we'll park 100 metres and stop anybody coming in." So,
only in Ireland, you know.
Only in Ireland.
Only in Ireland.
Absolutely.
Peugeot 205 GTI, that's a favourite. You drove one very early on in your career.
Yes, very early on and very briefly as well. But they were a fantastic car to drive. And I would say, you know, we talked about it yesterday when we were talking about kind of the base level cars and how fantastic the 205 GTI was.
Yeah.
It was an easy car to drive.
that car has been driven by Per Ekman, Terry Cabey, Malcolm Wilson, Callie Grundle, Colin McRae and Chris Birkbeck, to name just a few, all around the 1987-88 era.
George Lepley is in historic rallying at the moment with the Mitsubishi Galant VR4. He's a very, very quick young driver. And mechanically, he's had a few issues this year, but he will be out on the Woodpecker Rally, for example, in end of August, September. And there's Sam Teal. There's an area where he got it wrong this morning on that first up. Full sideways there, full-blooded slide. Fantastic to watch. And that's in the colours of the Almiras brothers, that Porsche. Racing, rallying.
There wasn't any form of motorsport the guys didn't do. They were a famous set of brothers.
Look at this slide.
Lovely job.
That's amazing. Great car control, full boot with the throttle, and the other thing to remember, you can wag the tail quite easily on a 911. You've got that engine, big air-cooled engine right over the rear wheels, in fact hanging part of it behind the rear wheels, so you have that weight that helps the pendulum swing or not, and there it is again. So you need to counterbalance the weight on the front end. It's a bit like a Hillman Imp was in its day. When they went rallying, they had to put lead weight in the front so at least you could steer it, because the back was trying to steer you all the time.
Of course, we have the Nicky Grits today, don't we, as well? So we'll need to keep an eye on that.
We
The
do.
Nicky Grits stages, are up and running today.
Because it's BTRDA and it's BRC.
It is, yeah. Roger Duckworth on the start line in his Subaru WRC, the ex-Ewa Kankinen car. This is a car we've seen many times. Roger has been a long-time visitor to the rally stage here at the Festival of Speed, and also a great supporter of the Ankara Championship when it ran in its heyday, and a great supporter of Rally Sunseeker. Back now with Philip Tollemer, the Peugeot 205 T16 in the colours of Matti Yari-Matti and the scheme that he ran when these cars were banned and moved into rallycross, European rallycross at the time.
I've been getting a lot of attention, this car.
Yeah, it is good.
The service area, a lot of people taking pictures. And where are they placing themselves? At the rear of the car, pointing at that rear wing. Because it's quite huge in comparison to the rest of the car.
It is like a massive snow shovel, isn't it? I mean, it's the right shape to scoop up all the snow. So I suppose if you are rallying it in Finland or something and the ice and the snow, you can rip that off, get the snow out, dig yourself out. So, happy people. That logo goes back to Per Eklund originally.
It's an ex-Per Eklund car. And it is Johan and Frank Dries and Maxim. And Johan, as we know, has been here many a year with various different Porsches. You did a great interview with Maxim and Johan Frank yesterday, Tony, and he doesn't know how many cars are in its collection, if I remember rightly.
Juha Kankkunen, 4 times World Rally Champion.
Who is here this weekend?
He is deputy team principal, isn't he?
He is indeed, yes. So Yari-Matti is having a part season because he's competing this year. And Juha Kankkunen has stepped into the breach as deputy team principal. And when Yari-Matti is not on events, he is looking after the show. And it's always great to have Juha's wealth of knowledge in the events that he has done over his career as a 4-time world champion. I mean, it's just incredible, the stories Mr. Kankkunen has to tell. And hopefully we'll be catching up with him throughout the course of the next 2 days as well.
Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good because they share in the history of the sport, and as we found out yesterday and on Thursday, when we get them in here to have a chat, we learn a lot of bits and pieces that we wouldn't have known. Ford RS 200 now on the start line. Behind that, on the start ramp, is the Lancia 037 Rally of Lee Kedward, previously driven on the Safari by Johnny Hellier and Greg Kritikos. His dad, Dave, found the car many years ago, and sadly David Kedward couldn't be with us this weekend. He's getting over an operation, so we wish him well if he's listening or watching. It is available on YouTube live, so there we go. In the colours that Martini used to run as test cars. The test cars ran in the red colour, and then they moved to the normal Lancia white colours on events.
But this is amazing because this has been in restoration over about 30 years. I mean, it's been a labour of love. You know, every component, every part, nut and bolt on this car. You know, Safari spec, as you've outlined, Sav, but just incredible and great to see it in action. That must have been quite some sight in Kenya with Mount Kilimanjaro behind it, going leaping through the air. And you wouldn't think that, you know, a Lancia 037 like that would be tough enough to do the East African Safari Rally, but it was, you know, it did a lot of tough rallies.
Do you remember a couple of years ago when David Kedward was here with that car? Yeah. It blew the supercharger. Do you remember? And it took the back perspex window clean out where it had blown on stage. The belt went, the supercharger shattered. Took the back out. Yeah. On stage now, the Lancia Ypsilon, Pat Horan driving with Noelle, his daughter, alongside.
We talked about the Ypsilon and Lancia's comeback, albeit at Rally 4 level, hoping that this is just the start of their campaign to bring Lancia back up to higher levels in World Rally Championship.
We live in hope, we certainly do, but it is great that they have created the Rally 4 car, and the Ypsilon has been successful in the European Championship so far this year, in the Trofeo in Italy as well. And we see that car head off the line.
And Totic makes me think of Fabrizio Tabaton, who was a great European Championship runner in Lancias, but he also used to do World Rally Championship events, selected ones. He was a very quick driver. But in the year 91, when I was responsible, a couple of other people getting Derek Warwick into rallying and persuading David Richards to take him in another Subaru, Derek Warwick was leading Tabaton in the top tip colours in Kielder on day 3 when he went off into a ditch, but it just shows how good Derek was. He was 13th overall amongst the World Rally Championship drivers at that time. And talking about World Rally Championship drivers, you look at this car that's on the line, the Rover V8 3.5 of Richard Hogg, Philip Hogg alongside him. You think of Tony Pond, you think of Rob Arthur, and that duo who won Ypres in a car like that and won the Manx International Rally in a car like that, which is just great. A fan favourite because it has that V8 engine. V8 engine that went on to go into the TR7, the TR8 as a sports car, as this Lancia 037 is. Again, wonderful to see a sports car on the rally stages and not on the racetrack. Just look at that, it looks like a racing car. Look at that huge wing at the back. Amazing, amazing.
Oh, going slowly. Wonderful lines on it. I mean, it really was quick, and on tarmac it was even quicker. It was lethal. And then of course she ended up with the Evo 2 version, which was even a little bit more powerful and quicker again.
So we have a red flag, unfortunately, so we do have a bit of a pause here.
But as those of you watching the Kedwood car, the 037 Lancia coming back up the stage, it was originally driven by Antonio Bettiger, and it was then shipped to Kenya for the Safari Rally, and it was driven by Vic Preston Jr., and he's an East African safari specialist, and that name's very famous in African rallying. When competitors go back for the classic Safari Rally, his son is still out there rallying at a very, very high level indeed. But Safari spec cars were built to take all the rugged knocks and bangs, and Nissan or Datsun, as it were, they built separate cars especially just for the Safari Rally. Toyota did the same thing.
That's right.
They had to be separate spec. Yeah.
And nowadays, we don't have that. No. They're exactly the same cars that would be doing Rally Sweden or, you know, Rally Portugal. That's what we take to Safari, with the addition of a snorkel. That's it. There's no extra toughness anywhere on the car. It is the original cars that go out and do Safari.
The Kedwood being held up there at the flying fin, or just been told to wait by the red flag for whatever the obstruction is ahead.
Okay, well, while we wait to find out what exactly is going on then, as you can see, we have a red flag on this stage at the moment. We've had some incredible drivers across the past few days, and one of the drivers that got the most runs, I would say, out of the Forest Rally stage was Josh McErlean, and Tony caught up with him earlier this week.
Josh McErlean, here you are at Goodwood, but I need to say to you, first of all, fantastic season so far. No, but starting off with that 7th place in Monte Carlo, that was tremendous.
Yes, tremendous to be gifted this opportunity, let's say, to jump into this car late notice last season. I think it was mid-December that we heard about, but to be in this car, to be the prestige of Ford and M Sport behind you is something else. But it's been a nice season. It started off with 7th in Monte. Some really good times along the way with top 5 stage times. Recently in Acropolis we were fastest in the shakedown, so the potential's there, but it's just trying to piece it all together. And but yeah, you have to enjoy the roller coaster because there's many ups and downs in rallying, as everyone knows, and yeah, it's been a surreal experience so far.
Well, you say the ups and downs, like Canarias wasn't great. You weren't comfortable in the car, and then you had the off. But as you said, you've got to learn from that.
Exactly, it's all about learning this year. I think you can't expect much going into this category at the top level for the first time, and try to compete with the best in the world. So we're taking it step by step. Yeah, as you say, there's many ups and downs, some barriers touched along the way, but yeah, you have to learn from it, and that's the main thing.
Going back to some venues that you've covered in ERC, you know, and WRC too as well. Estonia, for example, you know that rally quite well.
Yeah, it's nice to go back to these fast rallies. Last year in WRC2 we showed good potential with the faster rallies in these Baltic countries. So Estonia is something else, and then it's the lead up to Finland, which is the, yeah, I would say the pinnacle of the sport. To get unleashed in one of these cars, especially on a point on the Sunday. It's a 2-pass, it's the first stage of the rally, and yeah, it's a childhood dream, I would say.
Well, there's two of you Red Bull athletes come up. Liam Lawson was with you this morning, and you were showing him how to try and drive a rally car. He watched you go past, and we watched his jaw drop as you went past the first time. How did he get on?
Really, really good. He was really impressive. To not only jump in the rally car for the first time, he's never experienced something like this. So to jump into a Puma, one of the fastest cars in the world, to go down a rally stage at full speed, yeah, how he adapted, how he learned so quickly was very impressive. And yeah, you don't get to Formula One without this attitude or this professionalism to adapt so quickly. So by the end of it, he was super fast, not so far away, and yeah, it was really cool to obviously show a Formula One driver what rallying's about. And I hope he enjoyed it. He seemed like he had a really good time, and hopefully the next time he can maybe jump in a Formula One car.
Well, that's the thing. Are you going to get payback?
I don't know. That would. I don't think anything would touch that there if we got that opportunity. But yeah, there's always dreaming.
But you got Monte Carlo in common, because you were 7th, he was 8th at Monte Carlo, two of the toughest races. Did you have any time to chat to him about F1 versus rally?
Yeah, it's nice. He's a cool guy. He's chill. He was honestly on about how hot it is inside the car, which I would expect a Formula One car to be super demanding. But he was commenting how demanding it was physically. With basically, if you touch a wheel in this here, you're immediately into a tree, whereas you have the runoff in Formula One. So I think it's more the risk and the consequences within rallying that he was relating to. And yeah, it's nice to hear each side of it. Obviously, he was comparing it more to what he does, and I can compare to what he does in Formula One. But he's a nice guy, and hopefully we can catch up again soon, and maybe a proper stage like Finland or something is next in the cards.
And finally, we've been watching you on your runs this afternoon. You are touching banks and getting a little bit sideways. So how hairy is it out there?
It's a really tricky stage. It's my first time doing the rally stage, so going up this morning, I didn't really know what to expect. It's quite a hard base. There was a loose top this morning, but it's kind of swept now, so it's nice because it won't cut up so much throughout the day. And yeah, really narrow, lots of banks, lots of things you can hit, so you have to stay neat. Probably more straight driving than you want, but honestly, it's for the show here. You want to have the best possible run with the passengers and enjoy the show, because that's ultimately what it is.
Enjoy the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
There we go, Josh McErlean, who was chatting away to Tony Jardine earlier this week. And Josh really did get the most out of the Forest Rally Stage. So many runs, so many passengers, Tony. And as we said, the best part for him, what he told us, was just seeing the delight on everybody's face, their reaction to being in a rally car and having that co-drive. That was the best part for him.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, clearly he enjoyed his time with Liam Lawson as well, a lot, and he said he was a nice guy. And that's the kind of friendship that's formed between the disciplines, because they're both at the top of their game. They're both, you know, top of rallying, top of motorsport in terms of Formula One, but they share the love and passion of motorsport. And I think Liam Lawson, being a Kiwi, he understands rallying. Yes. You know, Hayden Paddon is the current ERC double champion. You know better than I. You comment on that series. I know Hayden very well. I'm down in New Zealand. I've been to his workshops. A fantastic driver. And he went to Donegal. Yes. But he actually rolled it in Donegal, Hayden Paddon, because he stepped in for Matt Edwards.
Yeah, and it was kind of a last-minute thing for Hayden to go to Donegal, and you know, he does love tarmac rallying. Gravel is where absolutely he is strongest, but New Zealand has such a wealth of history with rallying. Certainly in the World Championship, but all of the national championships. You've been out and done Silver Fern, have you not?
I've done it twice, and it's going to, in November next year, it's going to the North Island, and it's going to be based in Rotorua.
Yeah, it's an amazing country for rallying, and some of probably the best roads, the best gravel roads in the world. Finland will hate me for saying that, but it's true.
No, they are, and I've been able to compare the two, and it is very smooth gravel. Actually, the gravel in New Zealand is like little ball bearings, gets very slippy, but it's so much smoother, but incredibly fast, crest to crest. A lot of very very fast bends. But the scenery is amazing, especially in the South Island. You can be doing this 40-kilometre stage and the snow-capped mountains in the background, and next minute you're going past a glacier, then you're going up the side of a mountain down the other side, and it looks like Wales. It is rally territory par excellence.
The drivers love it, yeah. I mean, it is. It's like motorways and gravel.
It is absolutely like motorways and gravel. Some beautiful, fast-flowing roads in New Zealand.
I think reading between the lines, Hayden Patten probably has some unfinished business in Ireland. I definitely think they're going to be able to talk him into coming back. Very
I was
impressive.
just delighted to see him over. Obviously, he's won the European Championship twice in the past 2 years and has decided not to continue doing that. He wanted to do some other things, and I think that's the beauty of where he's at with his career right now, is that he can pick and choose the events that he would like to do, get the budget to be able to do them, go off into the world and compete. And that's certainly what he did with Donegal. It was a last-minute thing to take up the mantle there. It didn't go quite to plan for him, but there's always more years and different rallies in Ireland that he can have a crack at.
He was very unlucky where he went off. And I think if they managed to get the car a little bit quicker, he probably could have continued, but at that stage the chance of victory was gone. Back now with George Lepley in the Peugeot 205 GTI, of course. Car that is synonymous with the one-make championship that Des based out of Coventry, and saw drivers like Johnny Milner, Louise Aiken Walker, Richard Burns, Colin McRae all cut their teeth and learn the vagaries of rallying as they progressed in and up through their career. Back now with Charles Sincock in the McRae Enduro.
We've seen this on a number of runs during the weekend. It does look fantastic, but there's not many of them in the world, Sav.
No, 3, and Colin was here quite a few years back now with it, and it created a huge interest. And you know, we were talking yesterday on air about it. It was a pity that the things panned out the way they did, because I think there was a massive amount of potential for the McRae Enduro in long distance rallying, and of course that had whetted Colin's appetite when he drove for the Nissan team in Dakar a few years before we lost him. But we had yesterday the Ford Raptor T1 and of course the Toyota Hilux Dakar versions on stage yesterday, and of course we're directly above the start line, which you can maybe pick up from the background of our microphones, and we were thoroughly entertained.
Yeah, certainly the sounds, especially for people who are up here on the ground in the rally service area and are right alongside the start. It's the sound, it's the rumble, and then if you're a little bit unlucky, it's the dust that you get pummeled with, certainly later on in the afternoon. It's been a very dry few days here, which we're not complaining about. It's been beautifully warm, we're enjoying the sunshine, but of course that does lend then to a lot of rooster tails of dust that are being kicked up by the cars.
F2 Nissan on the start line now, followed by Audi Quattro S1 A2.
Peugeot looks fantastic. We've seen a few little mistakes some way from many drivers across the runs, and you can imagine, you know, with the multiple runs everyone is doing and how slippy it is in sectors out there, but some nice control there as that Almeris Porsche makes its way through. And we are back to the start line here. The amount of Audis that are competing here this weekend is incredible. I went up this morning to bright and early when no one was around to have a look at all of them, all together under the same awning in a line. What is the collective noun for a grouping of Audis?
An assembly of Audis.
An assembly, yeah, that's a good one. Assembly of Audis.
And a pack of Porsches.
See how the Porsche deals with the Delta Donut. Beautifully handled. Until that little moment. It's not an easy one there, though. It is quite tight right down at the bottom of the track. Some of the cars you'll see will lend well to skirting around a donut, others not so much.
Yep, the Smith family with this Porsche. Dad Steve drove it here a few years back, and son's now behind the wheel, and sent it back yesterday in commentary. It's been fun watching his boys grow up. When we came here a few years ago, they were just in their early teens, and now here they are behind the wheel of the car with Dad in the passenger seat every now and again. Now there is the Happy People Porsche, the ex-Per Eklund car, as we see Jess Watts avoid the donut in the F2 Nissan. This is a car that was driven by Mark Higgins and Tommy Mackinnon in the British Rally Championship when the F2 was in its heyday. And of course, we can't forget that it was 95, 94, there was 5 crews that went to the Isle of Man and the Manx International, all in with a chance of winning the British Rally Championship title. And it was a 5-car showdown.
Nothing better.
It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Back with the Lancia now, which is just about to take its start. We've seen, I think, just one run so far from this car, the Rally 4, the Ypsilon. Pato Noel in that car. Let's see how the Audi does very wide around the Delta Donut.
Jon de Heda, who we have seen here over many years in varying degrees and different makes of cars. I do remember bringing an Alfa Romeo here, which was spectacular a couple of years ago.
Picked up a little bit of greenery with the front of that car as well. As you can see, he's just trailing on the front wheel arch there. Bringing a bit of nature back into the service area with it. Let's just take a look at maybe why it's picked up. I was already there at this point.
I think sometimes we forget how wide the Group B cars are, and of course Travis Pastrana was saying about how narrow the stage is here at the Forest stage. Narrow with banks either side, and of course the odd tree stump sticking out, ready to catch you if you're not paying attention. And when that happens, it could curtail activities.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of moments throughout the weekend, but we expect to see that.
Down onto the start line now is Gary Lecadeau. This time Nathan Reevely in alongside for a passenger ride.
Some really strong runs from Gary in Salina so far this weekend. Really getting the best out of it.
Gary is a very accomplished pilot, particularly on tarmac. But has been rallying for many, many years, and of course was the winner of the inaugural London Rally for Heroes, which was an event organised by Southern Car Club, based in and around Brooklands and the Motor Museum there, and ran on some of the military ranges in and around Aldershot. It's a great event. Porsche now out over Flying Finn, heading towards the end of the stage here. An ex-Per Eklund Porsche 911 that, of course, Per himself, an accomplished competitor in Subaru legacies, 6R4s, Audi Quattros, then his enormously 900 horsepower Saab that he used in Rallycross. Back now to the start line and the Group 2 Ford Escort Mark 1 of Gareth and Neil Kirkham. This is a car that they bought as basically a shell and a box of bits, and were delighted to discover when they checked the registration in BRM 730K, the history that came with the car. It was like that hit the jackpot.
It was a massive history, and we had Malcolm Wilson in here earlier from M Sport, of course, and this was once owned by Malcolm Wilson, or Malcolm Wilson's father. Malcolm drove the car, and as he watched it making its way around the stage, he said it's been lovingly restored to exactly how he remembers it.
That's really good when you get that kind of everything coming full circle. It's pretty cool. It was pretty cool to hear him say it. Pat Horn now on the stage in the Lancia Ypsilon, and Pat was telling Tony yesterday in an interview they only got the car sort of 10 days ago, and they frantic change from tarmac specification to loose. That was carried out by Pat's son-in-law and his daughter Noelle's husband, paying tribute to the work and the long hours that he'd put in making sure that it was ready for this weekend at the Goodwood Festival of Speed Rally Stage. Car number 22 now on the start line, the Mitsubishi Evo 6 of Tim Mangan and Daniel Barron. On the start ramp, following that will be the Peugeot 205 T16 of car number 61, Philip Tolmer. This time, Christelle Tolmer is alongside in the passenger seat. We have a couple of Porsches coming down to see you shortly. The Nissan F2 car's out again. Skoda Octavia WRC will be making its way down. A couple of Audi Quattro S1s. So a nice steady flow of different machinery covering the decades and changes and differences in rallying.
And I think that's the beauty of it all, isn't it, here this weekend as well, because you are looking at 4 different areas of rallying, right from the birth of rallying or modern day rallying up until the Group B beasts, further on up into contemporary rally cars here. But you're seeing so many different changes in terms of technology out there with regards to suspension, with regards to every element of the car really, and how much it's progressed to this point.
I wonder in 20 years time when maybe somebody else is doing this gig, will they be looking back and saying, do you remember the Rally 1 beasts?
Yeah.
Do you remember when they got rid of
those old cars?
Yeah. Do you remember when they got rid of that hybrid thing and just went back to normal rally cars? And that is the delightful sound of the 205 T16 leaving the start line. Car number 73, Alan Benjamin behind the wheel this time, the Belga-backed Porsche 911. Of course, Belga and Bastos, 2 sponsors synonymous with Belgian rallying. I think we're going to see Tom Williams out for his first run of Saturday in the Skoda Fabia Rally 2. Tom, who is leading our shootout on combined times for Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, he is. He did a good job over the past 2 days. And I'm sure he will continue on in that vein today. And he sounded very confident when Tony spoke to him a little bit earlier on this weekend, of course. We have another shootout, of course, coming up this afternoon before the final tomorrow. Oh, look at that rear end just bouncing around after the jump. Does look good, and we talked about how much care and attention has been paid to this car and the restoration of it. It looks absolutely stunning, doesn't it?
It's amazing, and when I think of the hours that would have gone into the long-term restoration and all the things they did, gearbox, engine, brake lines, fuel lines, wiring loom, as we see it out over the jump again.
That's just bunny hopping at the rear.
And then, you know, you finally finish, you put a hand on the roof to say, well, that's a job well done, and it is completely finished, and then you decide to take it into a Forest Rally Stage, you know, and do what it was designed to do. Philippe Tolmer now in the 205 T16, the Evo 2 version, signified by the big rear spoiler and the splitters at the front. And as Group B cars increased in horsepower, you see spoilers and rear spoilers like this on the Peugeot, the RS200, the Audi Quattro, and designed to keep the downforce pushing the car down as much as it could at high speed to get as much grip as possible.
Yeah, aerodynamically, it was trying to keep it on the road, especially over jumps, especially on tarmac rallies where all of that is needed and required, certainly at high speeds. You feel it. As soon as, if that car lost that rear wing,
you'd know, yeah.
It would know all about it.
Well, we've seen it over the last couple of years in WRC, and they lose the rear spoiler or the front, and the effect that it has on the handling. It affects the time, it affects the car control, it affects the confidence for the driver's point of view to turn in, that you're going to get the reaction that you would expect. So that is Tom Williams with Rob Whitehouse alongside. That is them into 1.8 miles of the Hanne Mikkola designed Forest Rally Stage here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Up onto the start ramp now is Ross Leach in the Ford Fiesta, the R2. A car that has significant history, a Richie Milner car. A few others have driven that down the years, Craig Breen to mention one.
Yeah, the Fiesta R2 is a very popular car, and again we talked about the kind of base level cars. The cars are easy to handle and cost effective, and that was certainly one of them.
Yeah, so versatile, and then as they became more and more popular, spares were easier to get, and as you say, more cost effective to run. So when you're beginning and starting off in rallying, perfect car to begin with.
Take a look at the Porsche over the flying fin jump. Some go for it, some don't. Some fly, some keep it very close to the ground. No thank you, we're not having all four wheels lifting at all. You get the likes of Travis Pastrana, who throws the car over it.
I noticed some of them as well, when they come up to it, they're keeping very much to the left. And maybe it's possibly from their point, from a driving point of view, possibly smoother on landing. But Porsche now up and onto the finish.
Well, they are coming into a left-hand corner, aren't they? Immediately after the flying fin jump, and it all depends, that line you have to put as you're approaching the jump, depending on where you want to land and which way the corner is turning when you land. We see some of the bigger jumps in the championship, which it's always fascinating to see when you've got drivers who are jumping 40 to 50 meters, which is quite some scope, and then they're coming straight into a corner after it. There's a lot to think about when you're in a situation like that. The flying fin jump here, though, they're not quite covering that ground.
No, but when you think about it, 50 meters, 2 swimming pool lengths, and it's long enough when you swim it. So Ross Leach on the start line in the Forest Experience Ford Fiesta R2. Tom Williams coming up now towards the end of the stage. When I used to come here and photograph cars, that was my favourite corner, because occasionally you would get the light just coming through the trees and it would just lighten up the car, and you'd normally get some great photographs at that spot.
I'm sure many people have out there this weekend. We've seen the fancier cameras out there, the big lenses. We've also seen people just taking pictures with their iPhones, which are just as good. But I'm sure there's going to be some amazing pictures from this weekend, and some videos as well from this Forest Rally Stage. There were so many people yesterday at the Salmon Roll corner, which was catching out a number of drivers. And I can imagine there's quite the social from a few people who were there filming at that point in time. Our cameras were certainly very much across it. We're trying to show you all of the corners throughout the weekend here, all of the beautifully named and rally named sections of stage that we have across the 1.89 miles. And today we're focusing on the halfway point onwards of the stage, and we're picking up at the Delta Donut, which is pretty much at the halfway point. Watching the cars try and maneuver their way around the barrel in the middle, which has remained intact for now. Some drivers don't bother. They just ignore it completely. Some have a bit of a crack at it.
And I do believe they have several barrels just in case replacements are needed. So on the start ramp now is the Audi Quattro S1E2 of Jan de Hede and Mark van Dulleverd, one of our Benelux visitors, where we have maybe 10 or more Audi Quattros in various formats: A1, A2, Group 4, Audi Quattro Sport.
The Dakar Audi is here as well. I mean, if you're an Audi fan, this is the place to be this weekend, and they're all in the same awning area up in the service area. Just go and visit them all up there. Drool over them, take pictures of them, talk about them.
If you've made your way up into the forest to watch some of the cars on stage, carry on walking, guys and girls, because there is a massive rally paddock and service area up here. All the cars, as Bex said, are under white awnings, and it's a much more relaxed approach here. You'll be able to talk to the owners and the drivers. Toyota Gazoo Racing are here, as are M Sport and Hyundai. And you get to spend time and talk to your driver, get an autograph, look at the car, sit in the car. So, time well spent.
I loved the Delta Donut little configuration we had there from all the cars making their way through. We'll be seeing that throughout the day, of course. We do have the Audi on the line right now, though. Ready to make its way into the stage. Plenty lined up for you across the course of the day. We have so many cars here in the service area, which will be doing multiple laps of the Forest Rally Stage. It's a rare day that you see a car go in for just one run. Ross Leach just disturbing the barrel a little.
So I can see Steve Rockingham in the distance putting his crash helmet on. He's going to be bringing out the ex-Tony Gardemeister Skoda Octavia WRC. I can see Aoife Raftery is in the queue to come out on stage, as is the ex-Colin McRae Subaru Legacy RS in the very early Subaru factory colours. We have car number 59, the RS200 is on the start line now, and that is Terence Thomas Maynard. So we just get a replay of Ross Leach.
Just nipping the barrel there on the exit of the donut from Ross.
Nicely over the jump, nice and smooth.
Now, you mentioned Colin McRae. We are, of course, at Goodwood is celebrating and honouring the 30-year anniversary of Colin's World Championship win back in 1995, and we have had the pleasure of seeing many of McRae's cars take to the Forest Rally Stage, also on the hill as well. It is a proper celebration. Family McRae were out in force yesterday. Jimmy McRae, Alistair McRae, Max and Holly as well, all chatting on the main stage here in the rally service area, sharing their memories, and it was just fantastic to see. Okay, we're just going to have a look at a replay here of Ross Leach. That's okay, we can see some sparks flying here. It's not unusual, but oh, look at that. Yeah, some liquids, just pink liquid out of the engine bay.
That looks like coolant. So
yeah, it could well be coolant.
It's quite funny because I've been in and out of the commentary box, and you can actually hear sometimes on the start ramp and on the start line the auxiliary coolant fans in the cars kicking in, because the temperatures are rising as they sit and wait to compete on the stage. So cooling systems in the cars here are going to be under tremendous strain. So highly possible that that's what's coming from there. Nice pink antifreeze.
They'll check on that. They're driving the car back into the service area now, so they'll take a quick look at what's going on there, and hopefully we will see Ross back out for many more runs in that Citroën.
So on the start line now, Adrian Commode in the Corkle's Isle of Man Porsche 911. Of course, it evokes memories of the Rothmans back to Porsche 911s, driven in the past by the likes of Bernard Begwin and Billy Coleman, Saeed Al-Hajri. Whenever DRA, David Richards Autosport, were responsible for running them as, if you like, a private team with Rothmans and BAT Tobacco backing before it became ProDrive. They competed not only in the European Championship, the British Championship and the Middle East Championship of around 1985, 1986, and still a very competitive and popular car today.
We have a little bit of a pause here, so while we wait for the action to resume on the Forest Rally Stage, we're going to take a short break.
on the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move done, but did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Trophy, all three fighting. Atkinson up the inside, number one, but watch out!
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Good Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Driftwood just increasing and getting better each year. Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move done, but did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out.
Welcome back, everybody. We've had a little bit of a pause here on the Forest Rally Stage, and this is the reason why the Audi getting towed out here. That was John de Ryder. Not sure what went on in there, but that's always a bit of an unfortunate sight, Tony, to see when a car is actually getting towed out of the stage. Let's hope that gets fixed, whatever the issue is, and we see it head back round again.
Towed is better than being lifted out, which means there's much more damage. So hopefully it's something mechanical that can be fixed. And a lot of the cars that have stopped so far have been fixed and been getting back into the action as Adrian Commode goes into action now in the Porsche 911 SC. This is a replica car, but Adrian, who's resident on the Isle of Man, has had a lot of experience in rallying, a lot of success in minis in particular, and comes back and rallies in the mainland, a lot of road rallying, and as you can imagine, very successful on Manx Rally as well. And this is an RS200, a Group B car. So we have Group A cars, Group B cars, Group 4 cars, right through to WRC cars. And hopefully later on we'll see Juha Kankinen, who's won across all those different eras right through to WRC as well.
It's quite an incredible statistic, isn't it? You know, and to be able to be capable between so many different variations of rally car over the year, the different regulations we've had, it's quite the achievement. And yeah, Mr. Kankinen, the stories are legendary. Absolutely.
Well, probably one of the original flying fins, and we have a flying fin here in terms of our jump towards the end of the stage, and the longest leap will win the Tornado Trophy, which was originally donated by the RAF when the Tornado went overhead. Chris Dakin from the RAF, he's here with his Subaru. Now, this is the one that you love. You love its snorkel. Where's the goggles?
I think you always like to see a car with a snorkel on it. We talked very much about how the cars are built earlier on, didn't we? You know, various teams, manufacturers would have specific builds of car just for the Safari Rally, you know? They would create a car purely for just one event. We don't do that anymore. It's exactly the same cars that we see on WRC events, on gravel events, on snow events that potentially will end up at the Safari Rally. The only difference being there's a snorkel.
Well, weather being what it is, and especially in East Africa, when doing the East African Safari Rally, flash floods are a regular occurrence. Mud holes, bog holes, cars getting stuck, cars getting towed out, and it's quite an endurance rally. A round of the World Rally Championship, it went back there to Kenya recently, and everyone applauded that. Not the huge, long, drawn-out affair that it was in the past, and couldn't be for the current World Championship level, but nonetheless, a very, very stern test of the machine, very stern test of the humans inside the cockpit as well. To get through and win it like Elfyn Evans did earlier this year was quite an achievement, and the first Brit to win in 23 years since Colin McRae.
Yeah, and I mean, Colin could go well anywhere. And a couple of people popping in to say hello. We'll be with you shortly as we watch Adrian Commode make his way out through the Coopers and Stratos and up towards the end of the stage here. But action now underway once again. On the start line now will be Paul Howarth and Benjamin Perrott in the ex-Colin McRae Subaru Legacy RS in the colours of the early days of ProDrive. One of the very first couple of years that these cars ran in the early colours before the sponsorship from 555 kicked in.
Now, we just glimpsed a little note of the Dirtfish logo on the rear of this Subaru, and I'm really delighted to say from Dirtfish all the way from America is Josie Rimmer. Josie, welcome into our little comm studio here at Goodwood.
This is the best place I've been yet. Thank you for having me.
We have air conditioning. Everyone's loving that element of it. It's fantastic to see yourself here this weekend, the family here, of course. And also, you know, we want to talk to you about the fact that Dirtfish have such a heavy presence in motorsport right now, and especially with women in motorsport. Aoife Raftery has been doing multiple runs this weekend so far, and she's part of the Women in Motorsport Drivers program that Dirtfish have initiated. So important. It's not just Aoife Raftery, it is Michelle Abate as well in America, and it's an incredible program. Josie, tell us a little bit about it.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm lucky because I got to see Bex not just today and yesterday, but just a few weeks ago at our 4th annual Dirtfish Women in Motorsport Summit. Bex moderated the entire day for us, 4 panels, fireside chat with Claire Williams of Formula One. An amazing day, an amazing weekend. But we are now in the 4th year of our Dirtfish Women in Motorsport initiative, and you know, I'm over the moon that we were able to announce just about 8 months ago our Dirtfish Women in Motorsport driver program. As you mentioned, starting with Aoife Raftery and Michelle Abate. Aoife Raftery, I can actually see outside of the window of the commentary booth. She's lining up to take on the stage for, I'm sure, about the 10th or 12th time this weekend. She can't be stopped, but our Women in Motorsport initiative as a whole and our driver program is really intentionally built to bring women up into the sport. And it doesn't just have to be drivers. You know, we want women in every realm, in the commentary booth, doing media, teching, working on the cars, you know, rebuilding engines, all of it, drivers, co-drivers, the whole 9, team managers. And our initiative is really built to open the door to young women, see what opportunities are out there, and then the job of Dirtfish is to rebuild the foundation, rebuild the platform for women so that there is a visible staircase or ladder system for women to climb up and be successful in this industry.
We've talked about representation many times, haven't we? When you see somebody doing something, you believe and you know that you can do it, and have representation across all of those areas that you just talked about. It's not just about behind the wheel, it's every single area of motorsport which is important.
Absolutely, and right now on the stage you can see Travis Pastrana just took off. You know, his co-driver, Rhiannon Gelsomino, is here this weekend, and she is an absolute powerhouse. She's been representing women in the industry forever, you know, has really made a name for herself, but brings up women along the way, and that's what we all need to be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Rhea is one of the forming founders, isn't she? You know, I was looking at her results just a couple of days ago. You know, she has nearly 220 events under her belt. She's teaching people how to co-drive, and she's giving back to the sport that has given her a lot.
Yes, and you know, for those who don't know, Rhiannon and her husband Alex, they are both, you know, professional co-drivers, own Oz Rally Pro, which is a school to teach people how to co-drive, and they come to Dirtfish and teach clinics there as well. For those who aren't familiar, Dirtfish is a rally school based out of Seattle, Washington. We can teach anyone and everybody how to drive a rally car. And truly, it's the best place on earth to me. But we also have our Dirtfish media team, who you'll see running around the event as well. So, you know, we're always honored to be at all of these events. You know, personally, I'm honored to be able to interact with such incredible, powerful women in the space, including you, Bex, a hero to so many of us, and working so hard in here, truly. So
it's a joy, though, Josie. We're loving it. We're loving it up here. It's great that you're here. Let's talk a little bit more about Travis Pastrana and Rhiannon Gelsomino as we see them handle the Delta Donut here. Travis is such a wonderful, enthusiastic guy, isn't he? And you know, I know we're talking about women in motorsport right now, but he could inspire anybody to get into motorsport with his passion for it.
Yes, when we very first opened Dirtfish Rally School in 2010, Travis was one of the first to join us and help us really bolster the brand, because he recognized, you know, the value in having a dedicated space to go learn rally, to go learn how to do it, to see it, to participate in it. You know, and Travis is a pure example of someone who just truly, truly loves this sport.
Yeah, he really does, and it's evident when he talks, when he drives. And it's brilliant to see this car, which they won the last 3 rounds in the ARA last year with here at Goodwood. Ree was a little bit worried the car was a bit too wide for the stage itself, but I can safely say they're handling it pretty well out there.
And how amazing is this? You know, you look outside and it's every variation of every car that feels like has ever hit a rally stage, and to have, you know, the new beast that Travis and Rhea are racing, I mean, what a joy to see that right next, you know, right next to whether it's a Mark II or an Audi, you know, Quattro. It's just amazing.
Now, I've been very lucky enough to visit Dirtfish in the past 2 years, and very lucky to see Steve Rimmer's collection of incredible rally cars, a real passion project, Josie, for your dad, who has collected amazing rally cars, but also the road-going version of that very car as well. He's so into his rallying.
Yeah, you know, we joke that he has a little bit of a problem, but especially on eBay and Bring a Trailer, but you know, he really collects cars not just to have something cool or have the newest model. He collects what has a story for him.
Yeah.
You know, there's Aoife Raftery actually on the screen right now. Again, one of our Dirtfish women in motorsport drivers, just an absolute powerhouse.
She is a powerhouse, and you know, she's doing wonderful things in the junior ERC this year. She's part of the European Championship, but she's also competing in America, thanks to you. You've brought her over the pond, as we call it, and it's, you know, it's a very different experience.
It's completely different, and you know, a true testament to Aoife is the fact that she came over to the U.S. not only for her first U.S. rally, but her first time in all-wheel drive, her first time in a Subaru, her first time with her new co-driver, Krista Skoukis, and her first time driving with us at Dirtfish. And she went out and she podiumed on her first event in the U.S. So a true testament to her. Funny enough, you were talking about Steve's collection, and when we took Aoife there, we lost her. You know, Aoife was under cars, in cars, but you couldn't find Aoife. So she's got, I think, a bucket list in terms of his vehicles to drive to.
Yeah, I mean, what was your favorite out of the collection that he has?
Hers.
And yours?
Well, if you asked her, she wouldn't be able to tell you.
I'm sure she wouldn't. She absolutely loves her cars and her motorsport. But what amazes me, and we brought this up at the Women in Motorsport Summit, is that she could have gone on a very different path. She was looking to be a football player at one point in her career. I'm glad that didn't happen.
Me too. Me too. She, in the scheme of rally drivers, joined the sport, quote unquote, late. She didn't do her first rally until she was 19 or 20. She's only 23 now. Like you mentioned, competing in the junior ERC for the second year in a row, and simultaneously racing in the US. I mean, she's got a rally every weekend.
And that's important though, Josie, getting the seat time for a young driver like Aoife, who's still very much learning her trade, but showing us what she can do out there as well. Getting rally upon rally is really important.
Absolutely. It's so difficult to get the seat time, to get the test days. And one of the many things that I love about Aoife is that every opportunity that, she is approached with, she takes. It doesn't matter if she's going to be tired. It doesn't matter if she doesn't have time. It doesn't matter. She's going to be there. This is another one of our cruise cars over at BGM Sport. That's Rory and Callum McLeod in this 555 replica. This is a beautiful car.
It is a beautiful car. And again, BGM Ian Gwynn doing a wonderful job. So much to look after.
So much to look after.
Talk to me. I'm going to, reveal a little bit something about Aoife maybe she won't like right now, but you've obviously got to know her quite well this year. You've got a nickname for Aoife?
Oh, I joked with her that I would say this, but I was going to bite my tongue. Yes.
I'll say it.
Aoife and I call each other chicken.
There's a reason behind this, though.
Well, she eats a lot of chicken.
Yeah, she's not. She hasn't got a refined palate, does she? It's all basic.
But to be honest, it's my fault because I was perhaps poking some fun at the way that she says chicken in her Irish accent, and it just stuck. If you hear us calling each other chicken in the service park, just don't worry about it. But there she goes. The other, we talk about bringing women up. In the that was fun. In the passenger seat right now, Aoife's got a fellow rally driver, Gemma. And Gemma, I believe, she doesn't even have her license yet. So I think she's, 16? And Aoife met her at an event, heard her say that she was interested and just kind of needed help getting involved. And Aoife takes her everywhere with her. They did a 9-hour road trip to get here together. Aoife, again, is a wonderful example of bringing women up with her, of not needing to be the only one in the space, of really sharing the love of the sport.
Yeah.
And Michelle Abadi is the same way. She's a professional Trans Am driver, and she's exactly the same.
And I think that's important. It's what is a great thing about an event like Goodwood is that you are going to meet people that can come across, talk to you, Josie, come and speak to Aoife here in the service park. They're already inspired. They can learn more from you. And it's the fact that people can just come and talk, interact, communication is key. What's going to be the future for this Women in Motorsport program? Because we are, as you say, you're 4 years into hosting the summit and the program for the women behind the wheel this year, but what is, I know because you're such a dedicated person, you're already looking into the future to see what is going to come next. What can we expect?
Of course, right now I'm working on a lot of new and exciting events with our amazing team at Dirtfish. We're already planning the Women in Motorsport Summit next year. But to be honest with you, Bex, my long-term plan and hope is that we don't need it anymore. My hope is that the field is 50% women and they're competitive, and we've got women as team principals and strategists and techs and crews. And my hope is that when women collaborate and connect, in the future, it's not because we had to have a dedicated event. It's just because there are so many of us so actively engaged in the sport that we don't need it anymore.
Yeah, that would be the absolute dream, wouldn't it? So if anyone is listening right now across the Goodwood Rally service area, where can they find you this weekend, Josie, to come and have a chat?
Yes, anytime. I'm wearing a Dirtfish hat. It's bright orange, so you'll see me. But we've got a bunch of our rally cars just parked basically behind the food stalls, behind the Euro stalls, etc. You'll see some of our vehicles. We've got a lineup of Colin McRae cars here for the memorial this year. So
of course, unbelievable that it's 30 years since he won the championship, and it's great to see that array of cars.
Absolutely. And another amazing woman in motorsport is Holly McRae, who's here on site running around doing some media work for Goodwood. She's really delved into the motorsport space over the last few years, and she's just another powerhouse in the industry.
She certainly is. As are you. Josie Rimmer, thank you so much for coming in to have a chat with us. Have a great Goodwood experience, and I'm sure we'll see you, of course, across the weekend.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Josie. And if you do want to go and have a chat with her, go and find her, and of course, Aoife Raftery as well in the service park. They will be happy to talk to you. And of course, you can find out about Dirtfish online. They have a huge media presence online, so all you need to know, just use the wonderful Google and you will find it all. But if you are on site here, Josie's a wonderful woman. She's doing great things in motorsport right now, so please go and chat to her. Okay, we are very much back in action now then on the rally stage. As we talked to Josie there, we did see, of course, Aoife Raftery make her way through, and I can tell you she is back in the queue and ready to get back in action here, as are many of the cars. It seems to have really fired up here now on Saturday morning. It was a little bit quiet out there maybe about half an hour ago, but I think everyone's fully awake around the paddock area now and bringing out the cars, and you'll be able to see them on the Forest Rally Stage. So we're back with the Alpine, who kicked off proceedings this morning. That was the first car that we saw on the stage. And they're going to be heading in for another run. Timing-wise, if you're interested to know how we're looking so far today, of course, it's the shootout that's the most important in terms of timing later on, but we are monitoring the runs of the drivers as we go here this morning as well. And it is Mr. Pastrana who has set the fastest time on the board so far this morning on the Forest Rally Stage, and it's a time of 2:23.2. Tom Williams just behind then with a 2:32.2, and yeah, a name that you may be thinking, hold on, that's not quite right in the driving seat. Martijn Vierdager, our world champion co-driver with Hyundai, is behind the wheel of a Rally 1 car today. And he is third fastest so far this morning with a time of 2:35. You'll be seeing more runs from Martijn during the weekend. Now, Tony Jardine rejoins me here in commentary. Great chat with Josie Rimmer there, Tony. We're very much back in action with one of your favourites out here, the Skoda.
Yeah, and Steve Rockingham on board, and the big Skoda Octavia WRC, and I have rallied one of those in Donegal. I have to say it was a handful and very, very scary. I only tested it the night before. But Steve Rockingham, a big, big Skoda fan, as we look at the Subaru Legacy RS going down the stage, and then an RS Cosworth Sierra with that fantastic spoiler on the back. And this particular car did the Tour of Britain. You can see the Autoglass, they sponsored that Tour of Britain, and that car was genuinely in one of those events. Two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive Sierra Cosworths, one of the weapons to have at the time. Colin McRae, as we celebrate 30 years since his epic World Championship, winning that in Chester when he came home to euphoric cheers and shouts, hailed by massive crowd there. He rallied one of those in his formative years.
Yes.
Sierra Cosworth.
Yeah, there's been much chat about the Sierra this weekend, and the multiple array of drivers we've seen behind the wheel that have made the Sierra famous over the years. Now, we're wondering, and I'm sure we'll hear from some drivers as they go through, and Tony's been out and about chatting with some, and I'm sure some will be popping up here to commentary a little bit later on, how the stage is evolving today, because we did see it really polish up yesterday. Zav McCartan has rejoined us in commentary now.
Yeah, I think one or two crews are suffering from cooling issues.
Cooling issues, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's warm enough already. It's only, what, 10 to 11, but there have been a few who are sitting. You can hear the auxiliary fans going as we cut back.
The Alpine just having a little bit of a moment there over the banking.
Sven Flotter from Germany, as he goes over the flying fin. He did take too much bank on the inside, and the little Alpine climbed over that, and no harm done. He's come back. Travis Pastrana beneath us, moving on to start-finish line, and there's that beautiful shape of the Alpine Renault, the A110, made in Dieppe.
and Alpine company always keen to stress that they weren't part of Renault for very long, and they were a separate company in their own right. And of course you have Alpine in Formula One now, with Flavio Briatore in charge, the man who used to be in charge of Benetton, his work in Formula One. Not having a tremendous season, but scoring some good points at the British Grand Prix after a bit of a fight. But there's, you can hear the Boxer engine has come through the stage. Again, Travis Pastrana, run after run. And he was really, really hanging it out this morning. And there is Chris Dakin, Subaru Impreza. That's the Group N car. That's a production-based car. And you're allowed to use a blueprinted engine and slightly strengthened suspension and the brakes, but not a lot more than that. So a genuine production car, and there was a world championship for production cars, and in fact Hayden Paddon won the world championship for production cars. Chris Dakin, this is probably about his 23rd or 24th year here on the special stage at Goodwood.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Travis Pastrana has been very good and spectacular anytime he's been on stage. I believe this time he has Nathan Petrosha with him. So we cut back now to the ex-Roger Clark and Ari Vatanen Ford Escort Mark II, the Cossack colours. For those of you who don't know, Cossack was a men's hairspray way back in the late 70s and early 80s. And Roger Clark was regularly seen advertising it on television in the days when you would only have had 3 channels. There was no Channel 4, no Channel 5, it was BBC 1, BBC 2 and ITV, for those of you old enough to remember. Now, if you are in the Forest Rally Stage, I would say stand well back, because we're about to get the first run, I think, of the day of the Ford Raptor T1, the Dakar vehicle that M Sport and Dovenby have been behind. We had a great interview yesterday with Malcolm Wilson and his son Matthew, who is running this side of the operations for the M Sport team, but very wide, and you'll see the suspension travel as it rattles its way through the very narrow stage here, 1.8 miles, Hannu Mikkola designed course. This is going to be good, Tony.
This is going to be tremendous. Nani Roma, who's won on 2 wheels and 4 wheels in Dakar. He's the Raptor. M Sport and Ford collaborating over this huge program that takes them on the FIA Cross Country, which is the Off-Road World Rally Championship, of which Dakar is a part. Dakar is like the Le Mans, that's the big endurance event that runs through Saudi Arabia. It goes into the zones where people fear to go. There's just sand and dunes. Very, very beautiful, but very harsh for rally machinery, and therefore the big endurance program that Ford are totally behind, for commercial reasons as well, because they sell a huge amount of 4x4s, they sell a huge amount of pickup trucks, and that's exactly where their market is. In fact, it is the biggest market for them, for Ford. So the program's big. The program is big for M Sport as well. But it's great to have this big beast of a machine coming down through the stage. You can hear the roar of the engine, and you can also see Travis Pastrana sliding the life out of that American spec Subaru. He's a multi-American rally champion, stuntman extraordinaire, and he's making that Subaru dance a tune as it goes through the variations of the light. If you're watching the big screen, you can see those shafts of light coming down through the trees and then back into the really fierce sunlight through the finish line and up onto the other side. Travis Pastrana has been out this morning with his camera, filming for his social channels, talking to the marshals. But look at this, as Dav, you were talking about just the suspension travel on that, that big space frame hanging off the back and all the kit. Look at that big sunblock.
I love watching the movement of the suspension, because it's not something we normally see, and you can see the way that the suspension travel is huge, but it's designed in such a way that it keeps the surface of all 4 tyres on the ground as often as possible for maximum grip and speed. Just if you look at the movement of the sidewall of the tyres, the suspension, the lower wishbones, the springs, the shock absorbers, doing the work that they were designed to do just to create maximum grip.
And this is unusual to go through such a tight, narrow forest stage, because this machine earlier this year finished third with Matthias Ekstrom on its debut in Dakar, is used to going across the dunes, across the desert. And as those of you out there, the Dakar fans who watch Dakar in January, as I do on the television on a daily basis, whether it's the bikes, the buggies, the cars, the trucks, it's just an incredible spectacle, incredible sight, and amazing what they do. It's a feat of endurance in itself. That vehicle you're looking at now is just built for that. The Raptor is specially designed and built, and Matthew Wilson, the son of Malcolm Wilson, is in charge of that program, working very, very closely with Ford.
I loved the gasps. I was just outside as the Raptor took off the line, and people just watching it, filming it. It's getting an amazing reaction here at Goodwood so far, and understandably so, to see a beast of that epic proportion head down this narrow rally stage. It's yeah, it's a feat to behold, certainly off the line as well.
And good to see we have Ben Mellors will be back out again today in the Toyota Celica RA40. Had a wee bit of an off yesterday and has spent the overnight trying to fix the front left-hand stub axle and hub assembly, but he's going to be back out with us very shortly. Steve Ward here in the Subaru Legacy RS, familiar colours of a car that Per Eklund drove. And Per no mean pilot, I can tell you. It was 6R4s and Audi Quattros, and continued then into European and World Rallycross.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, we were doing the same rally together and being run by the same team, and then he was in his Mark II Escort. Unfortunately, he had a big roll on the very first stage, which he was quite embarrassed about. He wasn't hurt, nor was the co-driver, which is good, but the car had just been rebuilt and it had to be rebuilt all over again, which was a great shame for Steve. But it just shows his love of the sport, his enthusiasm, and the broad spectrum of cars that he owns, including the lovely Alpine Renault A110, which is an original car that won the Rally of Portugal in 1971. But then you think about Per Eklund when I look at this car and look at those colours, and I think about Dave Whittock, who was the co-driver and eventually became the team manager head of Motorsport for Nissan Europe. David Higgins drove for him in his time. David Higgins, the great British rally champion 3 times over, and stuntman himself. Does a lot of the Bond movies, a lot of the stunt drives in the Bond movies. It's great to listen to his stories when he talks you through that. So Fiat Mirafiori, which was honed on road rallying, on the little whites up in the mountains, up in the hills, in the middle of the night, the Road Rallying Championship. Motoring News, who sponsored the championship and have always followed the rallying. John Bloxham, who was the multi-champion and developed that car through his own dealership. And then we have the colours, of course, of McRae, of Subaru, of ProDrive, and we think back to that World Championship in 1995 in Chester, when Colin McRae came home as the first British world champion in world rallying. And just the sound and the following that the fans had for that car and for those colours on a worldwide basis.
Yeah, on a absolutely a worldwide basis, and still to this day you see those colours, and I think the first person you think of is Colin McRae.
Yeah.
It's very difficult not to. And you talked about Chester there, and that the celebration, that 95 championship win, many people here I'm sure will remember that. Many people would have watched it on TV who were too young to have remembered those special moments. But it was front page news, headline news, that Britain had a world champion rally driver. It was a huge thing in 95.
Yeah, I mean, I followed with a couple of friends from work, and I mean, the amount of people you know, the spectator stages at Silverstone, but then when you get into the forests, it was just unbelievable. It really was.
And that 95 car was very special as well. And you know, we've talked about it at length. We've seen the many cars that McRae pedalled over the years, but obviously there's going to be the special moments for the car that won the championship.
And there's the
and then we see it.
95 wooden car.
A run of yesterday. Sorry, Zan. The L55 BAT, of course, the famous number plates, the famous car, and in front of everyone on the hill, making its way up to the top. A full display yesterday, and we've seen a full display on the rally stage as well.
So good to see, it really is. And you know, the spectators down at the front of the house treated to the likes of this car, the WRC cars, the later ones, and the rally car display that comes up the hill really is unbelievable.
Yeah, so the McRaes are here in force. Holly McRae is here, Alistair McRae is here, Jimmy McRae is here, and Max, of course.
Now, I asked Zav earlier, you just popped out, Tony, you know, the collective noun for a group of Audis. What's the collective noun for a group of McRaes? Because we had them all on the stage yesterday.
Yeah.
Answers on a postcard, please. But fantastic to have the family here to honour and to celebrate this weekend. And of course, we're seeing Max competing in the European Rally Championship and the British Rally Championship. Holly McRae is an influencer, motorsport influencer now. I've got the pleasure of working alongside Holly on the European Rally Championship, and she's doing great things to bring the sport to new audiences, and it's fantastic to see them absolutely thriving.
So she's made that her career now after teaching.
She was a teacher, that's right.
Yeah, so she goes from BRC to ERC with you. She does end of stage interviews. She does all sorts of work, as you've said, across the social media. And that's exactly what we need with the youth coming in and spreading the word of rallying, and that's what they're going to do.
How's your TikTok, Tony Jardine? Zav, are you on Instagram, both of you? How's your social presence?
Not too bad. I tend to stay away from it. It can be a funny place, but what made me laugh yesterday was Holly grassing Max up that every time the door opens on Max in an ERC event, he pulls a different face because it's Holly having a chat with him. I did laugh at that.
I have to say, you know, she does keep her professionalism. Whenever she opens the door to Max, it is always a decent question. I'm waiting for her to jibe him, and she never does. She keeps it straight, but obviously he's got that little smirk for her. But it's great to see. We look forward to seeing Max's career really pan out. We're seeing some great stuff from him now that he stepped up into Rally 2 this past season. He was in the juniors in ERC previously.
He's not having a good time of it so far.
It's been tough, I'll say that. It's been a learning curve, but the good thing is we have seen pace, but we have seen unfortunate luck as well for Max McRae.
Rob Whitehouse in the Lancia Delta Integrale. We did say yesterday that Rob does own a Lancia 037 Evo 2 that in the past we have seen him take here to the stage, but now believes is a bit too valuable for the rigours of the forest stage.
Yeah, he's part of the that Bruce McLaren Foundation that I've talked about, and I was with him at McLaren about 5 weeks ago, where we had a big dinner with Pat McLaren, the daughter of Bruce McLaren, the founder of that fantastic outfit, who won the World Constructors Formula 1 Championship last year, and they're leading the World Drivers' Championship this year as well with Oscar Piastri. And great win for them at the British Grand Prix. So McLaren's all about. He's a very proud Kiwi. And Malcolm Wilson was up here in the commentary box having a good chat with us yesterday, and this is his first rally car handed to him, bequeathed to him by his dad when Malcolm was 17 years of age, and that car has been taken up to Cumbria, shown to Malcolm, and he's driven it, and he says it's absolutely authentic.
I loved having Malcolm here yesterday, you know, him talking about that car that we just saw on screen, but also about his career and the fact that he's really starting to take a step back from various things right now. You were pushing him on whether he would be actually maybe doing the RAC rally this year. Is he going to get back behind the wheel? And no, that's it now. My competition days are over.
Yeah.
I never believe him though, Tony. Never believe Malcolm. You know, he never gives up. You know, he's still going. He's going to be celebrating a 70th birthday next year. I'm sure there'll be a huge party for that.
Yeah. So you're older than Malcolm Wilson?
Just a little bit.
Oh.
Here we go, another dig.
You two. Honestly, up here in commentary, it's like trying to restrain fighting cats at times.
I just wasn't sure. I just wanted to just double check and make sure.
It's because Tony has a great moisturising and healthcare facial routine of an evening. You know,
as does Malcolm.
As does Malcolm, evidently. Or they've got a very good surgeon. Or there is some kind of portrait in the attic, which they're not allowed to look at.
Tom Williams now making his way through. Tom, who's been spectacular on Thursday yesterday, leading our shootout after two runs. Of course, as Bex was saying earlier, the shootout in at about 3:30 this afternoon, as he just cuts the right-hander that Travis Pastrana we saw do earlier.
And the noise that you can hear behind Tom will be that Raptor, the Dakar Raptor, the M Sport Ford car, coming blasting its way down the stage.
Nice donut there from Tom down at Delta. But yeah, you're right, Savi's been spectacular on the shootout. He's kept it really neat, precise. He's known exactly where to get the time on this stage, and 2 successfully fast runs on both Thursday and Friday's shootout. So far from Tom Williams. Of course, we've got that shootout coming later on today. Tony Jardine was out and about yesterday, roaming the service area here, and he caught up with Tom.
Tom Williams, congratulations. The first day, you are #1 in the shootout.
Yeah, we didn't have a bad run. It was the first time getting used to the car in the morning, and fantastic bit of kit run by Don Buckley and a brand new Skoda, so can't complain. And yeah, had a bit of communication with a couple of bails on the exit, but glad we had a clean run on the first stage, and then we have 3 more days and same thing.
I was going to say, you were hanging it out there, Tom. Lack of grip or just over-exuberance?
Good question. Getting probably a bit excited on the first corner. The stage is one of the trickiest. The stage is fantastic. It's got grass. You start on tarmac, then you go to soil and grass, then you go into clay, and then there's a couple concrete sections that keep on polishing up. The hotter it gets, and the more cars that are running on it. So the stage is constantly developing throughout the event. So it's always challenging and keeping you on toes. But yeah, we've got to get to the end of the weekend and having a great time.
Well, very quickly, we did a piece that you've got the tarmac off the line where you great grip and purchase for your launch control, and then you're immediately onto the loose section. And that, we saw you have a huge sideways moment yesterday, clouds and plumes of dust.
Yeah, I might have been a bit rusty on the start line, just trying to work out. I forget how quick the Rally 2 cars are, and off the start line you have so much grip on the tarmac, and then you just throw it onto some soily grass, and then you can have it hanging and almost sliding up against the bales. But it was only brushing up against the bumpers, and they're still on when I got back, and had no strange faces looking at the car, so that's always a good sign.
Briefly tell us about 2025 and Portugal.
Yeah, so I started with the Iberian Cup, one-make series. I stepped down a class to Rally 3 just to raise some budget after doing a couple years in the States, and I just wanted to get back to European competition, doing a one-make championship, drop down a class, and if I can drive the door handles of one of those cars, then I can jump into a Rally 2 car. So still the plan is to push with a Rally 3 car and then progress into a Rally 2 car once I'm pushing on with that.
So it is a big push, and you need consistent rallying now, don't you?
Exactly, that's the thing. I've been stopping and starting the last few years, just trying to raise the budget and get the sponsorships. So the best thing for me is probably to do some UK events, national events, just build up the kind of testing events, consistency, and then build up the pace, because European competition and world competition is just on another level. So yeah, you got to get back to that.
Can you win the Goodwood Shootout?
Yes.
Fantastic, the talent's still there. Well done, Tom Williams.
No, thank you very much.
I simply love his just one-word answer to you. There was no explanation as to why. It was like, can you win it? Yes.
Yep.
Not yes I can, no yes I will, yes I hope to, no, just yes. And he's proved so far with 2 fastest runs on the shootout on Thursday and Friday that he is very much in the running for it.
There's a name that may mean something to people who've been here over the years. Roy Cathcart from Enniskillen in Northern Ireland used to come here for many years in the X-Works Mark 1 and Mark 2 Escorts. This is a car from his collection, driven by his son Matthew. It's an ex-Biardelais car out of Spain. And on Biardelais' first event, M Sport flew it back and it was on show at the Motor Show in Coventry about a week later. But the Cathcart name synonymous with Goodwood over the years. All the family have been here, made a weekend of it, came for a week. And nice to see Matthew here alongside Ewan McCullough in the passenger seat this time. But plenty of cars lined up for you now if you are in the Forest Rally stage. We'll have the Fade 131 through shortly, the F2 Nissan, a couple of Audi Quattro Sport S1s. Aoife Raftery's going to be down there again. The Dakar Audi Quattro with the high roof will be down there shortly, as will the Carlos Sainz Impreza 555 and the Lancia Ypsilon. They're just a few of the cars that will be making their way down shortly as we cut back down to Max McRae.
Yeah, it's great to see Max McRae out on the stages. I know the McRae family have been going up the hill. We haven't seen quite enough of them on the Forest Rally stage, so it's good to see them out in the BGM run car in the Subaru Legacy, which of course his uncle drove brilliantly at the time on his way up, and Max is on his way up now into WRC2, although Hungary 2 events ago didn't go that well when he was in 12th and had a bit of an off and broke drive shaft, etc. So it is tough, as Bex was saying, you know, it's still a learning curve because you need time in these cars. You need testing time, you need rally time. There's no doubting his talent, but he's certainly been let down, if I can say that, in previous years by some of his machinery, which hasn't been up to it.
Yeah, and lately he's also turned mechanic when he's damaged the car himself. So he's learning both sides of the coin, that is for sure. Now, our stage has been up and running for a good few hours here at Goodwood.
It has.
We're going to take a look back at some of the morning highlights. And we kick off then with Martijn Vierdager behind the wheel here as a stall on the start line for the first ever pass of Martijn Vierdager behind the wheel, not behind the pace notebook in the Rally 1 Hyundai. Travis Pastrana, as ever, was delighting the fans with his sideways style through this exceptionally narrow stage, making it look super simple and easy out there.
Now, I don't think the hands there was Yari-Matti. I don't have seen him yet, but this was Samuel Thiel in the Porsche, the Almirez Brothers Porsche, and he just runs ever so slightly wide and visits the scenery. And then James Avis in the Ford RS200, a car that he happened to buy by accident when he was in Germany competing on an event and retired. And of course, as Bex has said, Travis Pastrana, ever the entertainer.
Two-wheel action at some points for Travis, but that's all we want to see, and he knows exactly that is what the fans want to see out there as well. But it's been a tough morning for some of our crews. There's been some moments, but that's exactly what it's all about. Multiple runs from some of the best cars that you'll see here across so many different categories, Sav.
Philip Tolmer in the ex-Matti Yari-Matti Porsche. Ross Leach joined us yesterday afternoon in a little R2 Fiesta. We saw him out again today. I believe cooling problems back with Travis Pastrana, and as Bex has said on many occasions, very thoroughly entertaining. Matthew Cathcart now in the very early Group A Escort Cosworth. This is a car owned by his late father Roy. One of many cars, many X-Works cars that Roy actually did own and still is in the family name. So making good use of the chalky clay surface here at the Festival of Speed. Wonderful drone shot there, giving you an idea of the layout. And in the middle there, if you look closely, you will see about 28 MG Metro 6R4s that 6R4.net, David Sims and a few others have managed to organise for this year's event. It's the largest collection of 6R4s for many, many years, and it's done to celebrate 40 years of the 6R4 and its entrance into World Championship Rally in 1985 when Tony Pont finished third on the RAC Rally.
Yeah, you can go over, take a look at those up close and personal, learn a little bit more about them. We are enjoying some incredible weather here this weekend. I can't tell you how delighted I am that we don't have rain this time around at Goodwood.
Well, as Elfyn said in his interview the other day, it makes such a difference that it's not wet and slippy, because as you saw last year, when this surface gets wet, it is really difficult, really tricky, and very, very hard to drive on.
Yeah, it becomes super slippy. I mean, it's very polished right now with the amount of cars we've had going through in these dry conditions. You add a bit of moisture to that, it just turns into an ice rink, which is entertaining to watch, to be sure. But yeah, we like to see the cars actually making it through the stage, Sav, don't we? Don't want to see them up on the bankings and not actually completing it. And we have had a few moments. The recovery trucks have been in action this weekend,
but not as busy as last year.
Certainly
and
not.
That's a good sign, because it means that for all the spectators in the forest, making your way up or making your way down, plenty of action to see, not many delays. Car 29, the ex-Colin McRae, Terry Cabey, Peugeot 205 GTI. And George Lepley able to fling that round at quite a high rate of knots. Thoroughly entertaining. Aoife Raftery on the start line now. Aoife joined us yesterday, and of course was mentioned in dispatches when Bex was talking to Josie Rimmer earlier on this morning. Great interview with Josie, and somebody that we know does so much alongside Bex for women in motorsport.
Now I believe we have Bruno Thierry, who is already in the stage as well, Zav.
Yes, Bruno Thierry has Jess Watts alongside, and they're in car number 32, which is the Nissan Sunny F2 car. So that'll be interesting for Bruno. If you remember, Tony had a quick word with him yesterday and said that he also had driven the Citroen Zara kit car, and of course anybody who remembers the kit car era and the power and the noise out of them was amazing. And recently we've seen Sebastian Loeb out in a Peugeot kit car, and I mean, it's just a hit on any rally it goes on. The spectators love it. Sound, you could just, amazing, absolutely amazing.
As are these cars and the array of Audis. We were asking you for collective nouns across social earlier. Zav came up with a good one, an assembly, but it's Iris that beats you all. An audience of Audis. I think that's a great...
Irish, that's not bad.
That's a great one. That's a good one.
Yeah, I would have to hand it to you.
Yeah, we've had quite a few in this morning, but that definitely tops them all.
Where's Iris from, or do we not know?
Iris, I believe, is from Belgium and is watching from Belgium this morning.
That was a nice one. That was good. The ray of light and the little shafts of light that Tony talked about earlier that make their way down in various places through the trees, for me, just add to the wonderful pictures that our production team and cameramen are able to get. That is Aoife Raftery about to leave the start line. And following her will be Rory McLeod with George Houle alongside for a passenger ride. And if you're in the forest, make your way up to the service area here. Plenty to see. We have the Gazoo racing team, Ford and M Sport, Hyundai are here as well. So the top teams, the World Rally Championship are here, the WRC promoters here, and various displays and trade stands, rally merchandise. Don't only pick up us here. There's food, there's coffee, plenty to do and see. And the beauty of this event is that you will get time to talk to the drivers, get an autograph, get a photograph, and under the large white canopies, the cars you see in the stage, the owners are more than happy to chat technical talk and specifications if you want to do that.
Yeah, many of them have the wealth of history of each and every car. Some don't, but many, many do. And we'll wax lyrical and talk for hours about the history of the cars. And it's some great stories to be heard out there. We've heard some of them across the coverage this weekend, and I'm sure more will follow. what I love about the start finish here, certainly from the drone shots that we're getting on the TV coverage, you can see the cars coming into the finish, you can see the cars off the start line into that first corner, and the rooster tails of dust that are being picked up. And there will be a huge rooster tail behind this big beast. It is the Ford Raptor, the Dakar car, and it's fantastic to see that Ford with M Sport alongside have been dipping their toe, more than dipping their toe. They were at Dakar this year. They were on the podium in 3rd position with Matthias Ekström. And when you have drivers like Matthias Ekström, like Nani Roma, like Carlos Sainz on board with you and on board with the project, it's a remarkable feat. Malcolm Wilson was in here earlier. We were asking him how difficult was it to get Carlos signed up to the Dakar project, because when he was trying to sign in, pausing to hear the beautiful sound of that car.
It's amazing.
When he was trying to sign Carlos to the WRC project back in the Focus days, it took a good bit of persuading. It took absolutely no persuading whatsoever to get Carlos signed up to the Dakar project.
And they all bring different attributes, which is a benefit to the team. We heard Martin say about the drive and determination that Carlos has, that's infectious throughout the team and drives everybody else on. So Aoife Raftery now down into the Coopers and Stratos, nearing the end of 1.8 miles.
Yeah, Aoife's done a good few runs as well this weekend, and we talked about seat time with Josie Rimmer. It's really important, and Aoife's trying to put as many rallies together as possible within the European Championship this year, but also she's competing in America as well as part of that Dirtfish Women in Motorsport program. She's a driver for them alongside Michelle Abate, and it's really important to get the experience under your belt. Aoife's still a very young driver at just 23 years of age.
Yeah, listen, any experience. We heard Tom Williams say the same in that, you know, he's trying to raise the budget so he can be more consistent and move up to ERC, WRC, and I rate Tom as a driver and a talent that he's got. So, you know, everyone wishes the likes of Aoife and Tom all the best for the future going forward, and all the younger drivers that we have. Callum McLeod in the 555 Impreza. Callum and Rory McLeod here this weekend. On the start line is Kim Mather in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus as we cut back now to Nani Roma.
We were talking about how talented this man is, certainly when it comes to cross-country, to Dakar. 4 wheels right now, 2 wheels as well, though. He's a multi-talented driver, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, he reminds me a little bit of John Surtees in the bikes, the motorbikes. Was a motorbike champion and a Formula 1 champion. Nani Roma has won Dakar on a bike and now has won it as well in 4 wheels. So, and you know, you can only look at awe at talented people such as that. I mean, it's so good to have. Kim Mather off the start line now in the Sunbeam. He's 74 years of age today, birthday day for him.
What better birthday present to yourself than having a bit of a hoon around the Forest Rally Stage?
Listen, every day's a birthday. If you're here, you know, his birthday could have been 4 days in a row. On this start line is the wonderful Audi Quattro Dakar, and you'll notice it has a slightly higher roof, and that is to accommodate the fact that on the long distance events, extra fuel tanks were positioned underneath the driver and co-driver for long range stages, and so the roof was raised 4, 5, 6 inches, and also there's a scoop in the roof that directs the airflow down in to cool the engine, so it's clean air all the time in the dunes and all like that. Back now with Chris Dakin. Chris is one of the prime movers behind the Tornado Award, which for the last number of years is presented to the longest jump over the Flying Fin jump.
Yeah, which is towards the end of what is 1.8 miles of stage here up at the Forest Rally Stage at Goodwood. If you're just joining the coverage from around the world, welcome along today. We are rapidly heading towards midday. It's 11:20 at the moment. We've had a number of runs by some great cars through here. In terms of the timings this morning and who is setting the pace out there on the morning runs, well, we can update you with that and let you know that it is Mr. Travis Pastrana behind the wheel of his Subaru, who is very much setting the pace with the fastest time on the board so far of 2 minutes 23.2 seconds. The timings, though, will be all important a little bit later on today on the shootout. So Travis Pastrana with a 2:23.2. Tom Williams is then the next fastest driver through this stage so far this morning with a 2:32.2. Martijn Vidaga, our world champion co-driver, who normally sits alongside Thierry Neuville, calling the notes, is behind the wheel here at Goodwood, and for the first time in the Rally 1, 2:35 is the time on the board from Martijn. Nani Roma is fourth fastest. We've just seen him complete in the Raptor with a 2:35.9, and Rory McLeod completes the top 5 for us with a 2:39.
Action coming thick and fast, and will do up to the lunch break where the marshals will swap over. Now on the start line we have the Toyota Yaris Rally 1. I have that down as Yari-Matti, Latvala and Martin Westenhoff. And I can also see in the background the Yaris Rally 2 car is going to be down shortly as well.
Yeah, the Toyotas are very much up and running now then this morning, and we get our first glimpse today, at least, of the Rally 1 machinery from Toyota, which has been so successful so far this season. The team were unbeaten up until the Acropolis Rally, where Hyundai took their first win of the season in the hands of Oyt Tanak. Oyt has been here with Hyundai over the past 2 days.
The Dakar Quattro running a little bit wide at the Coopers. As you can hear in the background, the Yaris Rally 1 has just left the start line. And this will be spectacular as it makes its way down over the right-hander and down towards Hopkirk under the trees.
Yeah, the Rally 1 is certainly something special. Yari-Matti knows that, and we are going to see Yari-Matti in action at this year's Rally Finland, not in a Rally 1 car, but in a Rally 2 car, the GR Yaris Rally 2, which is hugely successful in the WRC. It's leading the championship right now in the hands, the WRC 2 championship, in the hands of Oliver Solberg. But Yari-Matti celebrated his 40th birthday earlier on this year in April, and the gift from the team to Yari-Matti is another run at his home event, Rally Finland, which will mark the 20th time that he has competed at home.
That's amazing.
It is. It's the event he's told us he has done the most in his career, understandably so. Finland is one of the events on the championship calendar, and I think even if you're not part of the WRC full-time, it's one of those events that you just know it's iconic, it's legendary, it's always one of the ones the drivers want the top step of the podium, they want the trophy, they want the win at Rally Finland. It's the kudos of being able to say, I went to the absolute mecca of rallying and I won there.
Steve Ward's Subaru Legacy on the start line. Steve's had quite a few runs this morning in this car. Was out very early on in his other car, the Alpine A110, as we cut back now to Max McRae and Saranka Shoshani. It's Colin McRae car, one of the cars that's run by BGM Sport and Ian McGuinn's company up at the top of the hill here. They're based near Silverstone. And going to be interesting to see what way Yari-Matti does against the target time of 2:32.2, but I think it doesn't matter because Travis always does the donut, so I can see.
Yeah, Yari-Matti missed the donut there, he just cut straight past it. There's some attitude on this car though, the way it heads into corners. You can see how late Yari-Matti is on the braking at some points, and the back end of the car just swings out. It's magnificent to watch.
Man whose enthusiasm for the sport never diminishes. It's always infectious.
It is infectious, you know, and I'm sure many of you here today at Goodwood will want to go along, want to have a chat with Yari-Matti Latvala. Well, because he does bring that enthusiasm, as you mentioned, but his encyclopedic knowledge of the sport and wonderful stories that Yari-Matti has over the years. You know, there's always highs and lows in rallying, and Yari-Matti has experienced the full extent of those highs and lows in his career, and he talks very willingly and at length about, you know, the wins that he's had, but also those huge moments in time. We remember the massive off he had in Portugal a good number of years ago, where he rolled multiple times down the hillside. I was actually on his birthday. Fascinating fact. And I think he's just one of those drivers who loves everything about this sport.
Yeah, and also sort of began in his very early career, began in the British Rally Championship in a Ford-focused World Rally car. I think in the very early days, Carl Williamson was his navigator before he moved up, gained experience and moved on. And but good to see that the British Championship is still capable of delivering top-end drivers. Back now with Steve Ward, you can see the T1 Raptor in the background. It's going to be going for another run. The Group B Ford Peugeot pickup of Alan Weston will be out shortly. Lancia Delta Degrale, a couple of Porsches, the Ford Sierra Cosworth, and a rare sight in rallying either on the loose or tarmac as Tony Waswick's Ferrari will be down through the stage shortly.
We have quite a huge queue of drivers waiting to go into the stage, which we can see from the lovely view from our commentary booth. You're seeing a lovely drone shot there of the cars heading into the first couple of corners here at the Forest Rally Stage. The Raptor is now back on the line, ready to roar into this one. The sound is pretty incredible. It's great that, Zav, we're seeing this type of car here this weekend because it's unusual to see it. At the same time, fantastic.
No, and it's a perfect example of what Goodwood brings, something different, the variety, and something different for the spectators. Either to see in the stage and listen and hear and get up close and have a look around.
The sheer power and grunt of that car right off the start line as the Raptor plunges through now. You know, this is terrain that is very easy for the Ford Raptor. It can barely feel any lump or bump on this stage. This car very much designed for the off-road rallies, of course, the Dakar, where they are full endurance events. We all love watching the Dakar. I've not been to one yet. It's a bucket list, certainly, for me to go and work on. But it's grueling, it's demanding, it's a huge challenge right to the back end of the year and into the start of a new year. Lots of teams traveling out over the Christmas period to get there and compete across the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Brilliant endurance. Oh, hold on. Yeah, no, we're okay.
Yeah, a wonderful example of endurance, stamina, not just for the driver, co-driver, but for the crews, who basically set up a little mini town at each rest halt in the evening. They get the odd rest day in between, not many, but that just adds to the testing demands of an event such as this.
And you can go and compare some different Dakar cars, you know, the Raptor to the Audi Dakar car that we have here as well.
Back now with Steve Ward in the Clarion-backed Subaru Legacy RS. We did see this car in the hands of Mike Rimmer a couple of years ago, but Steve bought this off him. A car that was built by Martin Spurl from a spare Pro-Drive Legacy RS shell. Annie Roma now down through the hairpin at Delta, back up through Gambles towards the bend of the long left-hander named Dakar, quite aptly.
It does look spectacular, and you can see all the working suspension right to the front as it turns the corner here.
I just love watching that. It allows you to see the engineering capability and how the whole thing is designed to keep as much of the tyre on the surface as possible for grip, control and speed. There we go, out over Flying Finn.
Which I'm sure that doesn't feel at all, the landing. But it does look good, and if you're out in the forest, you're able to see the Raptor handle the kinks and curves of the Forest Rally Stage. It's something to behold. But even if you're just right at the start here, I think a pleasure just to hear it and watch it launch off the start line. The start line here at Goodwood is on tarmac. So it launches off tarmac and then straight onto the grassy gravel on the first couple of meters.
Great shot there, looking into the back of the Raptor, the space frame working, that holds suspension, pickup points, wishbones, and that is Rob Whitehouse leaving the start line in the Lancia Delta Integrale. That's now back with Alan Weston in the Group B Peugeot pickup. This was a car developed and a vehicle developed to compete in the long distance events of the mid to late 80s, the likes of the Ivory Coast and the Safari, when it really was a mammoth endurance event. The spotlights to see wildlife in the distance, extra jerry cans, extra tires, shovels, jacks, and it really was, along with the likes of the Ivory Coast Rally, two of the most demanding events in the calendar in any given year.
I think that's what, you know, in terms of competitors, but also fans, you know, they want to see events which are really going to push the drivers and the machinery as well, Zav, to the absolute limit.
Yeah, and I think that's what motorsport in any general form does. It's not just testing your own vehicle, it's testing yourself. We even see it here, just people going out and run after run and see can they beat their best time. It's that competitive edge, I think, that exists within all of us. Porsche 911 back out once again. Ben Smith drove this yesterday on the shootout and was very neat and very tidy. He said, I think it was 4th, 5th fastest. So it'll be interesting to see how they cope today. And of course, Tom Williams eulogising over the fact that the surface changes during the day when it heats up. It's a really, really good test of man and machine here at Goodwood.
Yeah, well, Oitanak yesterday, didn't he? When Tony spoke to him, said, you know, it might be a short stage, but it is hugely demanding. It's busy. There's a lot going on in it.
Now, something you don't see very often. Tony Worswick in the Ferrari, and this was a car that was predominantly seen on tarmac events in the Motor News Rally Championship, whenever there was the likes of the Tour of Edmond and several others made up the tarmac round. Tony, who's been competing for many, many years, way back as far as 1974, when he started on the festival stages in an Escort twin cam. But really nice to have something as different as this here, Bex, in the shape of the Ferrari.
Yeah, we saw it on a couple of runs yesterday, didn't we? And it is fantastic to see. It's a car with, as you mentioned, such a great history behind it, a great design as well. You should go and have a look at just the height of that car. It's very low, it's very squat, but it's beautifully designed. So if you're having a look at it in the stage right now, make sure you go into the service area and have a good look around it.
James Lepley on the start line there, just briefly we saw in the CRRS Cosworth. As we're back now with Rob Whitehouse, Nelson Dennis in alongside him. And this is a car that Rob bought because his own other valuable car was the Lancia Rally 037, the Evo 2 version. He just felt was too valuable.
I can completely understand that. I'm sure a lot of people feel that way about their cars, and we're so delighted that so many, though, have brought their cherished and very well restored, well looked after classics to the event this weekend. They're not worried about gravel rash too much. They're not worried about maybe damaging some of the panels by clipping the banks. And we're glad of that, because we are seeing a little bit of action out on the stages, which we've all been enjoying so far during the weekend. We can see the marshals there just on the start line. Again, another huge shout out to all of the volunteers who are helping to make sure this event runs smoothly this weekend, keeping everybody safe. And without them, events like this certainly would not be possible. So thank you to everybody who's putting in a massive helping hand here throughout Goodwood.
Tony Worswick now going to give it a go around the barrel.
Yeah, full-on acceleration there. To Man, it's a double donut as well. He's given it a good push.
The rally played the Rally Vino de Madeira. Of course, Tony had the car on the island of Madeira a couple of times in the mid-80s. On the start line is Rob Cotton in the Subaru Impreza. It will be joining you on stage very shortly. The Toyota Yaris Rally 2, or Rally 1 rather, will be out on stage very shortly. I can see in the background that it looks like Martin Vidaga is going to be going back out again. So a couple of Rally 1 cars coming down, WRC cars, and a couple of RS200s. I see Martin Overing tonight in the Metro 6R4 as we watch a replay.
Yeah, so a little replay of the Delta Donut then with the Ferrari. Giving it a good go. We've seen some people just ignore it. Well, they've given it a good shout. We're just here on the flying fin jump. That is the Ferrari then safely making it over the jump. No issues, no problems. Around to the final closing sector of the stage, taking in Coopers and Stratos towards the end.
I still get excited when I see the Ferrari. It's just so nice to have something completely different. And I do remember Tony and the team being in Ireland doing several of the Motor News Tarmac Championship events like Wexford. He was a massive hit in Ireland. James Lepley in the Diabolique Ford CR RS Cosworth, Diabolique team that was heavily influenced and backed by Miguel de Oliveira, who became co-driver to Joaquim Santos. Sadly, we lost Joachim a few months back, but he was here at Goodwood last year, along with several of his service team, and was in his happy place that he was reunited with the car that had achieved some success in Portuguese championships in the late 80s, early 90s.
And he's just completed there now. Tony Jardine was out and about with a microphone. Over the last few days, he caught up with James.
James Lepley, great to see you back at Goodwood. Great to see the Sierra Cosworth.
Yeah, it's always great to be here. Sierra Cosworth has been here a couple of years, but it's always good fun on the stage.
So, as you said, we know you're one of the Lepleys, but you're the good-looking one, right?
100%. Yeah, I wouldn't waste time with the others. Maybe not the quickest one, but I'm working on it.
Are you involved with the family business?
No, I tend to get in the way a little bit. I don't work for my dad. I work as a engineer for a different company. But I do like to kind of go home at the weekends and help with any restorations or tinker in the workshop. It's infectious. Like when you grow up around it, you have to be involved.
But there's some fantastic cars still there, I'm happy to see, on behalf of Jason. Is he not tempted to sell them all from underneath you?
I'm sure he is, but also the kind of thing they're just kind of going up anyway. And I think he likes just looking at them and parked up in the workshop himself. So, yeah, I mean, he's an enthusiast at heart anyway, so he likes just having them. But I'm sure one day they'll sell them, but for now we can use them and enjoy them.
Car is looking absolutely brilliant, but is it handling well on the stage? Is there any issues at all?
No, so far so good. It's completely original. When we restored it in 2021, it was just a very minimal kind of mechanical restoration. So it's all kind of set up as it was Rally Portugal 1990, and the Diabolique team knew better than I did on setting the car up, so it's spot on, yeah.
And then younger brother behind you, he's rallying this year. Is he still rallying that VR4?
Yeah, George is my older brother.
Is he older?
I know, he's a bit shorter, but he is older. Yeah, he's competing in the British Historic Championship this year, and he's planning on doing Woodpecker and Trek Rod, and hopefully I will join him in something at the end of the year.
Well, we look forward to that, and we look forward to seeing you out on the stage again. Thank you very much, James.
That's great. Thank you very much. Bye.
There we go. A wonderful interview there with James Lepley with Tony Jardine a couple of days ago here at Goodwood. We're now watching Yari-Matti Latvala throwing the Rally 1 machinery around. An incredible driver whose foray into rallying began back in the early 2000s. He did a load of sprint events in Finland without a co-driver before he moved here to do the British Rally Championship. And then, of course, co-driver on board, and the success that Yari-Matti has had over the years, the wins that he's racked up in his career, and just the performance that we've seen from him and the enthusiasm has been fantastic. Yari-Matti Latvala then up to this point, and okay, no more real Rally 1 outings for him, 18 victories in his career.
Great shot from the drone there, just showing Yari-Matti finishing the stage. On the start line, Seth Quintero in the Toyota Hilux Dakar. And again, very similar to the Raptor, if you're in the stage, stand well back, because these things hit the stage at a fair rate of knots. Very wide for a narrow stage here, but unbelievably spectacular.
Here we go. the miraculous sound then of that off the line. You can see the cooling fan just right at the back there. I really want to talk about when we have a few moments, we're looking at these cars from the front, from the rear. You know, you can see the open suspension work and everything moving, how much suspension travel it's got. You're looking in through the front, but also at the rear, we were seeing that fan doing a huge amount of work at the back of that car. Tony.
Yeah, that's so important, because in the extremes of the desert, the extremes of Dakar, where it can be even hotter than we're experiencing here at the moment, much as we're loving this heat wave, you can imagine going from 7 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night across the desert, and going into the empty quarter of Saudi Arabia, for example, they're doing Dakar. I mean, that's oppressive.
You need to keep everything cool, every single element of the car cool, yourself inside the car cool, but everything is getting heat. And okay, they're traveling at a huge amount of distance. They are keeping airflow going through the car, but it's, you know, when they're stopping, if they're slowing down, it all intensifies that heat soak.
But then the other aspect of it is that the crew have to be really adept, not just at the navigation, at the driving, but then the mechanical side of things, and they have to have a determination. They have to be set for endurance, because it's easy to drop off the edge of a dune or get something slightly wrong, as Carlos Sainz Sr. did this year. There's Martin Ryder, you can talk about him in a second, but you know, then you've got to try and fix it. Then you've got to try and stop one of the trucks and see if they can get one of their big belts out and help tow you back over and put you back on your wheels. And I think, oh my goodness, I would be absolutely wrecked by day 2. Never mind going on for nearly 3 weeks.
As we watch the Hilux, we can hear in the background. I don't know whether you're actually picking any of that sound up through our microphones or not, but we are certainly hearing it in commentary, because we're sat right above the start line. And I think we're all kind of vibrating with the sound that is coming through this building. The Rally 1 just went off the line in the hands of Martin Vidaga. You mentioned there, Tony, an element I love about Dakar, which is, you know, you will regularly, if you do see people upside down in the dunes, people are stopping, they're helping in any way they can to make sure these guys get back on the road. That camaraderie of spirit.
Yeah. You know, of course you're against the clock. Of course you want to win your category or be in the overall, whether in the bikes, the trucks, or actually the cars, as we have here with, you know, seeing Seth going along the stage. But yes, there is this camaraderie. There is a big element of the Dakar. They want to get to the finish line.
Yeah.
That's what they really want to do. I finished the Dakar Rally, and of course the big Ford did finish the Dakar Rally with Matthias Ekstrom on board, and on its debut this year in 2025 in January, it got 3rd place overall. Not enough for Malcolm Wilson and Ford and M Sport. He said we had the tools and we had the driver in order to win it with Carlos Sainz Sr., but he had a roll and the roll cage was damaged, and clearly the steward said, I'm sorry, but you're not allowed to take part anymore. And that was it, a real early bar for Sainz Sr., who's a multi-winner of Dakar, never mind World Rally Championships.
And I think it was massively disappointing for the team. Let's switch out then to the Hyundai of Martin Vidaga, the Rally 1. And yes, it is our world champion co-driver, Martin Vidaga, who is behind the wheel of this beast right now. We watched him on his first tentative run this morning. And now we're seeing him with far more confidence.
It's growing, isn't it, his confidence, bit by bit. And unfortunately, that first tentative off the line with the nerves, he hadn't really seen the place before. It was also a sighting lap. But I'm sure he's just determined to entertain all the passengers and give them a really nice ride. And gosh, he's really doing very, very well indeed.
He is. I wonder if Thierry Neuville is now having a little look at these times. And but I think it's great. You know, they won the World Championship last year, and it was such an epic performance from Martin and Thierry in 2024 to take their World Championship title. And over the past few years, it's fair to say that Martin has had just probably the best time of his life, you know, joining Thierry Neuville as a co-driver, and it was a bit of a last-minute call-up as well. but they've achieved so much together. And, you know, Martin has worked exceptionally hard, and when you deep dive into talking to him and the relationship he has with Thierry, he actually changed the way he spoke and the way he read notes to sound a little bit more French. To give different resonance on different words. So he actually changed the way he read the notes. There's a lot goes into it that many people don't believe.
Is Thierry from the French-speaking part of
Thierry's
Belgium?
actually from the German-speaking part of Belgium. Martin's from a different side of things, but the way he wanted the sound was more of a French sound.
That's so important, the communication in there between the driver and the co-driver and getting those messages across, because it's all happening in a split second. You've got to deliver those notes so quickly. That's one of the things, Bex, that always gets me. Now I'm watching, you know, the WRC coverage and watching the onboard cameras, and the co-driver is reading those notes in a relentless fashion, and I'm thinking some of it is 3 corners, 4 corners ahead. How are you absorbing all of that? I have no idea, but it comes machine gun style.
It really does, and I'm always blown away by, you know, especially when we have the longest stages on some of the most demanding rallies. Co-drivers are talking for maybe 30, 35, 40 minutes, and they're just bang, 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 bang. It has to be precision perfect notes that they're delivering. We're giving full kudos and full respect to co-drivers, who are the unsung heroes sometimes of our sport, very much so. It's a job certainly many people could not do. It takes a special person to be able to do it.
I think they have to be very organised as well, and that's what I watched. They're just super neat with their road books and the regulations and putting their little tabs on everything and then doing all their homework and so on.
You can't be a catastrophe as a person if you want to be a co-driver, that is for sure. You need to have all of your house in order, because there's a lot to look after during a whole rallying weekend.
And then their side of the car is the office, so they have a place for everything. Their little net where their time cards go, where their bottles of water, everything has to be in
place.
But
things go wrong, Tony, as we talked about, as Zav brought up, you know, a couple of hours ago now, we were talking about co-drivers who maybe forget their notes or leave their notes, as Scott Martin did last year on the timing table. And we saw him on the onboard at the very next stage go out to get his notebook and couldn't find it. Where has he left it? We'd gone back through the footage, discovered they had an issue with the timing card. He got out the car with his notebook, left it on the timing table desk, and then for the next few stages, he had to read the notes from a digital version that he had on his phone. So he has his phone and he's going through, you know, 25-kilometer stages, just reading it from his phone, and Elvin was helping him as well. It was an incredible feat. It really was.
You know what, Bexon, and to follow that story up as well, you go back in time to Yari-Matti in the Mitsubishi Galant, and he rolled. And it was caught on camera, but what you saw come flying out of the car as it rolled was the time card, the notes, right?
Yeah.
And they got it back, and it was off they went. And of course, they got to the control and no time card, all the rest of it. And I think about 2 hours later, the spectators managed to get it all and catch them up and give them their road book and give them their vivid, which is great. So Ari was very grateful for that.
We have got the Rally 2 GR Yaris in the stage now, and it is being capably steered by 4-time World Rally champion Juha Kankinen.
He's here.
Who is behind the wheel. He is indeed here this weekend.
And we were talking this morning, Xavier, about this man as 4 times champion. He's the only one that's gone across World Championships, across Group 4, Group B, Group A, and then into the WRC category as well, across all those categories, across Subaru, across Toyota, across Lancia, went from Lancia back to Toyota just at the right time. His timing has always been very, very good. I don't know whether that was by luck or by judgment, but you know.
Oh, there we go. Puncture, yeah. Front left puncture for the Dakar Audi.
And he has a pretty decent car collection of his own too. Juha Kankinen.
Yeah.
Oh, this is unfortunate. He's just going to have to limp this through now.
Yes. Yeah, Juha did tell us, I think last year, I can't remember exactly what he's got in there, but I know he's got a special building full of the cars and his memorabilia. And originally a farmer and a farmer's son in the middle of Finland, and of course, like many
youngsters great driving on the loose, because a lot of the roads over there are loose anyway, so you learn to slide a car naturally and you just go into the shops.
Well, yeah, that's it. That's what they grow up on. That's why they're all so proficient. These are the roads that they're just using on a daily basis.
There's the S1 Quattro, and that's a Quattro Extreme in my book. Short wheelbase, massive wings, massive amount of power. Towards the end of the Group B era, trying to keep pace and stay up with the Lancias and the Peugeots, who by this time had got ahead of the Audis. The Audis had the early dominance with the Quattros, the A1s, the A2s, and the Group 4 cars.
Nicely done.
Nice little trajectory as Dakar limps home with a puncture. And of course, if that had been in the desert, then you've got to put the special platform up so that, because your jacks sink into the sand, the wheel's red hot, you can't drop the wheel nuts, the red hot wheel nuts drop into the sand, you can't find them. So it goes on. You have method in all those things when you're fixing the wheel. And a lot of those big special cars, as Zav has pointed out, you see them in the rear haunches of the car, where they've got all the spare wheels strapped together with the spare fuel cans, the tools. And they have to practice very, very hard at trying to be able to fix a Dakar car and keep it going. It's endurance. You've got to play the long game.
Yeah, Max McRae in the Subaru Legacy RS now out over the flying fin jump. He's making his way up towards the end of the stage. Has had several good runs this morning. And on the start line is our Ford RS200. We're going to have a couple of them in the stage at the same time. I can see the Nissan F2 Sunny is about to go down into the stage. A couple of Metro 6R4s coming your way. The Ferrari's out again. The Ypsilon, the UK debut of the Lancia Ypsilon. Couple. So getting rather busy as we make our way up towards lunch hour.
Now, Max McRae has just completed the stage. Tony caught up with Max just before this run got underway.
Okay, Max McRae, fantastic to have you here and the family. Very, very important weekend, isn't it? 30 years since your uncle won that World Championship.
Yeah, it's nice to be here again and driving some cool cars, and surprisingly in the sunshine this time instead of the rain. But yeah, and it's of course special weekend for the family. It's, yeah, like you said, it's nice to have all the cars here and all the family here for a bit of a celebration. So yeah, it's been a really good weekend.
And this must be one of your favourites, because this is where your uncle Colin sort of really made his name when he was first in Subaru with this Legacy.
Yeah, it's a very special car. I think this is the car from, I think, 1992 Rally Sweden. So yeah, it's got some history, and I've been lucky to drive it every year I've been at Goodwood. So very familiar with it now. So it's yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
And for you, WRC2 up to that in the ERC now, it's still tough mechanically. I think you're being let down a little bit, if I could say that.
Yeah, it's been a tough year. There's been a lot of ups and downs, a lot of positives, but mostly it's a learning year. So we've done a hell of a lot of learning this year. So yeah, it's been good. And I think we can just focus on finishing the season off on a high, and then helps being at Goodwood this weekend. So that's always nice.
But you're also doing the British Rally Championship as well. That's been going slightly better.
Yeah, we had a podium there this year, so that's been good. And then yeah, it's the same thing again. It's all learning. With it's first year in this like kind of top category in the European and the British Championship. So it's always a learning year the first year, and then we'll take what we've got this year, and then we'll have a big push next year and see what we can prove. But for the first year, yeah, it's always tough, but it's just a lot of learning.
And finally, how's your mechanicking?
It's actually quite good. So it's improved this year anyway. So yeah, we've had to use our Weira tools quite a lot, which is thankfully one of my sponsors. We hope we didn't have to use the tools that they gave us, but yeah, we did have to use them quite a lot this year, unfortunately. But that's part of the game. It's what we have to do in rallying sometimes.
We're going to let you go off down the stage, and I'm sorry to keep you and your passenger waiting, because it's very, very hot in here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite warm, but I know it's used to that. That's what I have to train for, so that's fine.
Well done, Max. Thank you very much. Have a good run.
He's always such a positive chap, isn't he? And, you know, getting to grips with the mechanicking skills. Yeah, I've watched him a few times on ERC events. We had a super special stage in Hungary where he clocked a concrete barrier and damaged his suspension and had to fix it to be able to get back to service. So, but as he said, you know, it's getting better this year because he's had to pull out the mechanicking skills a few times. It's all important, though. You need to be the complete driver who's able to fix the car should things go wrong. You never want things to go wrong, but it does happen.
Well, I think one of the toughest bits, Bex and Zab, that we have talked about is where you go to these more remote service areas. They have a certain amount of service time and only a limited amount of mechanics that are allowed to help them. So the driver and the co-driver have to do that work.
Yeah.
But is that not a bit unsafe at times when you're leaving it to a driver and a co-driver who's not an expert mechanic?
Well, there's 3 on the remote services we have now because they've been reintroduced into WRC. We went for many years without remote services, just remote tyre fitting zones. But, you know, that wasn't really fair. If you had a massive problem with the car, or if you had even a small problem, then you had to run the whole day with it. So we've got remote service breaks now, which are just 15 minutes in length, but 3 mechanics from the team are allowed to be there. And yes, the driver, co-driver can help, but in many occasions, the co-driver and driver are doing the basic things. They're cleaning the windshield off. They're moving some tyres around. It's the mechanics who are doing the grunt work.
Plus, you can have the mechanics talk to the driver and co-driver and offer advice, but from a distance. You know, they can hand them a screwdriver or a socket or whatever, but that's all they can do. It has to be the driver and co-driver. And it just adds another element of competition. On the start line, the Ford Sierra Cosworth Group N version of the Jimmy McRae and Rob Arthur car that saw action on the Tour of Britain back in 1989. And I have it down as Jimmy's driving with Katie Newman.
Yeah, Jimmy did tease us yesterday, didn't he, on the stage, that he was hoping to be behind the wheel, maybe behind the wheel today, and we are certainly going to see that. So if you are around the stage right now, Jimmy McRae will be getting underway in the next few moments.
Jimmy McRae, 5 times British Rally champion and grandfather of Max. As we watch Travis Pastrana getting up to his antics, but great control, great verve, great swerve.
Verve and swerve, definitely. Let's have a look at Travis around the Delta Donut then, halfway through this track. That's beautifully done, as you can well imagine it would be.
Nice little leap over the flying fin. And for the longest leap, there will be the Tornado Trophy, which has been donated by the RAF after the Tornado fighter jet flew over here about 5 years ago in sync with the RAF rally car underneath Chris Dakin in it.
I can't even imagine the logistics and the planning that would have gone into doing something like that. Martin Vidaga then back behind the wheel of this Rally 1 machinery car. I mean, it is amazing to see it with Martin behind the wheel. His experience here this weekend is going to be really telling, I think. You know, I'm sure he'll be glad to get back to calling the pace notes, but the freedom he must feel behind the wheel right now.
And the other thing is, look, he's pulling on the old handbrake there.
Oh, it's a beautiful turn around the donut this time.
It's coming out perfect trajectory to go on up the stage. That's what you want. Not too much fuss and bother, just get the nice pirouette around there, keeping the barrel on the inside. Nice job, Martin. Very, very good. He's only a little chap as well, isn't he?
Martin Vidaga then, our world champion co-driver, behind the wheel, and he caught up with Tony Jardine a little while ago.
Martin, first of all, a massive congratulations. You are world champion co-driver with Thierry. That was an epic year last year, was it not?
Yeah, it's something that we will never forget for sure, and it's nice to be here as well because the people remind me all the time, yeah, congratulations with the championship. It's already half a year ago now, so sometimes you forget about it, but it's nice to be remembered that we achieved the dream last year.
You did, and of course you broke the domination of Toyota as well.
Yeah, exactly, and this is what we try to do this year, but until now we are not that successful with our results, but I'm sure from now on we will turn the tide and we will get back much stronger now.
Nice podium on Safari.
Yeah, exactly. It was a really tough weekend, and if you can finish the race over there without too many problems, then normally you are on the podium. So this is what we try to do, yeah.
So we are amongst the fans, as you've pointed out, Goodwood Festival of Speed and this special stage here. We're not used to seeing rally co-drivers driving WRC1 cars. Sometimes we see drivers go co-driving, but there you were. And on your first run, I think you're a bit nervous. You stuttered a bit. What happened on that first run this morning?
It's not a surprise actually that I stalled the engine, because it's the really first time I drive this car. So I came here without any experience, so then I need to go on this super narrow and slippery stage. So yeah, I still need to search a little bit how everything is working, and I have really short legs, so the clutch is just a little bit too far for me actually. But yeah, I will try to manage better for the rest of the day.
Yeah, but you're getting quicker and quicker now.
Yeah, but not too quick. It's not my ambition. I just want to have fun, give a good experience to the co-drivers, and I don't want to be on the same level as drivers, because I cannot. I'm not that talented for that. But I just want to enjoy and embrace this opportunity, because it's maybe a once in a lifetime experience for me.
Do you do any Belgian rally driving back at home?
No, I only did Rally Legends in San Marino, like 45 minutes of driving 2 years ago. Also with Danny Sordo as my co-driver, so it was a funny story, but no, I have no experience and also no ambition to become a driver. So Thierry can sleep on his 2 years. I will not pick his place.
Estonia and Finland coming up, very fast rallies. Can you win them?
I think we have a good package. Yeah, we had a test last week on Monday, and the feeling was really good. Our start position is also not too bad for Estonia, so we try to get advantage of that. And yeah, I believe as a team we can perform very well.
Great, thanks for talking to us. Enjoy the ride.
Yeah, I will. You will see the smile all day.
He's a great guy, our world champion co-driver, Martijn Vierdager, who is here for pure enjoyment and has got quicker and far more confident and committed on the runs we've seen. Off the line now then, we have, of course, the Rally 2 car from Toyota, the GR Yaris Rally 2, which has been super successful since it came on the scene last season. So many people are in a waiting queue, in a holding pattern, wanting to have that car as part of their spectrum. Juha Kankinen is behind the wheel of it.
Martin Overington on the line in the Golden Wonder 6R4. Martin, who we think had a puncture yesterday. I saw the car up on axle stands very early this morning, so maybe some overnight repairs, but he's back out, and Guy Stevens alongside. And the Golden Wonder sponsorship evoking memories of Ken Wood. Ken campaigned several triumphs in the Scottish and some of the British Rally Championships down the years. Dolomite Sprint, Triumph TR7, the name, but a few of the big Rover SV1 as well.
Martin Overington, who also races. He's raced historic Formula Ones. He has a couple of historic Formula One cars, but he loves his Metro 6R4. And Ken Wood was a Scottish air traffic controller, but he was...
Yeah, no, that's a big job.
So it's a big job, and but he, great rally driver and enthusiastic as ever, and had some fantastic results as well. But you know, you see those schemes and you can't forget them. There's a certain one, Bex, that you talked about yesterday, which I remembered, which was a pink colour scheme on a Sierra Cosworth.
Yeah, the Pink Panther that Phil Collins drove.
Yeah. And I remember seeing it wedged on a bridge on one of the stages. The first stage is on Sunday, the RSC, and we're all sitting in the queue. What's happened? And the cameras showed us it perfectly wedged. I said afterwards to you know, what do you think of that? He said it was brilliant for our sponsors because we were on screen for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, brilliant, perfect. Absolutely.
Well, they did get back into the rally eventually.
Car number 56, Jord van der Putten now on the start line. Gary Lecadeau bringing the Toyota Celica up onto the start ramp. And we have a couple of Audis, a couple of 6R4s, a couple of Rally 4 cars making their way out. The big Rover SD1. You see the Raptor's possibly going to go again, as is the Toyota Hilux off-road car. Tony Waswick's bringing the Ferrari out to play again. So plenty to keep you entertained down through the forest as we head up towards lunch. And if you're thinking of heading up, come on up. The World Rally teams are here. There's plenty of trade stands, plenty of food, and plenty to see. The drivers are in a relaxed atmosphere at lunch. Get to talk to them.
I think now that we've had some of the Toyotas through, the Rally 1 through at the hands of Yari-Matti Latvala, I should update you a little with the way the timings are looking here this morning on the runs that we've seen so far from a number of drivers out there. And I would have thought, given that Yari-Matti had a good number of runs yesterday, and we've seen how incredible he's been behind the wheel, I thought he would pop into the lead. But as you can see on the screens here, it is still Mr. Pastrana who has the fastest time on the board. A 2:23.2 for Travis, Latvala with a 2:27.8, and Tom Williams completing the top three this morning with a 2:32.2. So Pastrana has been entertaining us incredibly with the exuberance, but also with the pace out there this morning.
That's not a bad time from Martin Weidegger either, is it? Look, 2 minutes 33.3. That's very good indeed. And we have a stall, I suspect, over exuberance, just trying to get round the barrel there at the bottom at Gamble's.
That's Cohen Donkers.
Yeah, Cohen Donkers, one of the Dutch brigade that are over. They have about 4 Quattros between them, between Group 4, the S1 here, and they also have a Lancia Delta as well, a Group A car that the Dutch crews are handling. But they're absolutely having a fantastic time. They did last year and the year before that. They've come back for more. And I know that those Dutch will be all out at the big ball tonight with all the music and the food and the fireworks. And they, last year, they went...
For those who don't know what the ball is, Tony, you've been there many times.
I'm going tonight as well.
Yeah, well, so what's it all about then?
Well, you have to queue up for your hot dog, you know, but it's on a silver plate.
It's a nice way, though, to celebrate everybody who has come here, made the effort to bring all the cars, to bring family, to bring whatever to Goodwood. They are celebrated on a Saturday night with the ball. Purely invite only, though.
Yes, of course. But the Dutch did celebrate last year, and they were very, very early hours of the morning. I think they got back to the campsite up here.
It was a very, very late start for them on Sunday.
Yes, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. And the Cohen Donkers there, look, getting out of line. And one of the things when I was down there looking at that was realizing you've got to centralize the car somehow, and you get off to one side or another and you really can be in trouble, because those grass banks as well have a little bit of an incline on them, and they're not kind to you unless you land on the shale.
Yeah, you need to be really careful, don't you? Certainly with the line you take, and he was a little bit too far over to the left there. I am pleased to say, though, that our remote camera, which is doing miraculous work out of the flying fin jump, is still very much intact and going. And he's only got another day and a half to keep going, that camera. Long may it continue. It's seen a lot of action this weekend. The Celica now then at the Delta Donut. Nice, beautiful slide around there. It was a drift.
Lovely control from Gary Lecoudou. He's won a lot of tarmac rallies in his time from the Channel Islands. And he's here just about every year with this fabulous car. Beautifully prepared, very, very enthusiastic about his rallying. He's very, very enthusiastic, isn't he, about the Festival of Speed Rally Stage?
Yeah, definitely. He has a Hyundai World Rally car in his garage as well. So we've seen Gary competing in many events down the years. Yari-Matti Latvala on the start line in the Rally 1 Toyota. So that will be down in stage very shortly. And plenty of action to bring you up to the launch hour. There you see the wonderful white canopies where the cars that we told you about come up at lunch. chat to the owners, chat to the drivers, have a look around, get some photographs taken, maybe get your program signed.
Oh, do we have a little bit of rear damage? Sorry to cut across you there. Have we got a little bit of bumper loose here? I think a little bit of wheel arch on the back of the Hyundai Rally 1 has been dislodged. We might have had a tussle with a banking. Yes, we have. It's the first battle scar for Martijn Vierdagen. I'm sure there'll be many. As we've seen with many people here this weekend, those bankings so easy. Banking so easy to tap. Zav, I know you like the front of this car when you're watching all the suspension, the turns and twists that we see it on this really narrow stage. It almost doesn't look as if it's going to fit into sections of it, does it?
No, but it's nice to see it's here. And this is Yari Kankinen and Sven Good about to leave the start line. And we can see quite a rarity now on the start line stage, in that it's the Fiat 131, the ex McErlean car, a very, very rare Fiat 131 in that it's the only one that exists in the world because it has the tall front end and rear turrets for travel suspension on the tougher WRC events. That will be with you shortly. Just listening to Yari Kankinen off the start line in the Rally 2 Yaris with Sven Good alongside. And as we said with Bex yesterday, some passengers have been treated to the ride of a lifetime over the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to be in the co-driving seat. If you're just a passenger princess out there enjoying the ride, you certainly are. It's the perfect day, and it's the kind of perfect length of stage to be able to do it on as well. There's a lot going on in this one. So you're getting a lot of different aspects, and we're seeing people's reactions across social media or here when they're just getting out of the cars, and the joy that they're feeling after being in alongside some of the best in the world. So we've got both Toyotas in the stage right now. We've got the GR Yaris Rally 1 and the Rally 2 car in the hands of the flying fins of Juha Kankinen and Yari-Matti Latvala.
That is Peter Gwynn with Eloise Newton-Smith off the start line in the Fiat 131, a car campaigned also by McErlean in the late 70s. Of course, carrying the Alitalia sponsorship from the Italian airline company. Back now, Yari-Matti Latvala.
Let's see what this kind of time will be on the board then. Yeah, still we have Travis as the fastest driver through as Yari-Matti Latvala completes. That run at 2:27.4. And Juha Kankinen avoiding the Delta Donut this time around with the agile Yaris Rally 2. There's about 80 of them right now out there in competition. And as we've mentioned on numerous times, a very big waiting list for the cars that are being hastily prepared, but lovingly prepared by the team.
Of course, Melvin Evans Motorsport, I think, has 3 of them. 2 of them in action today in the Nicky Grist stages. William Crichton, Marion Evans. They were very quick to make their way into British and Irish rallying, which was great to see from a spectator point of view, bearing in mind we don't have a round of the World Rally Championship. So, nice for Addy on a national basis.
And that is Juha Kankinen then, just completing the stage for us. Time of 2:43.3 for Juha.
Right, a Ferrari going rallying. That's pretty special. We've had an Aston Martin going rallying with Stefan Sarrazin, who is a Grand Prix driver, one-time Grand Prix driver. And Tony Worswick, you'll see coming around in that yellow Ferrari, the 308 GTB Group 4 Ferrari, which was very successful in the European Rally Championship. Alitalia colours of the national airline, as was the sponsor of the Works Fiat team, Marco Allen. Walter Rall, the driver at one stage, Walter, who's also driven, twice world champion, driven for Opel, and latterly seen him in Porsche 911 SCs. And then, well, we see this colour scheme. That's Tony Mason, the famous co-driver who won the RAC Rally with Roger Clark in these colours, in this car. So we have these legendary colours. We have the legends in history made their mark on big rallies such as the RAC Rally, which first started in 1932, believe it or not.
Wow.
Yeah, when they had to go down the prom at Blackpool and do little regularities between the sort of bollards, and at one point they had to do a reversing test behind a man with a flag before they went. And it wasn't until the late 50s, early 60s they started to go in the forests, and then it developed into forest rally off the main roads, and the roads just became link roads, and then you went into the forests as we see now. So from 1932 onwards, you know, the UK has a huge history, you know, in rallying for certain, and events like the Tour of Britain, which were special stages, and then onto race circuits where a lot of the manufacturers got involved with their Group N products, their production car classes, and this is one of the ones, and Roger Clark entered in those. Jimmy McRae drove in them, and there's the Ferrari. There's Tony Worswick, an engineer. He's also driven historic Formula Ones and won various championships in Formula One as well. But just a great noise from the Ferrari engine. The Ferrari engine, which would have been in the back of the Stratos as well.
Yes, that's right. I mean, yeah, we heard the sound, didn't we, off the line just moments ago before they plunged into here. But it is an unusual car to see rallying. You mentioned that right at the top. You don't associate the name Ferrari with rallying at all.
Tarmac every now and again, very rare, but not on the loose. You know, see the Ferraris on the loose like this, it's really not built for it. Unless, of course, you are a Stratos and you built for it, or you're a Lancia 037 and you built for it. But the Aston Martin went tarmac rallying in France, predominantly.
And that Ferrari then making its way now, closing sector of the Forest Rally Stage as it makes its way up. Get a time on the board for that very shortly. Welcome along then, everyone, to what is now the third day here at Goodwood at the Forest Rally Stage. We're approaching 12:20 in the afternoon. We should be taking a break at around about 1 o'clock. Where everyone can just rehydrate, refuel in more ways than one before the afternoon sessions resume. And of course, the shootout is part of that. If you are just arriving into the rally service area here, there's plenty on offer for you to go and see. Obviously, in terms of the cars that you could go and have a look at, there's a lot of history behind each and every single car here. And you can just bowl on up to the drivers and ask about that, have a chat with people. It's the great part of our sport, is that it's so accessible, and none more so than at Goodwood here this weekend. And there's plenty of refreshments as well. You've got to keep hydrated today. It is blisteringly hot. We're loving the heat wave right now. No one's allowed to complain because we'll have winter very shortly. So we're loving the sun, but please make sure you got your factor 50 on if you're a ginger like me, and keep the water flowing.
Don't mention winter. Don't mention winter.
Yeah, it's not too far away. There's already people moaning, oh, it's too hot to sleep. Forget it. Think about November and then we'll all be miserable. So let's just love the season that we're in right now.
100%, 100%. Marcel Ludwig on the line in the Audi Quattro.
And we did see the Ypsilon as well head into the stage, didn't we?
Yeah.
And just plunged in with Pat and Noel Horan a little bit earlier on, and it is fantastic to see that rally for Lancia Ypsilon. You're talking about manufacturers. I'm just saying, you know, Ferrari, not a name that you really associate with the word of rallying. Lancia is, and we're really hoping, Tony and I have been saying this multiple times during the weekend, in the hope that it's going to happen, Tony, that Lancia think, okay, yeah, Rally 4, that's great for our base, and now we're going to build on that and create some more cars, because it would be fantastic to see them come right back into the top level of rallying.
I'm sure they're tuning in Turin. They're listening
They must
to
be
your
right
words.
now.
I'm thinking,
hold on, let me dig out some of my Italian phrases. Putting myself on the spot.
piano,
Gelato.
Sì, sicuro. But, well, there it is, and if that is the basis of them, the platform for them coming back in, then so much the better, because Rally 4, and they're also in the ERC. A couple of the drivers using them quite effectively in the ERC. It's a great little package and a great entrance to them back onto the World Rally stage. And Pat Horan in the toe-tip colours, one of the works Lancias. Fabrizio Tabaton in particular had the toe-tip colours, toe-tip colours on his Lancias, and he was a European Rally champion using those colours, that livery. And there's the livery of the United States, Subaru. It's Travis Pastrana, who, as Bex showed us just before, has actually got the fastest time overall. Ignore the shootout for a minute. We're looking at all the times across the board, and Travis Pastrana is the quickest.
Today, he certainly is. At the moment, 2:23.2 is the time to beat out there. And
nicely done.
It is a very nice
good.
donut, Zav, you're right.
Marcel Ludwig.
It's very much drift style, wasn't it? It's just plant the car, set it up, drift the back end out, around the donut, and off you go. Making it look really easy, and it isn't.
Now, one of the earlier Quattros, this is the A2. Look at the big oil cooler there underneath the rear wing. The four-wheel drive based on the Ferguson system, which was a Ferguson four-wheel drive Formula One car, believe it or not, when Sterling Moss won the Gold Cup at Alton Park in 1961. And that system was taken and further developed by Audi and used as part of that car and the drive. Vorsprung, durch, Technique, etc. But all built in and engineered into these incredible 5-cylinder 2.1cc cars with a very distinctive engine note, Zav.
Yeah, and this is in the colours of John Bosch. John Bosch, who would have campaigned the European Rally Championship several years. And although essentially a privateer, was basically running ex-works cars. The Quattro is a good example, a couple of ex-Pro Drive BMW M3s. And John did reasonably well in the European Championship in the days when they had got rid of the coefficient events. That was when you could have had 300 or 400 events that counted for the European Rally Championship, and they had what were called coefficients. So you had coefficient 1, 2, 3 and 4 events, the difficult events, coefficient 4, a bit like the Manx and Apes, for example. As we cut back to this is John Armstrong and Bruno Thierry. Yep.
John Armstrong. Have helmet will travel. He's been looking for rides.
He has. I mean, we've seen him behind the wheel of the McRae Escort, but I bumped into him yesterday in the service area, and he was just wandering around with his helmet bag, with helmet complete, looking to see if he could jump into any of the cars out there.
Yeah, and when I spoke to Ian Gwynn on Thursday, he said, well, I know he's here today. I'm not sure about the other days, but he has been here and been out, and impressive when he has.
Yeah, we're going to try and get John up here for a bit of a chat later on this afternoon about his experiences here in Goodwood, but also his experiences in the European Rally Championship in the past few years. He scooped the ERC3 Championship trophy a couple of years ago, but it's been the big step up to full seasons of Rally 2 for him, and he got on the podium last year for the first time in ERC.
On the start ramp now, David Wright with Stephen Martin alongside. Stephen, brother of Sean, up at the International Rally Drivers Club here at the top of the paddock. And we have Rob Whitehouse on the start line in the Lancia Delta Integrale. And Warren Phillips-Skirk will be coming out shortly in his 6R4. We listen to the Lancia build-up revs and leave the start line. Cut back now to Travis Pastrana.
He's been really setting the form out there this morning, hasn't he?
He has. Going to be interested to see what David Wright does. This is David's first time out today, is it?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him so far. And he's been on impressive forms out this weekend.
He has, and Tony had a really good interview with him yesterday. David, who also has an ex-Carlos Sainz Ford Focus World Rally WRC01 in his garage. Like a lot of the drivers here, has maybe just more than one car at their disposal. Great shot there. If you're interested in all the Metro 6R4s on display, so if you are in the forest, come up and join us at lunchtime. There is plenty to see and do, and it's a time when you can chat to the drivers, have a look at the cars, get some photographs. We were in early this morning, Bex, and I managed to see photographers here taking photos of the car at 20 to 7, and I thought, my goodness me, you're keen.
Well, you two were keen. You had lots of work to do, clearly.
Yes, but we didn't have a late night like some people, did we?
Oh, steady, here we go.
You know, did you have the trousers on, or were you the jock and a frock?
Jock and a frock is tonight.
Oh, right, okay.
The kilt will be out at the ball.
No, it won't actually. I'm on my trews tonight.
I wonder, did David Galanders get home safely last night?
Who knows? He drove all the way down and drove all the way back in the same day.
Yeah,
he did, and he had a passenger ride with Elvin Evans yesterday, and he was he alongside Josh McErlean as well? I can't quite remember, but certainly he was alongside Elvin Evans, and when I spoke to him after it, he said it was well worth the journey. It completely beat all expectations of what he thought he would feel in a Rally 1 car.
I'll tell you what, David Galanders was some pilot. And he is somebody that could have gone to the very, very top. He was a very competitive, if you like, clubman driver, and I mean that in a nice way. He always had the best machinery, but I don't think he had any real desire to be a factory driver, but he was a very talented man.
Yeah, you used the words no desire there. The interview that Tony did earlier on with Martin Vidal, it was really interesting to hear him say, you know, there's absolutely no desire from me to get behind the wheel. Thierry can rest easy. I think he used the phrase he can sleep on both ears, which I loved. You know, he has absolutely no desire to be jumping behind the wheel of a rally car anytime soon. This is just for fun that Martin Vidal is competing here today. And this is Aoife Raftery, who is waiting to head into the stage. We're seeing Aoife in multiple different forms this year, competing in the European Championship in the junior sector, in the junior ERC. And also she's competing in America.
And that was Aoife off the start line, as we see Rob Whitehouse now over the finish line and up to the big finish post opposite our commentary position. You can see our commentary position to the left-hand side of the picture there, the big building on the left, and of course the canopies that Tony was talking about where all the cars are undercover. But a great shot of the service area paddock that we have at our disposal here, and of course all the Metro 6R4s just in the front left-hand corner there. Again, celebrating 40 years of the Metro 6R4 and its entry into the World Championship back in 1985, as we cut to David Wright with Stephen Martin alongside, and he is going to miss the barrel at Delta.
Yeah, there's quite a few people, isn't there? You know, we need to take that into kind of account with some of the times that we're seeing on the board. Some drivers are taking in the donut not just once, sometimes even twice as well. You know, they're here for fun. They're getting the absolute most out of this stage. Some are completely bypassing the donut, as we've seen here.
Interesting to watch the way David brakes in the Fiesta. He was explaining to Tony yesterday, you need to be very aggressive to get the brakes to bite and get the grip to slow down. So the car looks like it's bucking and bronking, but it's a means of keeping the speed through the corner, just like now. Sets it up and out over the finish line. So David Wright's time.
I've got a 2:31 for him.
Not too bad at all, quite respectable. Aoife Raftery now.
So the Ford Fiesta Rally 3 that we're seeing Aoife in here. In competition mode in the ERC, she is rallying a Peugeot 208 Rally 4 two-wheel drive car. It's a very different machinery, and when she's over in America, it's a Subaru WRX STI that she's behind the wheel of. So she's getting a myriad of opportunities in different cars this year. Skirting a little bit close there, but perfectly formed to the hay bale and around the donut for Aoife. We've seen her here now for the past couple of years. Yeah, just that rear bumper is starting to, it's got a little bit loose, isn't it? You're starting to see it just flap around. I'm really keen to see how far Aoife can take it, because she is certainly putting the miles under her belt this year. She's come incredibly close to getting on the podium in the junior category in the European Rally Championship. Hopefully that is not too far away for the Galway girl. Tony Jardine caught up with Aoife a little bit earlier on today.
Aoife Raftery, here you are between the United States of America and ERC. Congratulations on your 4th place in Hungary on this side of the water.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to be back here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. But yeah, very busy year between America and between here in Europe. Fantastic opportunity and loving the experience. And it's all about the seat time, and that's what we're working on this year.
So it's a great campaign with Dirtfish for women in the United States of America. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so myself and Josie Rimmer, who's head of the Dirtfish Women in Motorsport program, we're working together. We had the summit in May. Claire Williams and Leah Block. It was a fantastic event. So many people tuned into it. But yeah, it's about promoting women in motorsport and trying to encourage the next generation to get involved. So it's a pleasure to get to work with Dirtfish and Josie and the team. And yeah, it's just trying to keep promoting it and building on it.
Big difference between European rallying and American rallying?
Yeah, look, there is differences. It's great, you know, competing in the European Championship. We've got the highest level in the Rally 4s, racing against the guys in that. It's an extremely high competition, great drivers, and it allows me to come on as a driver as well. And then you go to America, and the passion there is just as big, and you know the crowds there is insane, and you've got great competition over there too. And I suppose Subaru's more of a household name over there, so a big difference in the cars. But I think we're seeing some more FIA cars getting involved in American rallying, and hopefully we'll see that build as well. But yeah, it's great, you know. Everybody's still rallying for all the same reason behind it all, so it's quite nice to be able to meet people on both sides of the world and get that experience.
What I didn't realise about you, and Bex Williams told me about you, you could have been a professional footballer. You were going to be a footballer. Tell us why you chose not to.
It actually probably wasn't more of a choice. I had a couple of operations and I couldn't, if I went back it was going to happen again, so I pulled the pin on it and I had stopped for a little while. And didn't know what I was going to do. Of course, I was always going to rallies and involved in motorsport from a young age, but I didn't see myself driving. And then I did an event co-driving, and when I sat on that side of the car, I looked at the driver and said I could give that a go.
But you're from an Irish rally family, so they probably put you right.
Yeah, they put me right, but no, very lucky. I used to go, my brother used to rally, and I used to watch all of his events when I was coming up, and he would have done the British Rally Championship, and I would have been at all the rallies, but so yeah, I'm very lucky that I had this step in the door to get here. But
and you've been quick on the stage here at Goodwood. Are you still enjoying it?
Yeah, great stage. Really enjoying it. Enjoying the car as well. So it's all good fun and meeting plenty of people.
Aoife, great to talk to you.
And you too. Thank you.
Aoife Raftery there, great chat with Tony, and we look forward to seeing what she can do. And I like what she mentioned there, Zav, about the fact that, you know, we've got a great lineup of drivers in the junior ERC, and they are really pushing her to push herself even more, because the rivals are strong there.
Yeah, and we've seen it with for me anyways, with some of the Irish drivers, simply because that's where I see a lot of my rallying. Marty McCormick, Dave Moynihan went to Europe in the DS3 and the Citroen, and that level of intense, very close competition made them get better. Josh Moffat, for example, Sam Moffat went to Europe. did some of the ERC events. So I understand what Aoife means there. And the thing is, that level of competition that drives them on to become better, she takes that into America and she becomes a better finisher in the American Championship too. And it's a different kind of rallying, but it is just as intense competitively.
It is. To give you an example, in the junior ERC right now, it's Kalle Karlberg, Swedish driver, who's leading the way. Welsh driver Johan Lloyd is in second. Estonian driver Jasper Varha third. We've got Spanish driver Sergei Perez in fourth. And it's a very international field, obviously, upper European level. And these drivers are incredibly strong. So they are really pushing her. She's pushing herself. And more power to you, Aoife Raftery. We're looking forward to seeing what you're going to do over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and it'll do her the power of good. It really will. And of course, Johan Lloyd, I mean, he's equally impressive. He was here last year, I think it was with Chris Ingram and somebody else filming something. But we saw, was it for WRC or one of the game companies possibly? But Johan Lloyd was here and equally impressive as well on the stage. A stage you'd never seen, never put a foot wrong.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it? You know, you were seeing drivers head out here for the first time, and it is a tricky, demanding little stage. And like you said, Johan Lloyd made the best of it last year, certainly.
Yeah, very impressive. I was kind of disappointed he wasn't here this weekend because I thought they might invite him back, but that'll come. This time will come for definite. The big Audi Quattro S1 right down through Delta, back up to Gambles now in Dakar with Peter van der Putten and Mario van der Hayden in the passenger seat. One of the big Benelux contingent that are here in various models and makes of Audis, A1, A2, Group 4, S1, the Dakar, the big Dakar cars. Tony Worswick's Ferrari is 308, GTB is on the start ramp now. The Subaru Legacy that Max McRae mentioned finished third in Sweden. That's on the start line. That's coming your way soon. A couple of Audis for you. A Ford Escort Cosworth and maybe another Audi 1 or 2 as we sort of amble our way up towards the lunch half hour.
Amble's a good word for it. We saw a bit of drama just before the lunch hour yesterday, though, didn't we, with one of the Audis beached out in the forest?
Yeah, we didn't think it was going to come out for some time, but I nipped out for a little health break. By the time I came back, we were back and running. And it got out very quickly, but there was only one wheel touching the ground, perched upon a rock, as we see the Audi S1 just run a little bit wide.
Yeah, run a little bit wide, just a couple of wheels up onto the banking. Nothing to be concerned about, though.
I wonder how the marshal's hand is after yesterday. We saw the Porsche run on there yesterday. He went to push it, put his hand on the exhaust.
I think that was Thursday's Av, wasn't it? Oh, mind you,
Thursday?
I think it was. I think it was the opening day.
Maybe that's why he wasn't here yesterday.
Yeah, every element of the car gets incredibly hot out there, the exhaust being one of them. Unfortunately, Marshall came into close contact with one.
And if anybody wonders why, because on the Ferrari 308, it's quite a low-slung car. If anybody's wondered why you can see Funchal on the roof, well, that is the main capital town of the island of Madeira. And that is where the rally is based, along the quayside there. If you've ever been, it is a superb event. And that's a superb noise of the Ferrari leaving the start line. See now from our drone shot, there he is, Tony Worswick, alongside David Blackburn. This time is getting a passenger ride. And down onto the trees towards Hopkirk, Clark, Burns, Chirini, all the names of rally-related activities, people. That's the corners here on the stage.
You know, I love the history behind the stage, the fact that Hannu Mikkola designed this, and it was a lovely question yesterday when Malcolm put it to, I think it was Malcolm Wilson, are you seeing any of Hannu in the stage? Or he might have asked her of David Richards. But it's a beautiful that's that link back to the late great Hannu Mikkola, and the fact that every single area, every single sector of this stage has a worthy rally name behind it, Zav.
Yeah, and names that people will recognise no matter what age you are. I mean, I'm sure 90% of people have heard it. Hopkirk, Paddy Hopkirk, Roger Clark, and of course Richard Burns, Colin McRae, and for the aficionados, the likes of Kielder up in the north of England, the largest man-made forest in Europe. And then, of course, everybody knows about Flying Finn, Dakar. So, yeah, possibly with the exception of Salmon Roll, but Tony has told us a couple of times how Salmon Roll got its name when the Duke of Richmond was present with one accident damage Land Rover Discovery some years ago. So John Armstrong in the Subaru with Rory McLeod alongside. Rory himself, a competent driver here with his dad Callum in the Impreza 555. Nissan F2 is on the start line now as well. It looks as though Ewa Kankinen is about to go out with Chelsea Woods in the passenger seat. Juha on the start ramp. As we see Tony make his way down to Delta, a little bit more sedate round the barrel this time.
Yeah, it was a very tentative approach to the barrel before he put his foot to the floor to get him round in the donut. But doing it doubly, he's doing it properly. It's a double donut down at Delta, and the Ferrari has completed both of those.
Very famous car in British rallying at the time, because just nobody, with the exception of Michelotto in Italy, ran 308 or 328 in rallying. It wasn't really a car that was suitable for rallying on tarmac in England or in Ireland, for example. But Tony did a lot of work in terms of suspension, but a lot of the Michelotti cars just stayed in Italy or Spain, where tarmac events were a lot smoother and not as demanding and needing as much suspension travel as you do over here.
It is certainly a beautiful car to look at as we watch it now in the closing sector of stage. The Ferrari, and over the flying fin jump.
Nicely done.
But it is a wide beast. It is taking up most of the road here.
A little bit slower now.
Yeah, very slow actually.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, looks like the Ferrari might be coming to a stop here. We're not far past the flying fin jump. Oh, hold on, we're coming back up to pace again. That's good.
That could actually be what Tony was alluding to with Steve Ward in the Alpine. That could, in this heat, that could actually be fuel starvation, and then picks up and away you go and get going again. Because in our commentary box here, we're getting a nice breeze through the door, and it's only when we walk outside you actually realise the heat that is out there for all you lovely spectators. So we've seen a couple of cars suffering with cooling issues earlier on this morning, and the fact that they're overheating on the start line. So Yari-Matti Latvala now down onto the start line in his own Toyota Celica, carrying the black and silver colours of Toyota Gazoo Racing. Matthew Cathcart is now on the start ramp in one of the very early versions of the Ford Escort Cosworth.
Yeah, we're looking at the Yari-Matti car right now, the Celica. He's competing in the European Historic Championship this year, as well as, of course, doing double duty as team principal of Toyota Gazoo Racing. Sharing that, though, with Juha Kankinen, who is deputy team principal this year, so on the events that Yari-Matti is not around when he is competing. It is Juha Kankinen who is stepping into the breach, and we have loved Juha's stories when we go and interview him on event, when he's part of Meet the Crew sessions at the end of the day. He regales us with tales of the old days, and you could be there for hours with him. He's such a great talker. But Yari-Matti certainly has a busy season. That Celica, a bit of a pride and joy. Yari-Matti has his own car collection at home, the Yari-Matti Museum. And what we've noticed from Yari-Matti over the course of the past 2 days when he's been competing in this car, you know, when he's in full competition mode, he does a warm-up session with his hands, he closes his eyes, he does a little bit of deep breathing. He's actually been doing the same here, even though it's the fun runs and he's enjoying himself out there, and it's, you know, it's not timed, it's all free and easy. He's still been going through that same procedure.
Yeah, it's nice to see, you know, old habits die hard, and routines can play a massive part in mentally tuning in as we hear the revs rise, and the Celica on the start line has just gone. So that's going to be with you very, very shortly. Matthew Cathcart now in the Ford Escort Cosworth down onto the start line. A couple of Audis coming your way. I can see the Ford Puma Rally 1 is in the start queue. And, wait and see who the lucky passenger is for this one. But again, I can't stress enough, if you're in the forest, make your way up, come on up, because the crews will be here during lunch. You'll get a look at the cars, you'll get an autograph or two or a photograph or two, and everyone happy and more relaxed, and there's time to spend with spectators during the lunch break, which allows us to change round our team of marshals.
It does indeed. Juha Kankinen then completes in the Rally 2 car. 162 starts at WRC level for Juha Kankinen. Total of 23 victories under his belt. And of course, all important, the 4 World Championship titles that Kankinen collected in 93, 91, 87 and 86.
Martin Vidaga now on the start line with Elliot Bernard alongside. Of course, we saw Martin earlier on, first run this morning, definitely a sign of nerves, but has picked up the pace and has been really, really impressive, considering he doesn't want to be a driver.
Well, let's have a look at Yari-Matti through the Delta Donut, drifting around the donut. Nicely done with the Celica.
Of course, Yari-Matti yesterday suffered with a couple of punctures on the front right-hand wheel on some of the runs yesterday. And I hate to say this, but I have a thingy as another puncture on the front right.
I think you might be right, Zav. We'll get a little look at it.
Yeah, just
but yeah,
there.
I think it's just under pressure there.
It has just rolled off the rim. That's the problem.
It's just off the rim. That's exactly right.
He needs to get better tire sealant. So he does. Get the side of the wheel to stick to the rim properly.
Yeah, and it's just that the angle he's come in at with that speed, and it is a tyre off the rim for Yari-Matti as he creeps now towards the end of the stage. Coming up to almost 10 to 1 in the afternoon here. I'm sure we're going to see the last runs before the lunch break begins.
Well, I'll tell you what, Martin Vidaga is not afraid to give the Hyundai beans off the start line, that's for sure.
We've just heard that from our commentary position, and it was quite something. Yeah, Martin was obviously on his first run this morning, was just getting used to the car. It did stall on the start line, but he has certainly built up a huge amount of confidence since first thing this morning.
No, it's good to see. Good to see. Matthew Cathcart now out of Flying Finn. This car was used by Jose Bardalet in Spain, and Ford Motorsport ensured it was back in the UK in less than a week to appear at the motor show. Of course, at that time, Ford were operating still out of the old Boreham airfield, distinguished by one small road sign up a lane that only certain people knew when you went to Essex, before the whole operation then moved under the control of Malcolm Wilson and led to the creation and expanse of the wonderful facility at Dovenby Hall in Cumbria.
Yeah, which has just grown and grown over the years now and is at its biggest point ever. They built a test track a couple of years ago up there, which is something very special. And there is Martin Vidaga coming into sight and heading around the donut, and beautifully done. And it is a double donut from Vidaga. He's just showing off now, isn't he? First attempt this morning, he wasn't quite sure, and now he's got it absolutely spot on. Perfection from Martin there.
$2, please.
I love it. When you spoke to him, he said, you know, I'm not here for timed runs. I'm not here to make Thierry Neuville shudder in his boots. I'm here for fun, and I'm here to put a smile on the face of everyone that's jumping in alongside. And that's what this weekend is all about.
He's impressive. He really is impressive. His use of the handbrake as well. Look at this. Tremendous. Easy to get this wrong.
So easy.
It's so easy. The wrong application of throttle and just shaving the hay bale there on the outside beautifully, and a nice fly.
That's probably the biggest bit of air we've seen throughout the weekend, you know.
A long distance as well.
No,
long distance.
Seriously impressive. When we think how we looked at Liam Lawson when he was here on Thursday with Josh McErlean in the Ford Puma, I mean, I think this is right up there, definitely. And I would like to be offering odds that he might do Eeps next year himself. Look at that air.
Well, he might take the Tornado Trophy at this rate.
Yeah, he may well do. Now, that would be something, wouldn't it, if he did win that? He walks away from Goodwood with the trophy. That definitely would be something to write home about.
Yeah.
Okay, then we are looking at some aerial shots here of...
We've got a really cool little thing there.
We are looking at some aerial shots of the service area. So many people out here.
You can go in now, they're really...
And you can look at the top of the picture there and see the Hilux, the Red Bull Toyota. That is going to be rattling its way down the stage very shortly. And if you haven't seen this or heard this, just hold on for a few minutes, because it really is going to be spectacular. To the left of that are the big rectangular boxes. That's rally control and our commentary box. But you can see the white canopies on the right-hand side, and that's where the cars remain where they are when they're not on the stage. You can see the paddock and service area is actually rather busy. Quite a lot of people here. Back now with car number 81, Andy Trainer and Tanya Short in the Audi Quattro. The big Toyota Hilux now makes its way onto the start line. So that is coming your way.
Andy Trainer and Tanya Short, she's co-driving. This car originated with AM cars, but it was developed into historic Group 4 Motorsport by Andy Trainer and Tim Clark together. And they're all here together, and they've been here for the last 7/8 years of this event. Nice jump there from the Audi Quattro. Look at that cluster of lights on the front as well. That is in full, true rally spec. All those lights will be blasting through the forest in the night stages, trying to illuminate whatever they could through the trees and into the dark. You have to be very careful about setting up your lights, especially the lights on the corners when you're going around the hairpins, so you still get illumination on the inside and the outside of the corner. And those big fog lights in the middle that go straight ahead, pierce through the gloom as far and as long as they can. Dakar.
I'm just going to stay quiet here. I just want to hear they teased us there then with a bit of push of the throttle. But the sound of these Dakar cars, the Hilux is what we're looking at right now, off the start line are quite incredible. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of silence as soon as we're about to go on it, so you can hear the incredible sound of these cars as they leave the line. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
It is. And it says power, doesn't it?
It does say power.
The resonance, that real throaty sound, it says we mean business. And they do, of course. On those long endurance cross-country events, the FIA World Championship, which includes Dakar, and early World Championships in 1980, 81, with the Audi Quattro, the A1 and then the A2. Roland Gumpert was the engineer responsible for developing those early cars, and nobody thought they would win. A lot of the opposition to Audi, including Ford, thought, now they're too big, too cumbersome, too heavy. It's never going to work, but it did work. And then everyone had to catch up, go four-wheel drive, turbocharged, and into the Group B era. After that, this was Group 4, of course, prior to Group B.
Of course, there was all that kerfuffle, wasn't there, in Africa, when the car got destroyed in an accident, reappeared mysteriously as though nothing had happened, and it was a wrecking car. was a hoo-ha over that, wasn't there?
Which one? Are you talking about the Yari-Matti Peugeot, or are you talking about the Audi? Yeah.
Audi.
Okay. Because Ari's car was stolen.
Yeah.
His Peugeot on Dakar. How'd you steal a car in the middle of the desert? Well, I don't know.
Well, someone managed to do it.
It happened, yeah. Look, that bannering there is hanging off. Has someone clipped that? Yeah, probably, highly likely. This is a big beastie to take around in the 360 there. That's beautifully executed by Seth Quintero.
Yeah, Seth had absolutely no drama whatsoever, though, throwing that around. That was artful.
You know what? I'd love to borrow that, put 2 shopping baskets in the back of it, and pull them outside my local Tesco's, because I'd have no problem parking.
But this is what I love. So, okay, we're seeing this kind of out of its usual, it's out of its comfort zone here on an actual rally stage. But I love it when we see rally cars, certainly on the World Championship, when you see them going through small little villages, winding their way through. Rally cars kind of out of context, not in the middle of nowhere on gravel stages, but in small villages. I think it looks just fascinating. You're really taking rally to the people. Some of my favourite images to actually see.
Well, you're absolutely right there, Bex, in terms of the fact it is out of its environment. You'd be more at home seeing this beastie here leaping from June to June.
We should take it down to the beach. It's not far away, right, is it?
No, it isn't, no. No, it is not far away at all. But, yeah, it operates on very rough terrain in the sand, and sometimes when they come out in the Middle East stages as well, they come across the desert and then up into the rocky ridges where there's these stony paths up there. So there is a variety of surfaces that they have to tackle. But as you can see, it is built for war in the desert, is built for really challenging terrain.
It is, but you also see them climbing almost vertically sometimes. That's quite incredible how they're digging in and getting traction.
It certainly is. That's Alataya, who has driven for Toyota. He's the expert, he's the master. Dakar, Middle East Rally Championship, and of course he was in the WRC for quite a long time, as well as going into cross-country FIA, where he is great. And of course it's about the experience, especially in the desert.
What did you call, do you remember the off-road race that came here about 8 or 9 years ago? Billy Bob, was it Sandra Bullock's husband?
Yeah.
He came up, did a couple of laps at the stage, but then started the stage Bex, and by the time he got to Delta, decided he was heading on down and out over. Drove over the middle of this, over the
wow.
Yeah, carried on going, all the way down the hill.
Crazy guy.
Absolutely amazing.
We've seen some incredible action over the morning sessions this morning. We're going to take a look back at some of the highlights so far. Aoife Raftery has done a number of runs in the Ford Fiesta Rally 3, a girl that is getting a huge amount of seat time in the European Rally Championship this year and competing in America as part of the Women in Motorsport Dirtfish program. Again, we've been treated to Dakar delights with a Toyota Hilux showing us how to do a donut. Absolutely no problems for them, and right at the upper echelon of the sport in the WRC, the Rally 1 machinery in the hands of Yari-Matti, Latvala, a Toyota driver, and of course team principal very much on form this morning. But it's not just been the contemporary rally cars. We've seen the Ferrari take to the stage, perfectly maneuvering around the Delta Donut. Almost. Martin Vidaga has been behind the wheel of the Rally 1 car. He is our world champion co-driver from Hyundai, usually reading notes to Thierry Neuville, but instead he's stolen the car this weekend and is having a bit of a crack for fun behind the wheel. Doing a great job out there so far, building up all the confidence and the commitment. Few interesting jumps over the flying fin, a little bit far to the left here. almost taking out our remote camera, but not quite. Nothing's gonna get that boy. He's hanging on to the bitter end, our remote flying fin camera.
I reckon he's got his own legs and he's just dodging at the last minute. Great aerial shot.
It is, and it's busy up here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very busy, but it's a great view, and in the background you can see the horse racing track on the downs, and it goes down the downs and back up the other side. That's a fantastic facility as well, all part of this wonderful Goodwood estate. And there's the Group A Lancia Delta. Mickey Biazion, sorry, twice world champion. And he flourished when it went to Group A, because Lancia were ready for Group A when Group B went. Not many of the others were ready.
Yeah, and he was in with us 2 years ago himself, and Ari Vatland came in. Great half hour spent with him.
Yeah, quite a character.
Yeah.
Didier Auriol, another great world champion, Frenchman.
Also a car that Ewa Kankinen drove as part of that quadruple of versions of the World Championship that he was part of.
Juha somehow managed to survive the politics of Lancia, but in the end it got to him. He walked out and then he went to Toyota. Get me out of here. And Ovi Anderson took him back.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when you need somebody with talent, and the talent's there, you'll talk, you know.
Seth Quintero coming through the stage. A huge amount of dust, as you'd expect behind this monster of a machine. But given its size, given its weight, the stage looks in relatively good condition. We'd have to check with the drivers first hand, of course. And the bomb hole, the Blomqvist bomb hole, seems to be holding up as well, which was through Quattro and out through Blomqvist, which was catching out a lot of the drivers yesterday and giving them quite a difficult ride and giving punctures to some drivers like Martin Overington. So that was repaired overnight.
It was repaired.
Concrete patch showing. So that's good and great from the team here. And now he's bashed into the straw bales. Just a mistake right at the end and torn up the bodywork. It just shows you those big bales are just like hitting concrete. And they're like the barrier. Let's see again. Have a look at this. Bosh! Right onto the outside, up onto its haunches, flicking the rear end round as the bodywork is ripped from the back. Doubt if there'll be any mechanical damage, but cosmetically, yes, Seth, there is a little bit wagging behind you.
Yeah, but it's so easily done, as you could just see there, that slippy area.
Yep.
And is the Marshall retrieving something? Yeah, a little bit of car which has been left behind by the Hilux. Now safely out of the stage. We've seen that on a few occasions during the weekend. He's taken heed of our warnings of hydration.
Yep.
Now we still have cars within the stage ahead of what will be the break, which is coming up.
Yes, the Audi Quattro. That's the A2 version. 6 spotlights on the front. And then that familiar, the Audi rings there on the radiator. Those relatively small headlamps. The Evolution 2, if we can call it that, of the Audi Quattro. As they kept developing that car and it kept on winning. And Michel Mouton won in one of those cars too.
Michel Mouton, who's an absolute hero of mine and many people out there. We talked about it yesterday. It wasn't just her driving skills and prowess. She's a winner of 4 WRC events, and there's been no female driver that has been able to accomplish that since. We're really hoping that there will be in the future, but her attitude behind the wheel, her attitude though, her personality, which really drove her. And, you know, she took no rubbish from anyone. She was a very straight and direct woman. I'm very happy to be able to call her a friend. And honestly, every single day, she is an inspiration.
She was brilliant,
And
absolutely
she's
brilliant.
so much back to the sport, Tony, because she could have, with her success, called it a day and never step foot on a rally stage again. But very much she gave back to it, and she worked tirelessly for the FIA in terms of safety. She was our safety delegate on WRC events right up until last year. She's still involved with the FIA, and still we see her on events. She's still giving back to the sport that she loves so much.
Walter Röhrl was one of her greatest critics, and he ate humble pie eventually. Did he not apologise to her?
I hosted,
Oh, well
actually,
done.
at Rally Portugal 2 years ago now, the 50th celebration of WRC, and he sat next to Michelle Mouton and actually apologised to her for the strife he caused her back in the day. So there we go. Okay, all that chat this morning, all the action, it's been fantastic to see, but now it is time for a break. We'll see you when the action resumes.
With some World Rally stars and a world famous star who are still some world rallying. Travis Pastrana, Greg Munster, Danny Sordo and Martin Wiedager, who is job swapping today, which we're going to find out a little bit about. But Greg, we'll start with you because you're pretty new up here. You've only done a couple of, I don't know, have you done any runs? No, you've done no runs. Right. What is your impression and thoughts of Goodwood then?
Yeah, I mean the atmosphere is great, loads of people. Also, it's quite nice to switch from the hill to the rally stage. I've not done it yet, but I've been spectating last year in the stage, so yeah, I just want to go for it.
I know you're a bit of a car buff. You've got lots of like Porsches at home and different cars. Down the bottom, I'm sure you're going to find some time to walk around and have a look.
I don't know what they gave. Yeah, for sure. Till now I didn't have time, but at some point I will, and for sure I will go take a look at all the cars already up the hill, just you know, checking all the cars when you're finishing there. So yeah, just so good to have so many different cars and all the enthusiast people here.
Okay, now Danny, you're another one who's literally, I think, just arrived, haven't you? You did the run up the hill this morning?
Yeah, I've been only one time, and I have a look a little bit the cars, and it's a lot of people. It's so nice event, honestly. I enjoy a lot.
Okay, I'm going to come back to it because when we get introduced with everybody, I think they're going to ask each other questions because I have heard something. Travis, when we were just waiting down there, you and Martin were talking. Martin is a co-driver, world champion co-driver. He's driving the next 2 days. Any tips? Because I just heard you say that your rear spoiler's a little bit damaged from brushing something?
No, I was just saying you can make up a few tenths if you just kind of use the walls a little bit. The hay bales, they weren't as forgiving on the run up the hill last year with the Huckster, but they work really well out here in the rally stage.
I think if I try that, the half of my car will stay there, so it's okay for me. I don't need this 2 extra tenths.
Have you touched something this morning?
I think I have touched plenty of things, but yeah, the car is always coming back in one piece, so so far so good.
Greg, are you going to listen to Travis about leaning on things?
Maybe later in the afternoon.
Maybe later in the afternoon. Travis, I mean, what is it like? You've obviously come a long way from America with the car and everything. Thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people over the weekend at Goodwood. What is so special about it?
I mean, the U.S. Rally Championship changed their schedule. They moved the dates so that we could come over here and be a part of this. And it's just been so cool for me the last 4 or 5 years. You know, meeting so many of my heroes from so many different disciplines from so many years. The cars are awesome, but for me, it's always about times. It's about racing. It's about the legends of the sport. And I was saying yesterday, you know, getting in with Jimmy McRae and Colin's old car, like I could have just. That was one of the greatest moments of my entire life, and that's something that is every second over here. You're meeting a legend. You're meeting someone that I've looked up to my whole life, and you know, being from the U.S., like we've always idolized WRC, and it's so cool to actually be, you know, in the same area and just to you know, we're not doing official times, but it's cool to see, you know, the Subaru Motorsports USA. You know, we're kind of on our own over the pond, and the car, it's a little bit bigger than some of the world cars, but you know, the times are still fairly good, and we're pushing because we like to have good times.
Hang about, you just contradicted yourself there in one answer. I'm not looking at the times, but the times are quite competitive. I'm sure you're all looking at the times, yeah?
No, I mean, it's always a competition, but I know these guys are just cruising. But having said that, it's still nice to just at the end of the day, that's what we do. We're race car drivers. We compete, we rally. If it's ping pong or foosball or doesn't matter, you're playing bags, we're going to compete at it.
Martin, the driver switch, well, the co-driver switch to the driver, where's this come from? What is this to appreciate more your driver, to understand more, or is it you just want to have a go?
The team proposed this to me a few weeks ago, and yeah, I didn't hesitate too much time. I think it's just a good opportunity to have this experience, and especially here at Goodwood. I mean, what an amazing event to be, and then if I can drive the car, it's just a good opportunity. So it will not go any further than that for me. That's for sure. But yeah, it's really enjoyable so far.
I mean, Danny's nearing the end of his career. He's been there, done it, got the T-shirt. Potentially there could be. If Thierry stops or something, there might be an opportunity.
No way. I have no ambition at all. I'm good in what I'm doing as a co-driver, and I feel much more comfortable on that right side of the car.
What I want to know is, are you going to give him some tips, Danny? Are you going to can help him?
Maybe tomorrow I will make a lap, but maybe he give me tips, him to me, you know. We don't know. But it looks like it's not bad. At least he's looking good. We will see the times. He say we don't have times, but we have time, so we need to check the times.
This is what Travis has been saying. We don't look at the times, but we do look at them.
Nobody looks the times, but when you make a good times, everybody say, "Hey, look the times," you know. When you do bad times, you don't want to see the times. When you
exactly.
when you do a good times, you want to see the times for sure. But for sure, it's sometimes I will check, and I will check my times from last year to check also.
I'm sure you will. There'll be some different tyres, and you see.
Exactly.
Martin, yeah, that's it. Tyres. You need. Co-driver doesn't have a handbook of driver excuses. Tyres.
I'm very honest. I don't need to be fast.
I don't have the day. I really sleep bad today.
But Greg, you're coming to stage ends now in the World Rally Championship. I always remember Danny. He comes to a stage end. We open the door. We put a camera in there, and all of you are just looking at the board, and we are a distraction. And then you kind of like, there's that kind of yes, or does that, okay, first gear and leave, isn't there? There is, that board is like the Bible at the end of a stage.
Yeah, exactly. I think you just watch at the board, and your reply to your answer is going to be dependent of the time on that board. So yeah, for sure. I mean, you're going flat out on the stage, you're just doing your best, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. So yeah, for sure it's influencing our answer, but yeah, it's competition, you know, we just want to be the fastest.
I actually have, so I tried the PWRC in 2006. US Rally, thank goodness now I have Rihanna Gelsomino's up here, a co-driver. She's taught me so much about, I had no idea there's so much homework in rally. I just got in the car and drove. I was like, this is fantastic.
And that's how it should be.
Right, yes, that's what I'm saying. But now there's so many notes, and there's hours and hours of video review and everything. But I got to Rally Argentina, and I come from the US, I was like, all right, we're doing all right, you know, winning the championship. Got to Rally Argentina, finished the first stage, and my co-driver and I, we're high-fiving, we're like, oh man, we're gonna be, and we looked at the times, and we didn't talk to each other for the rest of it. We were so pissed. We were on life to like, 30 seconds. Did you see 30 seconds in that stage? I didn't see 30 seconds in that stage.
And the thing is they're looking at 0.3 of a second.
I know.
It takes longer to say 0.3 of a second than it actually is, and they go, I lost 0.3 of a second. Where did you lose that 0.3 of a second? That's the thing.
Oh no, it was more than 0.3. We were picking up seconds on every corner. Yeah, we figured out the notes a little better now. But.
Video review, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, it is a topic, and as well as stage ends, we do road sections, and we're finding these drivers, and they're on the co-driver, Martin. He's checking the tyre presses, moving the wheels front to rear, changing the air filter, while Thierry is watching the videos. It is massively intense at that level for the driver. I mean, Danny, you did it. Greg, you're doing it now. How hard is it to get after a long day, 12, 13, 14 hours, and then you have a shower, you get changed, and then you go and watch your recce videos for another 2 or 3 hours? I mean, it's pretty rubbish, to be fair, I would have to say.
I mean, it's part of the job, you know. For sure, we prefer to go have a nice sleep after a long day, but if you want to be at the top the next day, you need to do it.
The level is so high as well. I mean, as you say, we are fighting for 0.1 of a second. So if you don't do the video work, you have no chance at all. So it's hard work, and that's what we are doing and what we love to do. So sometimes we complain about traveling around or doing these videos, but at the end, this is our passion, and I think a lot of people that are here in front of us, they want to be in our place as well. So we need to show our passion for the sport and motivate these guys to try to do the same and to reach the same level as we.
I know that Hayden Paddon and John Kennard, when they were in the World Rally Championship, I spotted it at the end of a day. John gave Hayden the pace notebook. And I said, why have you given that to Hayden? He does it all. He watches it, he corrects his notes. He said, I just get given the book back in the morning. Is Thierry like that?
Actually, I cannot complain too much because we are bringing an extra guy to the rallies, and he's doing the videos with Thierry. And it's not because I can just chill out. It's just to optimize the timing. I can go to the physio first and make sure that he's available for Thierry after me, and then actually I'm staying up longer because after they finish the work, the notes are coming back to me, and I need to check them again. So. But I don't have to watch the screen all the time. I'm doing it on my own after the recce to check everything, and then it's okay for me.
I know Greg is both, because I've seen his social media. There's always a picture at the end of the day with him and then Louis and the laptop.
Yeah, we don't have an extra guy to do our pace note.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But
Not yet.
no, it depends. Sometimes I do it with Louis, and then I can do it myself. But he needs to have the time to go over it again, because my writing is so bad. If we go on stage with my writing, for sure we crash.
But you need to leave on the Travis Pastrana thing of just don't bother watching it, yeah?
If you make a rule, that would be nice.
But you're all together. We need them to make a rule, don't we?
No, so Brandon Semenuk is giving me a hard time. I dropped down a class this year in the U.S. Rally to a limited four-wheel drive class, and we were talking to some of the other, some of the older guys, the past guys, and we're like, what if we just have Ree goes and makes, so in the US Rally, when I went first to World Rally, we had this thing called Jemba notes. So we didn't even see the course. We never recce. We just literally, we showed up, we got in the car, the computer, there were so many extra words and so much stuff was wrong, so our times were really up and down a lot. What we're thinking, if we just hire Ree, and maybe your brother can go out there and you guys can make the notes, and then, we can, it's mandatory just one beer in the evenings.
Only one?
Just one. Only one. Mandatory, not to exceed one, but you have to sit down and have one.
It's a good business for them.
I do know.
I'm not getting a lot of support from everyone else, but I'm working on it. One day.
We kind of everyone, when we do the interviews with the TV and we do features about what era would you like to be in and have driven in other than your era, and virtually everyone says to us, and Elvin actually said it up here, so did Yari-Matti, 80s, 90s, Group B, Group A. And what is it about? I mean, I can ask all of you now. Right, any car out here, we've got a lot to pick from. Starting with you, Mr. Munster. What are you taking? For one ride, what are you taking?
There are so many cars here. I could pick so many. I think I would just drive probably Subaru Group A. My dad was driving it in the past, so I just want to try it as well.
Is there another one other than the hot? Danny, what are you taking?
For me, I am happy with my era, honestly. I was 20 years, I drive many cars. I'm lucky
Danny
to drive.
Quite old.
I was lucky to drive many cars, but yeah, I'm not really fan of Group B. It's nice, but the people are so upset with Group B. I'm sorry for to say, hey, Group B was fast. Now it's fast. Before, of course, the timing are in evolution all the time. The cars are more easy to drive, more grip, more. At this period, for sure, it was difficult. But if you put now a Group B and a World Rally car from now, or Rally 1, now I can tell you the drivers, they are fast with what this guy is doing with the Rally 1s, or all the people are driving Rally 1 really high level. They are something special because it's really fast. But yeah, the Group A, it was nice. I like the Subaru, the M3, something like this. But I think the car from now is so nice to drive.
I would go Group A. Martin, what would you take? I know you're not had long to look around, but what era car would you take?
Actually, there is one car I would really like to co-drive, not drive, but co-drive.
It's here today?
It's not here.
Oh.
It's Xara WRC, together with the greatest of all time, Sebastian Loeb. This is one of my dreams, so Sebastian, if you're watching, please, I beg you. And it's what also Danny said, what we have now in terms of safety and performance, we are at a really high level. So to be in competition, I would prefer to stay what we have now, or even to 2017 car. They were also very amazing with the center div and the pedal shift and so on. They were also awesome cars, but yeah, I'm happy to go further with what we have now and just improve a little bit and keep it very spectacular as it is at the moment.
Travis, what are you going to take?
I mean, I became a fan of rally because of Colin McRae. I love the checker record. I love, you know, kind of that, like you said, the Group A era, and that's when I've been a Subaru fan my whole life. So probably the Group A Subaru, not to be the same thing that everyone else is saying, but I also have another really big hero, John Buffum, and I've never got to sit passenger with Buffum. He actually co-drove for me at one rally, just for fun at the end of a championship, but his Audi Quattro, like Pikes Peak, I see a couple of the Quattros over there, the 80s models, that for me that was kind of the start of when I look back at rally when I started watching. They just looked like a lot of fun.
But I think is it not a Buffum one here?
Yes.
You want to go in it?
Oh, I want John Buffum to drive.
Oh, okay.
He's calling out Loeb, I'm calling out Buffum.
Okay, right. I don't know how long we're meant to be with you, but it's coming up to 1:30, so I would take, if anyone's interested, because of my era, Group A, the Sunny, Nissan Sunny Formula 2 car.
Oh.
Yeah. This is great. This is a great car. I'm rear-wheel drive, I don't do.
I have a friend of mine that is also a really fan of it, and he drove it in the past, Grégoire de Mévius, so he's really fan of this car, and he has one at home as well, so if you want, I can arrange something for you, Julian.
I'm going to drive. I brought you a gift today. You said you'll bring me something. This is my pride. But yeah, it's a great time. They've got to go and have some lunch. So I'm now kind of working on the timing of that. You've got to go and have lunch because you've got some more rides to do and some more things. These guys and girls have got to go and eat. So Greg Munster, Danny Sordo, Martin Vidaga, Travis Brastano. Good. Yeah?
Just have a quick look at here, right? He's then going to go down, you're going to go down in from that side, just come down in, immediately just going to do in here, follow it, and then what I'd like to do is get Tony, it might be a good idea if you find something in here that you don't know, leave it for me. This button here or whatever it is, just have a bit of a tacking right as well, yeah?
If you want them back for territory. Yeah, I'm going to put them in. Gear. Yeah. And go.
You're going to start on Tony there, and you're going to be able to come down all right, yeah? And then you'll just have to get in there and see, and we'll just wing him when we get in there, all right?
Yeah. Let me start here and I'll go in.
I think you're going to have to start here.
Oh, okay. And come down.
That's how I sort of imagined it.
No, that's fine.
All right?
Yeah.
So Tony, when you've found something, come out and speak to these guys. Go, oh, just wanted to show you what this does here. Bit of a chat, whatever, blah, blah, blah. However you like, yeah?
2 seconds.
All right. You're going to be able to get up and down.
I'll try.
You'll probably kneel into that if you want.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me have one look here.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we'll do it very, very quick.
Yeah, that's it.
We'll record it and hope it works. And if it doesn't, we do another one, right?
Okay.
Okay.
And
when you're set.
rolling.
All right, stand by, Tony. In 3, 2.
We're here with Travis Pastrana's USA Spec Subaru. Incredible machine.
Right-hand side of the mic, which will be your departure. So have you got and shouting to arrival, arrival, arrival and scratching. And clapping. But is that the right way round for you? Right, so this should now be your arrival, arrival, arrival. And departure, departure, departure. Yeah, I don't know which side that will be. John, I think they want us. I think they want us to change it to 416. Check that.
So can I check, you should have me on a mic right here. Which one is that for you? Perfect, that's the one I plugged in then, so I'll leave that as your approach mic.
And this will be departure, but we need to change the head on this. I'm just using the 418 at the moment. Departure. You got your 416?
Stop the right car. Yeah. So you should now have departure here. Departure. Are you man in this position?
Yeah, man, yeah.
So we had an issue with the mic anyway, but the overnight cover was still on it. The bin bag basically.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
I didn't notice.
You probably didn't know it was here, so just a heads up if you're back here tomorrow.
Pull the bags
there.
off.
Well, yeah, you have to put the bag back on that one tonight.
Yeah, mate, yeah, sure.
No, right. This one's just gonna have But yeah, if you do put the bag on tonight, obviously just for tomorrow morning would be good. Cheers, dude. One last test. This is your departure.
Everything. Yeah. He brings that car down. This one, he races with that? Yeah.
doesn't actually move, does it? Doesn't move, does it? Just fixed, is it? Done. There's a course car just pulled in up there. It's coming down. All good? That's Neil, wasn't it? Neil, wasn't it? Vauxhall. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Going live? knowing what's on the start line would be interesting, wouldn't it? They don't have the commentator anymore down there, do they? You're probably not being funny if it's like a Rally 1 or a WRC or something. You know anyway. You can hear it. I can hear it, or 6R4 or Escort. You generally tell.
Or Raptor. You hear that Raptor?
Oh yeah. It's quite cool here actually. You can get like down and then just like shoot it on the jump. It's literally there.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the Goodwood Festival of Speed and the Forest Rally Stage. We are back with you for the afternoon sessions after a little longer break than planned. We've had to, well, I say we in the very loosest sense of the word. The wonderful marshals have had to make sure that everything is in place out on the stage. A few hay bales got disrupted, but they are back in location now, and we are almost ready to go with the afternoon runs. I'm Bex Williams, ready to talk you through the afternoon. I've got Tony Jardine alongside me in commentary, Zav McCartan, of course, and I'm delighted to say we have Yari-Matti Latvala from Toyota Gazoo Racing World Rally Team, team principal and now driver in the European Historic Championship as well. Welcome, Yari-Matti.
Thank you very much.
We've had the absolute pleasure of seeing you compete out there on the Forest Rally Stage. I say compete because you know nothing less than just having fun. It's always competition for you, of course. How has your Goodwood experience been so far?
It's been very good, thank you. For sure, I've been enjoying, and the weather is really hot, beautiful weather, a lot of cars, a lot of people. I feel like it's been growing every year, and but I always made me I can drive cars, and I've been driving Sally car, running Rally 2, Rally 1, and even the GR Yaris Aero package, which actually I managed to hit the straw bale a little bit with the front right corner, and I managed to do some damage for it. So one of those days, once again, I was really embarrassed on Thursday.
It's great to have you back here at Goodwood, though. It's such a fantastic event for competitors, drivers, people coming to have fun, but also for the families out there that we're seeing, the visitors who are getting to see such a wealth of history in terms of the cars out there, Yari-Matti. I know you're like a kid in a candy shop here, but what an amazing event to see the history of rally all in front of you.
Absolutely. I was myself even there looking at the cars, and there's a really, really great lineup of cars. And most importantly, it's not that the cars are only just on display, but people are running these old cars, and you can see them on the stage. And that's what I think we want. What we want is when we want to see and we want to hear it. We want to find that the goosebumps, you know, when people are remembering that back in the day that was going, and I was watching it, how it was, and then maybe getting those feelings back, you know, when you see the same car going again after 30 or 20 years later. So it's even like me, you know, when I see there's some old cars, you know, it's immediately bringing you nice memories.
Yeah, definitely. Tony, I know you'll have some questions for Yari-Matti. What do you want to throw at him?
See if he's ready.
For some reason, sorry Tony, just bear with us a second, we can't hear you for some reason. We'll sort that out in a moment. We'll come back to Tony in a moment, but while we wait for his mic to be fully switched on, you mentioned all the incredible cars. I know the Celica is your absolute favourite, and we've seen you run in that multiple times. But if you're looking anywhere else in this area, what else would you go for?
Very honestly, my father was running in the end of the 90s Ford Escort World Rally car, and that was really my first touch with the Ford Escort World Rally car. And it's actually on the start line. You can currently see this Ford Escort World Rally car, this Repsol. This is one of the cars which I drove when I was 15 years old, and I would like to try it again, how it feels.
When you were 15 years old?
Exactly.
Wow. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, that brings some really, really nice memories for me, and it was magical, that car at that time. you've never seen anything like that in the end of the 97 when my father bought it from M Sport.
So you'd like to get back behind the wheel of this very machine?
Yes.
Have you popped over to see if you could maybe have a quick go?
I have had a look at the car, but let's say this way that these days I'm more working with a different brand, so I try to concentrate on those cars.
Very much the Toyotas, and we do have obviously your historic Celica here this weekend, the Rally 1 and the Rally 2, and we've seen it in the hands of Elfyn Evans, Sami Pyrie, Kalle Rovanperä over the weekend. We've had the full consortium of drivers almost. Is Taka going to be arriving this weekend?
Yes, Taka is
Motokatsui
tonight and tomorrow, driving here tomorrow.
That's fantastic to hear. We're actually going to see you in the Rally 2 at Rally Finland this year, and you know, we're celebrating the big 4-0 for Yari-Matti this year. That was back in April, of course, a little while ago, but you are celebrating the fact with a run at your home event. And you said to Tony this weekend that it's been the event you've done the most in your career. Will be the 20th time?
Yes, incredible. I think if the Waves Rally GB would be running, that I would have probably wanted to, you know, do the record first there, because that's where my first World Championship rally. So now then it's the next second event where I have the most starts is then Finland, and now happening that really wanted to get that 20 starts, and now it's a nice story to make it in Finland with 40 years old and 20 starts.
Juho Hänninen going to be alongside you in the co-driving seat?
No, actually,
co-driving
yes, it will be Janni Hussi. I've been driving with her in European History Championship. With Juho, we had a bit of a discussion, but Juho actually, when he's working now with the Toyota for the younger guys with the Challenge program, so he needs to focus on that job in Rally Finland.
Yeah.
So, but it might be that I ask Juho to join me in the test to make sure that if I get the green light from him for my driving, then I know I can be confident for the event.
Now, I believe Mr. Jardine is fully powered up in microphone terms.
I understand so as well. Now, can you hear me? I do apologise about that, Yari-Matti, but we did have a good chat the other day, especially about the World Championship this year, and it's going very, very well for the team. But my point to you was about Elfyn Evans, who's had a great start to the year, including winning the Safari. Then, of course, the penalty is if you're the World Championship leader, you've got to sweep the roads, and as you said, that's about it. But these next two rallies coming up in Estonia and then Finland, your native one as well, very fast. Can he turn it around there?
Elfyn, for me this year, I see him, he's been more relaxed than any other seasons, and he's been also very, focused and incredibly, doing, very consistent run, but also fast, driving fast in like in Sweden and Kenya. So I do believe that, this year his chances now for the championship fight is really, really high. And going to the Estonia, it might be, for Estonia he might be, let's say, I believe he will do a podium. Estonia is, the difference is that it's an event which is maybe for Kalle Rovanperä and Ott Tänak, the event which they really try to push. But then I think Elfyn can be really strong in Finland again. So, but if you have, let's say, podium in Estonia and you win in Finland, then your championship is looking really good.
It is looking good. It's looking exciting in the championship. Now we're going to do something a little bit unusual, which you never really get to do. You never get to commentate on yourself driving, Yari-Matti.
Wow, that's a good idea.
We've got a couple of runs from earlier on of
really?
you in action.
Wow.
So let's check out Yari-Matti off the line. Nice start, by the way.
Good start, good start. Let's see them coming out of the corner. Look, there's a little bit of a flick.
This is the delta, yeah.
9 out of 10 from there. Let's see how the Celica suspension is going. Yeah, a little bit sideways, but no, it's going quite okay. I'm quite happy with that corner. But maybe, okay. Look at that, the suspension is moving quite a lot. That was bad. That was, I did a mistake.
A little bit of a mistake. Now you have, we've noticed on some of the runs, picked up a front right puncture.
Yeah,
has it been in the same location every time?
Actually, that hairpin which you saw now, that's where it happened. There's a bit of like a step. And then now when I went to for the step, it just seems that it just when the weight is when it's loading, and the angle is correct. It seems that it takes tire off the rim. So that's the problem. I got this one now today, and yesterday there's another place where was a hole, because the stage has been it's actually very solid, very hard, and there is no not so many like soft ruts. So the ruts are the holes which are there a little bit sharp, and if you have it just in the wrong angle, you touch them, you know, you can get the tire off the rim. So that was a bit of let's say mistake, because I wanted to throw the car and I wanted to push the corners. So if I would have got it away from it if I had been driving slowly. But no, but that's not my style.
That's so unlike you to,
Yes.
you know, I want to push, of course you do, and we all want to see that as well, and the fans want to see you pushing. There must be such noticeable differences, though, between the Celica and then the Rally 1 car.
Yeah, actually we did the story yesterday. It will be coming out soon with David Evans with the Dirtfish. We were comparing, we're running Rally 1, Rally 2 and the Celica on the very same stage. And of course the world has changed when you go with the Rally 1. It is an animal, it's like an animal which you are keeping in the cage, and once you get it, when you're accelerating, it's like jumping out from the cage. That is your feeling, which animal which you need to control. But Rally 2 is a car which is suitable for everybody. It's very, very easy to drive and comfortable. With the Celica, you feel you have more power than Rally 2. You feel more the acceleration, but it's a bit more difficult to drive, and you have to push the car more. But the fun part, of course, with Celica is that once you can get it, you know, drifting, you have then the power to control it quite nicely.
We've loved watching you. I've been telling the boys that the WRC2 car, which both Tony and Zav are now queuing up for as well, they want to be on the waiting list for the Rally 2 Yaris.
Well, Zav, not me. Xavier brought up this picture because he's our archivist, and that is from the Jim Clark. And you were pushing hard there, I think. A little bit of an accident on the Jim Clark in the Focus.
Yes, back in the 2003, I was 18 years old.
A young Yari-Matti.
Exactly, and I think it was an SS4. And I can see myself, you're a very, very young boy, and I can see my father, Esko Raines, who was working with me at the time. That was the accident. It was my first rally with on the tarmac with the World Rally car. And I remember when we had done the first 3 stages and it was starting to rain, and then we had an intermediate tire. And I remember when they fitted the intermediate tire, they told me that just feel it for the first corner, how it is feeling. And yeah, I went to the first corner and I felt, okay, this actual grip is quite good. And so I was leaving the braking quite late on the second one. But okay, that was a big mistake, but it was also extremely difficult place. When I had a big crash hitting the wall, but it's the very same place. Tapio Laukkanen, Quinta Evans, and myself, we all went off. And it would have been a lot more if the stage hadn't been cancelled.
You were in good company then,
yes,
with those names there.
Exactly. The thing is that that surface was like a black top, and that time I didn't understand on the recce to see the distinguish which is different kind of tarmacs, and that black top and the water for that was quite painful combination.
But like I mentioned before, we're going to see you in the Rally 2 in Finland. It's become an incredibly popular car and a successful car for Toyota. Yari-Matti, they're queuing around the block for it right now. I know there's so many in production, trying to keep up with the demand for Rally 2. It's been a great project.
It's been a really great project, and I think we have been very successful with it. But like I told, it's what we wanted to create is a product which is good for everybody. You know, that if you are a professional or you are amateur, anybody can drive that car and can easily push the car to the limit. Like last year when I rode Rally Finland, I mean, Rally 2, you can easily feel the limits than with the Rally 1.
Yari-Matti, as ever, it's an utter delight to have you here at Goodwood, showing off your skills to all the fans and to have you chat here with us in commentary. Thank you very much for coming in. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Hope you enjoyed the experience.
Thank you. That was a pleasure to be here.
That's Yari-Matti Latvala, who we've seen behind the wheel of the Toyota Celica this weekend. And of course, the Rally 1 machinery. It's been pretty incredible to watch him compete. So we see then, in terms of what we have out there on the stage right now, the fantastic Legacy, which has been brought around.
Yes.
That was about top of the end.
Yeah, the Subaru Legacy. And Colin McRae, we've been talking about him and the 30 years, the anniversary of his World Championship when he came home in Chester at the end of the RAC Rally as the first British World Rally Champion. We've seen lots of his cars out on the stages. He drove for Ford, he drove for Malcolm Wilson, he drove in the Focus. We've got a Ford on the line underneath us, but we're looking at the Subaru. And that engine noise, that Boxer engine noise, is a great note that rings through. Well, it doesn't ring through the forest, does it? It kind of horizontally barks.
Yeah, it does. And that is the Legacy then heading through the line. Now we welcome to the party Gregoire Munster in the Puma Rally 1, who has just left the start for us. Great to see Gregoire here this weekend. Josh McErlean has been piloting the Puma throughout the weekend so far, but it switches in to the hands of Greg Munster now. And it's good to have everything back up and running on the stage. A bit of a longer break for us after lunch than normal. And fantastic always, guys, to have Yari-Matti Latvala here in comms with us. He's got such an enthusiasm for the sport that we've talked about throughout the weekend. I love hearing Yari-Matti stories, and we could pretty much have him here for the whole weekend, to be frank. He's got so many stories to tell.
And Zav pulled up those pictures there on his laptop, which went back, to the gym clock, which we were talking about. And he actually tarried for a little while, wanted to see more pictures. Because he loves the history of the sport. And I think we've said in the commentary box here, no one knows more about the history of the sport than he does.
There's no one out there that knows more.
That, what I showed him there was amazing, because for 200 metres, myself and the other spectators knew it was happening, because it was, as he said about Blacktop, it was shiny tar, and he braked gently, and he went in so hard, but there was a few others did the same. But the look on his face just, it was good. He took a couple of photographs of the photographs, and he's gone away happy. So, great interview, thanks.
Greg Munster down the Delta Donut then. Beautiful glide through there.
So, Josh McErlean, teammate to Gregoire. And has he been beating Gregoire this season?
It's been really interesting to watch them, because Greg has had some good results. And, the start of the year, Greg Munster took his first ever WRC stage win on Rally Monte Carlo. And it was a really special moment for him. I think it's, the first of everything, getting your first podium, first stage win, first championship win. All the firsts are really important. And it was a great start to the season for Greg. It's been a little bit difficult since. And yes, we have seen Josh outperforming in terms of times. It swings and roundabouts. Some stages it goes Josh's way, other times it goes Greg Munster's way. But for Greg, he is the one with the most experience within that team now in Rally 1 machinery.
But it's good you have that competition, because they're both pushing each other.
Yeah, that's right. They are both pushing each other. They need to, but we need to see now from Greg, you want to see the results coming through. And the best results he's had so far this season was 5th position overall, and that was on the snow of Rally Sweden. No, sorry, it was Rally Kenya. 5th was Rally Kenya.
Do you mean raise his game, as in, or just keep doing it?
We need to see more from him. He needs to raise his game. We do need to see more of those fastest times coming through, if possible. As a driver, you constantly need to be pushing yourself and just achieving that little bit more. And that's something that we want to see from Greg Munster. He's more than capable of doing that. And he's an exciting driver to watch. And I'll tell you what, he's got the driest sense of humor as well. The team have a lot of fun with him making social videos, that's for sure. But yeah, we want to see a little bit more from him now, second half of the season. And we come into these super fast events in Estonia and Finland next. We'll all be looking to see what Munster can provide there.
Back on stage with the Audi Quattro. And as we said earlier, there is quite a collection of Quattros here in all various formats. Maybe 12 to 14 from the original Group 4 into Group B, Group Sport Quattro, the E1, the Pikes Peak Audi Quattro, or the Dakar Quattro. As we see coming up to the start line is Martin Vidage, once again, who has impressed big style today with Thierry Neuville on the hill.
Yeah, Martin Vidage behind the wheel of the Rally 1 Hyundai. He is our co-driving world champion, of course, of last season alongside Thierry Neuville. It's been an absolute treat to see him let loose behind the wheel this weekend.
Really, really, really impressive. And his times we saw earlier weren't that far away either. So even though he doesn't want to be a driver, but he could have a very successful shadow career.
Not interested by the sound of things at all, and I don't blame him. He's doing this for fun out there today. He looks like he's having a lot of fun. We saw a great jump from him earlier on the flying fin.
I'd say it's really impressive performance, you know, from a co-driver. What's he done? A few demonstration runs this morning. He had his first sighting lap. It was a bit tentative. Of course, it would be, and a little bit of a stall. But after that, it just got quicker and quicker. And he's absolutely adept. Well, there is Alan Weston.
Having a bit of a reverse at the donut.
Yeah, but that's a long old thing, isn't it?
It is.
To pirouette around the barrel down there. That's going to be quite difficult, so you need to be committed. And I don't know whether he's got a hydraulic handbrake in that one or not, because that's a 1986 Peugeot 504 pickup. It's a Group B Evo car, obviously used in Africa, as you can see, and the Peugeots were the workhorses of Africa, and certainly they've been the backbone of rallying in Africa for a long, long time. 404s, 504s on the Safari, some incredible wins. Bert Shanklin, we can go back as far as that. Vic Preston Jr., great winner in there. And he's got the lights on, as he always has. Anything you could do to veer on, to get the animals out of the way, but that was literally a straight on. So
it really was,
no
yeah. He just made a little mistake there. I'm sure he would have been a little bit slicker. We'll have a look maybe on some of the other runs, how he does on the donut there. But some of the cars are struggling to get round there efficiently.
This is the one, Bex, where we're coming down through Mackinnon, Salmon Roll, and then you have this fast shoot down through Safari and down to the Gambles, and suddenly it opens up, the canopy opens up, and you can see all the West Sussex, you can see the downs in front of you, and then this hairpin. And there is more sort of concrete and bit of tarmac down there, but it's all covered in dust on the top of it. The stones are all dragged down onto it as well. So it's a combination of quite slippy and that acute hairpin. And really what you're meant to do is do a 360 round it and then go on off up the stage. So anyone that ducks around that, especially in the shootout, times will be null and void.
Some of them are doing double donuts, though. They're having a real good old go at it.
Oh, the entertainers, eh? That'd be Yari-Matti.
Why not? Why not?
But I'm not sure, Bex, where he meant where that step was, where he got the puncture. I'm not sure whether, Zav, you were listening to that bit. And he knows where it is, but we couldn't exactly identify whether it was when he came out of Gambles and up there, and there's a little step between the tarmac and before it goes back onto the loose. Not sure. But he had successive punches there, clearly. And here's Martin. We've been talking about him, co-driver extraordinaire, world champion co-driver extraordinaire from Belgium.
Yeah, I mean, Martin has had such a successful career. And, you know, he'd done multiple events before he joined forces with Thierry Neuville and sat alongside him, and they very, very quickly gelled together. And, you know, Thierry spent many, many years with Nicolas Gilsoul alongside him. They had a huge relationship, and then to go to bring another co-driver on board, build that trust right at the top level, and to have Rally Monte Carlo as your first together, that is not the easiest at all. So it was a real baptism of fire for Martin Vidaga, but he did step up to the plate very, very quickly.
It's like Derek Ringer, you know, and then in comes Nicky Grist after that.
Yeah.
And Nicky changed the way the pace notes worked. He changed a lot of systems with Colin and got him into order in a lot of ways. And I think, you know, sometimes a fresh partnership can really work. And clearly with Vidaga and Neuville, that's one that has clicked because they won the World Championship.
Yeah, they did. I mean, he came on board with Thierry in 2021. Rally Monte Carlo was the first event they did together. They were on the podium. They were in third position. It was more than Thierry expected with their first working relationship together, because it is an insanely difficult rally.
So it's Cone Donkers, but he got it slightly. The first one was perfect. He went for a second one, it didn't work, and he had to bail out of that one and then drive back on up the stage in the Audi Sport Quattro. This is the A2. So you had the A1, which was the original Audi Quattro in the World Rally Championship. And fantastic car to watch, to look at. Very, very angular.
Yeah, very. I think that's angular is a good word to use.
Yeah.
Now we had a conundrum in the commentary booth this weekend. We've seen a beautiful Porsche out there, which has a wonderful livery, a Happy People livery, and we've been wondering what Happy People is all about. I believe the answer to our question is about to come in the form of Zav McCartan. Zav, hit us with it.
Well, you looked online, Tony looked online, I spent ages looking online. I have travelled over to Johan Frank Drix, Maxim Drix several times. 20 minutes ago, I left the booth whenever you had Yari-Matti and discovered Johan Frank was having a sleep. They couldn't wake him for 10 minutes. But we discovered that the Happy People logo that's on the side of the 1978 Per Eklund Porsche isn't a company, it isn't a charity, it isn't a business. It was somebody threw it on the car back late 1977. It made people smile, it gave people a laugh, and it's nothing more complicated than when people see Happy People, that's all it is.
Wow,
and
there
it's
we go.
worked because we've spoken about it, people have asked about it, so it's just be happy people.
Well, there you go. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Happy people, be happy out there, and we certainly are looking at that livery, which we'll see in a little while.
Tom Williams out there on the special stage in the Skoda Fabia, the RS Rally 2. Tom has been the man to beat in the shootouts so far. He's quietly confident. No, he's not. He's overly confident.
Are you going to win the shootout, Tom? Yes. That was his response.
Yeah, but he is driving well at the moment. He's not hanging out so badly that he's in danger of going off. It's under control, and the trajectory that you're looking at when he's setting himself up for the next corner is really, really working, because he's powering through that section, getting the angle just right as you see here, and threading his way through the middle. So it's economic in some ways, but in other ways it is definitely quick.
And when I was on my way over to see Johan Frank Drix a while ago, I walked past Tom, hi Zav, and there was a young lady beside him who said, I've never done this before, am I going to be safe? And I'm guessing that she is the Courtney Tiller that was sitting alongside him there, and when she said, am I going to be safe, I couldn't stop laughing, because if you've never done it before, like we were saying yesterday, Bex, it's an experience and a half.
Birthday boy.
Yep.
Kim Mather, 74 years of age today. And he's in the Talbot Sunbay.
So if you see Kim, go and wish him a happy birthday.
Yeah.
He's 3 years younger than you.
Yeah, all right.
Always a little dig again. It's the second one of the day. The jabs are coming. A rev here.
So Roger Albert Clark. Roger Albert Clark car that won the RAC rally. Roger Albert Clark, as we call him, and as the historic rally which is named after him, beat the Scandinavians here in the United Kingdom for the first time and then for a second time. And one of the British rally heroes. Nice handbrake there from Gregoire Munster, who's in the M Sport Ford team with this Rally 1 Puma, which I think is the best looking of the rally cars in Rally 1. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of fans out there who agree with you. We're keen to see what's, as I mentioned earlier, what Greg is going to do second half of the season now. We're expecting and hoping to see some more competitive times coming through from him. He started the season well, Rally Monte Carlo. The best result, as I said, has been 5th place this year, and that was at Rally Kenya, which is, of course, a brutally demanding event. It is going to be difficult when you're up against the might of the full manufacturer teams and all the experience that Tanak, Neuville, Elvin Evans, Rovanpera, Ogier bring to actually try and keep pace with those boys. It's really, really difficult. But Greg has got that to aspire to and look up to. He's picked up his first WRC stage win this season. And when we get to the fast stuff now, it'll be interesting to see how he compares in terms of pace to the guys right at the front.
And as Tanak said, these next two that are coming up, he said it's the Grand Prix version of the rallies.
Yeah,
they're super fast. But what I wanted to ask Yari-Matti, he had to go.
Unfortunately,
down the hill on the other side, was say, listen, you know, we're talking about Elvin Evans, which is great, but he has to contend with an 8-time World Rally Champion, a 2-time World Rally Champion in Kalle Rovanpera, and he's got to go and do battle with all of them as well. And I was obviously going to be alluding to the fact that that's really tough. Never mind you saying he's the most consistent and all the rest of the business. I don't think there will be any team orders. I think, you know, he'll have to fend for himself in that one. But he needs to win one of these two. Yari-Matti was suggesting that because he's won Finland twice, maybe Finland could be the one that he wins.
Yeah, Yari-Matti was similar thinking to my thinking, which I was, when he said it, I was kind of glad that it'll be a Tanak-Rovanpera battle in Estonia. They've both won there previously. But you look to Finland, you look to Elvin Evans, who has been on the top step at the podium there more than once. But we ask Yari-Matti about this very often, you know, how do you keep control of everything? And the drivers have such respect for him, and it's because as a team principal he has been in their shoes, he's been in the seat, he knows exactly what they're experiencing and going through, that he has that affinity with them. And there are never team orders at Toyota. They've been famous for it over the years. We thought there were team orders at the last event when Katsuta decided off his own back to relinquish a position on the road and go ahead of Rovanpera and sweep it for him so that Kalle would have a better run on Sunday.
Well, that was pretty tactical.
Yeah, but that was Katsuta, not the team.
Okay.
That was his own decision, and we thought, wow, Toyota never pull any team tactics. But Taka said, I want him and Kalle are best friends. He said, I wanted to help my friend, give him a better chance in the Super Sunday scoring.
Katsuta's here tomorrow, so we'll see him driving. He's not had the best of seasons.
It's really up and down with Taka at the moment, which is a shame to see because he's got himself on the podium multiple times and we know he has the talent. We're waiting, and I've predicted at the start of this season that we will see him on the top step of the podium. But Tony, you will know what it's like as a driver, and you've witnessed it with many drivers over the years. When you get a run of things going wrong, it's really hard to break out of it. But as soon as you start popping the results back in, they just come along like buses.
Yep.
And you get into that zone and that flow. And unfortunately, Taka's popped out of it at the moment, and it's not going his way.
You break through that glass ceiling and then more results come.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right, and that's the same in racing as it is in rallying and all forms of motorsport. 205 GTI.
One of its little lights has popped out on the front.
No.
It's still there, it's just hanging on.
Super hatchback, one of the hot hatches, one of the original ones, beautiful design, still is really elegant to look at, and a great little rally car which was developed into the 205, which became the Group B car, which Ari Vatanen drove so brilliantly. And then the Belga 911 SC Porsche, which we would see regularly on the tarmac in Belgium, and you would see this one. This Audi Quattro, you see this one in the desert. It's a Dakar version, big fuel tank underneath the driver and the co-driver, very high ceiling to cope with that as well, and also needing the headroom because you're always up and down in the air, over the top of the dunes, down into the gullies. and those waddies which you have to watch out for in the desert where the rain has washed through. You can't see them, they can see you, and they can take a car out.
Yep, dry and dusty conditions here at the top of the Goodwood Hill. Plenty of action in the paddock at the moment in the service area here, and the World Championship teams looking very busy up in front of our commentary box as Maxime Drix and Roger Eichelborg make their way round the back of the bales and back into the service park. And as Tony said, you heard the Dakar Audi Quattro leave the start line in the hands of Jan Fons and Ronaldo Shreve. And on the start line now we have car number 28, Lars Zander and Nick Harris. Lars, who's been here many times over the last few years and almost every year has a different car. He also owns one of the ex-RED tarmac spec Ford Cosworth WRC cars. We saw it here last year in the lovely red and white stripes. But Lars, a regular visitor here, and a wave from the co-driver, a wave from Nick Harris. On the start line, start ramp, Tim and Nicky Clark. I can see the Nissan F2 car is going to be appearing again. It looks like the Hyundai will be out again. Sorry, Bex.
No, I'm just going to say the engine's just stopped here, Zav. I think we're going to have a little bit of a pause for the moment. But with the car that we're looking at on the start line was the car that Yari-Matti said out of everything here that he would like to get behind the wheel of, because he drove this when he was 15 years of age.
The Escort Cosworth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, while we wait then for everything to get underway, Tony Jardine has been brandishing a microphone and hassling people around the service park. Philip Squires is who he caught up with.
Phil Squires, welcome back to Festival of Speed. You and I have rallied together many times, but this is a piece of history behind us that you've been able to drive here on the special stage.
Yes, we've been very lucky, and especially to get an invite back to Goodwood with a freshly built car, Malcolm Wilson's first ever rally car, which his dad kindly helped him with, and they put it together, and that's where his rallying career started. So a very special car. It's great that it was finished a year ago and it went to Germany, but this is first time at Goodwood, so much appreciated for that. It's been a labour of love for the boys. I mean, they absolutely adore it. They put all their efforts and everything into it, and I've helped them along with it the best I can, add an input, and for that they've asked me to come and drive it on the shootout stages for them, which is a privilege. And I thoroughly enjoy it. I mean, Goodwood is a spectacular event, and to have a Mark 1 Escort here, I think the fans absolutely adore it and may live on that they've always got some Escorts at Goodwood.
It is, but Malcolm Wilson was with us in the commentary box and he said it has absolutely faithfully been rebuilt, the colour scheme, everything. And that was his first rally car as a 17-year-old, handed to him by his dad.
Yeah, well, them memories. I'm sure when Neil took it up to Malcolm's and he drove it, I'm sure it must have rekindled a lot of fantastic memories of which we all live on, and this is from a whole career, but there's nothing like that first event. Everybody remembers the first event. It's so for him to be reunited with that car must have been fantastic. I'm sure it brought a little tear to his eye, I'm sure.
And you and I rallied in New Zealand together, Silverfern Rally, and you heard my apology for holding you up on a stage in the dust in 2022. I'm really sorry about that, Phil.
There's no gripes about that. That's rallying, but that was a spectacular stage. I must admit, Tony, wasn't that one? Over those mountains, in that scenery, over that farmland. I mean, it was very, very high altitude, but that's my sort of stage. So I was in my element on that stage, and I was just having an absolute ball. So yeah, these things, that's rallying. So at the end of the event, the organisers were very kind to me, and they gave me a bit of time back, so no worries. It was all in the spirit of the rally. Yeah.
I'm forgiven. That's the main thing, Phil. And enjoy the rest of the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tony. It's been very good to see you again.
So, Tony, how many years did it take you to apologise?
2.
2 years. You had to think about that one for a moment. 2 years to apologise, but at least you did it in person. Your apology was accepted very graciously by Phil.
I was horrified at the end of the stage. It was 40 odd kilometres, and we were going across this plain flat out, and then up this mountain pass and down the other side. And I looked at him and you can't see through all the dust, but there's a push for pass. So I blame my co-driver, because he should have said there's someone behind, someone behind. Get to the end of the stage, and he's there behind. I hear an engine. Oh my God, the fists came out the window and all the rest. I thought, oh dear. I did go to see him later on. I said, look, I really, we're good mates now.
That's a good thing. Okay, we have a bit of a pause on the Forest Rally stage while our car is cleared from it. While we wait, we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back with you in just a few moments.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Or he could have lost it all. Morris is right up into the lead again. Can he find a way through? It's going to be over the line, side by side. Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move up and in again on the grass. He does. The rear end steps out.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
Goodwood for me is entertainment, right? And it's already one event where I get to really express my style and personality.
Unlike anything else in the world, and the nostalgia here and the commitment of all the fans year after year and the drivers and the teams, second to none.
You come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
And that was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move done, but did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
Goodwood for me is entertainment, right? And it's already one event where I get to really express my style and personality.
Unlike anything else in the world, and the nostalgia here and the commitment of all the fans year after year, and the drivers and the teams, second to none.
You come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
And that was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
The day, the weekend has been sensational.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. I really, really wanted to come.
Goodwood Revival is like going to an art gallery, but the gallery comes past you at 150 miles an hour.
It's the way Goodwood should be, you know, turn up, put on a show, slide around.
It's the biggest event of its kind in the world, with the finest collection of cars who are actually racing.
You arrive here, get into your 1960s lightweight E-Type and head out onto the track, and it's just wonderful.
Jenson Button is in second position.
They drive them like they've stolen, and I love that.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The Duke and his team put on a great show. I think the fans enjoy it. And that's the main thing, you know, we're just the entertainment act.
The champagne booth is always a favorite spot for me.
Just really an immersive experience.
It's just like being in a movie set. It's absolute fun.
You just couldn't help but feel happy today, could you? I mean, it's just being with the crowd and being a part of it. I love Goodwood.
We don't actually come for the racing. There's so much to see, there's so much to enjoy, there's something for everybody.
Everyone's got big smiles on their face, and you know, it looks incredible. And just what an amazing event.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values. We had some incredible conversations at the Revive and Thrive Village. People coming together and celebrating the past in the present.
Look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
These cars wouldn't be lasting this long if they weren't taken care of.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
There is that around the outside. That is magnificent. What a super move.
I love vintage shops. For me, the best bit is seeing all the clothes, because I love clothes. People really, really turn it out. I am deeply impressed by how everyone has really committed to the style here.
You know, if you haven't got the thing to finish off your outfit, it's absolutely 100% guaranteed that you'll find it here.
Makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling. Revival Radio. You know, I'm getting high on my own supply of everything that's going on here.
You know, you can be sitting, having a cup of tea, and a barbershop quartet come up and sing.
There's the Earl's Raceway, which is 50s, American rock and roll.
They're jiving, the whole place is rocking.
My favourite place is over the road.
Love the vintage fairground.
Just a unique atmosphere, everybody making an effort. It's the whole combination of the racing, it's of its own kind. I can't think of anything else that even comes close to this.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
Walking around here, it is a vision. Goodwood Revival is the place to be.
Not only is there the show in terms of the entertainment of motor racing, but it's everything else, the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
The brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move up and in again on the grass. He does. The rear end steps out.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Forest Rally Stage here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Well, we've had a little bit of a longer break than we planned straight after lunch, and that is because the recovery truck has been in action. It's Gavin and Coralie behind the wheel here of the recovery truck. It's a Land Rover 101. And unfortunately, they have been in action, making sure that we get the car that had a problem. It was the Lancia that had been in the stage, had an issue, and has now been brought out of the stage. But these recovery trucks and the guys and girls behind the wheel here have been doing a remarkable job during the weekend. We haven't seen them in action so much, Sav, to be fair, but there it is. There's car 35. Never what you want to see, is it?
No, never what you want to see. And in fairness, if you hadn't accosted the recovery crew at about 6:30 this morning, we wouldn't have known who it is. But yeah, one of the really good and reliable means of getting a broken down car out of the stage. As you said, took a little bit longer than we expected.
Gavin said to me this morning, one of his favourite lines to say to the drivers is, yeah, you know, we'll get her hooked up now. If you can just follow me out of the stage. And they're a bit like, I'm sorry, what? Oh, yeah, because we're hooked up to the back of the recovery truck. We have to follow you out of the stage.
So there's a great aerial shot of what we have here up at the Goodwood Festival of Speed Rally Stage paddock and service area. You can see it is extremely busy.
It's going to be very, very busy very shortly because the shootout is coming up. And just a reminder, the shootout is our timed spectacular. We've seen it run over 2 days, of course. And here's a quick reminder of what happened yesterday. So the Forest Rally Shootout, where the drivers go for glory in terms of time, Zav. And it was Richard Hogg who was first to head through the stage yesterday. It started well, but it didn't end well, did it?
No, ran a little bit wide there, and then further through the stage, one of the tubes that run down the centre and middle of the car broke, and Richard crawled to a halt. Good indication in photograph, film there of the time card. And I was impressed with Ben Smith in the Porsche because he was neat, he was tidy, his lines were clean, and I think he ended up setting, was it 4th or 5th fastest time overall, and at one stage was the fastest car on the stage, but really impressive.
Incredibly impressive, and being impressive is what it's all about in the shootout because you are vying for the fastest time you possibly can get. And of course they've been doing the runs throughout the day, building up to this point at 3:30 every single day, because at the end of it all you are the person who would take away ultimately the win of the Forest Rally Stage and all the kudos that comes with that.
Yeah, quick shot of Martin Overington there, who suffered with a puncture yesterday. Gary Lecadeau here in the Toyota. Gary has been smooth and quick over Thursday, Friday and this morning. And then the wonderful Mark 1 Escort that was driven by Malcolm Wilson and Malcolm's father. Tom Williams leaving the start line there, who put on a magic display Thursday and yesterday. Looking more of the same from him today.
Tom Williams certainly was on impressive form on both Thursday and Friday, and with those two times combined he does indeed lead the shootout right now. So Tom Williams on an overall time of 5:03.6 with David Wright on a 5:13.6. Gary Lecadeau with a great performance in the shootout is in 3rd position, with Sam Mason in 4th, Marcel Ludwig is in 5th, then Putin 6th, Ward in 7th, Smith is 8th, Squires 9th, and Kim Martha, who's celebrating a birthday today, in 10th position. Martin Overington is in 11th, then we've got Richard Hogg in 12th, Aoife Raftery 13th, then it's Mellors, Kaiden, Putin, Phyllis Kirk and Saunders to take us to the top 18 in the shootout so far. And we build up to Saturday's shootout, and Richard Hogg is already on the start ramp and ready to go.
I think we're in for a rather rapid and exciting shootout. And to quote the late great Henry Hope Frost, that the shootout always gives me a trouser moment, because it is probably half an hour's worth of excitement, really committed driving, and some spectacular action on the stage even. Sorry, I saw you giggle, Bex.
No, I wasn't expecting to hear that from you. Took me unawares there, Zav. Thank you for that. But yeah, I'm hoping the shootout will be spectacular as well. I'm sure it will be. We've seen some brilliant action over the course of the past 2 days. As you can see, the cars are queuing ready to go in. We have had a delay on the stage due to the Lancia having a mechanical issue, having to be towed out of the stage by the wonderful recovery truck that we've seen in action a few times over the weekend. Hopefully, clean runs for everybody today, especially Richard Hogg, who couldn't make it through cleanly yesterday. Tony.
He's fixed the rear axle yet again with the tubing that holds all the stuff in place. They think that that's going to suffice for today and hopefully for tomorrow, but they're thinking about the Roger Albert Clark further on, so when they get back to Northern Ireland they're going to have to fabricate something else that's a little bit stronger. And it's the same weakness that the Rover has with all that power coming through. And if you look at the tubing on the back axle, the casing's not that thick.
No, it's not.
So
no.
the support bars and torsion bars, everything linking it all up, have to be much stronger. But both the Hoggs are well aware of that. And Philip Hogg, who's a young engineer, the son of, he said, no, we're going to absolutely get it right. So let's hope it all holds together in anger now in the shootout.
Yeah, let's hope so, because it didn't make it too far into the stage yesterday before disaster struck. We've got our fingers crossed, and we can see all the cars queuing. Still a beautiful afternoon here in Goodwood, and that is going to continue right the way through tomorrow as well. Our final day, of course, of action here. We hope you have been enjoying watching all of these magnificent cars make their way through a fantastic stage here. A stage that was designed by Hannu Mikkola and bears the marking of some splendid rally names across each corner. Deep into the forest, spectators have been gathering at key points during the stage to watch some of the best action. Salmon Roll certainly provided the highlights yesterday. The Delta Donut has been really interesting out there today. But each part of this 1.8 mile track is tricky. It's demanding. It might be short, but it's very, very busy. There's a lot going on all the time, Tony.
There is. Busy, and every driver will tell you that. Always moving the wheel, always braking, always thinking about the next sequence of corners. You get that little straight you're seeing that comes across the flying fin there, and that's a sharp shoot. It's quite short, really, and even at the end of that is a fast left. In front of you, there's the escape road. The surface changes, the light changes underneath the trees, the shafts of light. As Richard Hogg moves down now, and you see the TWR on the front bumper from Tom Walkinshaw Racing, who developed the Rovers for the British Touring Car Championship. The cluster of lights on the front in the colours of Tony Pong, Rob Arthur in the works colours of the Rover team when they won Ypres. Against all the odds, they also won Ypres in a TR7 V8, same engine, 3.5 litre V8 that was in this car was in that car too. So old rumbly, some call this car. others are more polite, but I quite like that old rumbly because it's that lovely V8 rumble as it comes through the forest. And actually I rallied one myself for about 2 years, but I broke it.
Yeah, and people go on and on about the noise at night, you know, the V8 through the forest at night, and the pitch high and low, and then the car comes past you, the brakes are glowing, the smell of oil.
Zav, that is going to be a crowd favourite on the Roger Clark,
by a country mile, yeah.
And Bex knows the start in Carmarthen, which is where we're starting again in November. There were 9 deep just watching the cars go through the ceremonial start.
Yeah, there's been a lot of chat about the RAC this weekend here. And you're going to be forming part of that this year, Mr. Jardine?
Yes, I'm going to be out in my 1600 GT Avenger, and I'm very much looking forward to it. We finished 2 years ago, and then 2 years before that. Not a great finish, I have to say. I'd like to have a trouble-free run if possible, but there we are. Hope springs eternal.
Always. We're thinking positively for you, Zav and I.
Well, getting those vibes. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that.
Who's looking after you in the passenger seat then?
Oh, Ali Proctor. He's won Flying Scotsman. He's won all sorts of rallies. He's a traditional navigator as well as a special stage navigator. He's a bit bossy, actually, but that's what I need.
That's what you need.
Yeah,
you need someone to keep you in check. I've worked this out after working with you for 2 years now. You definitely need him alongside you. We are not too far away from this shootout going live then. You'll be hearing the roar of this engine very shortly. Just a quick glimpse into the interior here of the Rover.
You see the trip meter on the left in front of the co-driver, and that's what you use for the countdown on the roads.
And we're away, off and running. The shootout is live.
Up and running for Saturday then, the shootout very much underway, and it is Richard Hogg straight into the stage, and we've got all our fingers crossed that it is going to be a clean run this time for Richard.
Yeah, Richard was runner-up in Irish stock rods, multiple outright wins in Group N. Northern Ireland Group N champion as well. He's competed in Rally Barbados, so a lot of experience Richard Hogg has. And as I said before, with his young engineer son alongside him, and there's Malcolm Wilson's car, his first rally car, age 17, and that's his dad bequeathed him that car.
Yeah.
And he said to us yesterday when he was in here in commentary that it has been so lovingly restored, and it looks exactly as it used to when he was competing in it. Love the key that's just there and the moonlit.
So that's Neil Kirkham off the line. Gareth Kirkham, Neil Kirkham, great family. Sometimes have been here in the G3 Gartrack Escort, but this is a piece of history. 1600 twin cam engine in it, and that's the same engine that Roger Albert Clark had in his car in 1968 when he started winning first time out with the Mark I Escort, and that was in its original bodywork form before they had the bubble arches.
Ben Mellor's now on the start line. Ben, who had a bit of an issue yesterday with a stub axle in the front left-hand strut assembly, but has managed overnight to get it repaired. We've seen him a couple of times on stage today, but Ben always puts on a very good show and has won his car's category shootout in the past several times, so expecting a good run from him.
Neatly round there,
yeah,
Hogg.
Very neatly round with, you know, a pretty big car to take around the Delta Donut, but Richard Hogg navigated that super efficiently.
The Hogg.
The Hogg.
He has, well, a number of companies that he had. One of the things was he built and serviced those big gearboxes for wind farms, and you could regularly find him out in the Irish Sea or the North Sea somewhere hanging off trying to fix a gearbox in the middle of the sea. Yeah, all that sort of stuff. Big concrete works as well, made a lot of the parapetting and a lot of the stadia for the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium as well. So yeah, quite a guy.
Yeah, multi-talented, he really is. So on the start line now, Kim Mather, who's 74 today, as we said earlier, so a great way to spend your birthdays. We cut back to Richard Hogg out over Flying Finn heading towards the Coopers, and he's had a good run, which will be good, and he'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, so far so good. Let's get up to the finish, and we're all hopeful that that rear axle is all holding up. Seems to have done the job.
Yeah, it's a 2:59.6 then. The first car through on the shootout. It is Richard Hogg in the Rover. And of course, this is where the times are all important.
So it's Phil Squires at the wheel. Phil we spoke to earlier on, very accomplished rally driver. Normally he has his own Mark II Escort. Competes in national rally championships and quite a few international events when he can. So pretty nicely round there. Slightly inconsistent, if I could say that, on the throttle, Phil. I'll have a word with him about that later on.
Well, you managed to apologise to him after 2 years for holding him up on a stage. I'm sure he'll take a little bit of critical analysis from you. Don't push it, Jardine. Don't push it.
I know.
I'm not so sure.
But it's neat. It looks very effective. Let's see what the clock actually says when it goes over that line.
3:03.7 is the time for Phil Squires that we have on the board here.
Now, Ben Mellors in his class has been quick here all the time, so it's so great to see that car back in action. And you saw those shots earlier, that front left, look how battered it is. Now, the Mellors family don't necessarily like that, but it's necessary to get the hammers out, beat it out, get that stub axle all fixed, and there we are, back in action. Tough as old boots, these Toyotas.
Yeah, this happened when actually Malcolm Wilson was in commentary with us yesterday, because we saw it being towed out, missing its front left wheel, and you can see obviously the residual damage from that on that front left. We didn't actually see the incident happen out there, but it is good that, you know, they have got the hammers out, they have sorted it, and it is back with us today, and it's a time of 2:54.5. That is the fastest time through so far for Ben Mellors.
Warren Philliskirk just off the line in the 6R4, I think it was. And the John Bosch, Rothman's back Audi Quattro, is now on the start line.
Kim's got his lights ablaze there in the Talbot Sunbeam. Talbot Sunbeam winning the RAC Rally in 1980 with Henry Toivonen, his first breakthrough, his first big win. And that's a nice job by Kim there. Slight little stall.
The first bit was nice. The first bit was nice round, wasn't it?
Yeah. But he is also a very accomplished racing driver. In fact, the majority of his career has been racing. He only came to rallying later on. And Xavier took us back yesterday over some of the history of Kim as well. And he had a twin-engine VW here, Xav.
Yeah, last year, a twin-engine Volkswagen Scirocco. And he had on display where we know the cars are with the front open, the bonnet. Big engine in there. He had the boot open. There was another engine in there. It was just phenomenal. It was just phenomenal.
Does what it says on the tin then.
Yeah.
Now for Kim Mather, a time on the board of 2:56.5. 2:56.5.
Peter van der Putten in the Audi Quattro S1. Just another look at him around Delta.
Yeah, it's wide. It needed to be, though, just to hook it round, I guess.
Yeah, it was wide, you're right. It needed to be, but he kept the momentum. He kept the throttle in there, and it came round and back under control.
But we're going
very
slowly here.
Yeah. Warren Philliskirk now. Warren, who I've said before, has been here over a number of years in a Triumph Dolomite, a TR7 V8. But Warren, a long-term supporter of the event. That is Steve Ward in the Subaru Legacy RS, just leaving the start line.
So the Metro 6R4 3-litre V6, tightly packaged in there, right behind the driver and the co-driver, and all tucked in behind that rear perspex window.
Oh, this is a sad sight to see, isn't it? You know, we're watching as the Audi really moves slowly through the stage here.
Maybe he's aiding propulsion like that by wagging the door. Maybe it gets a little bit faster, but he's going to possibly be in the way of Warren Philliskirk. Maybe Warren will get another run if he is impeded here in the last section of the special stage. We shall see.
Yeah, he's being slowed there by some of the officials because that Audi really is crawling towards the stage end. Did he not have to do another run yesterday? There was someone who, I think Philliskirk had to do a double run yesterday.
Yeah. So 1995, Warren bought this car, the 6R4, and he won the BTRDA national title in 1998. So no slouch, Warren. And being very competitive, he'll want to be back out there. Is he pushing that car? No.
No, but I mean, it is literally going at about a mile an hour right now.
That could be something like a turbocharger or something. No, there'd be a lot of smoke if it was turbocharger. It might be something to do with transmission, and maybe it's only through onto one drive shaft or something.
Partially slip and clutch, even just enough to do it first. So
enough to do that.
The Audi then that we're seeing that is stopped here, that's because you can see the red flag is in effect.
It's time, I think, possibly for Bex's Beast to make an appearance and take the people out of the stage.
So Marcel Ludwig held up there as well, waiting by the red flag. So all the full safety procedures in place, and making sure that everything is as safe as possible.
All nicely done.
All nice.
Without fuss and drama. Yep.
So under the auspices of the Southern Car Club, organised the whole of the rally stage. The Forest Rally Stage here at the Goodwood Festival Speed every year, and yet again in 2025 we've got this incredible entry, but yet again we've got this great competition in the shootout. It's a shame here because I think Marcel was going really well.
Because as you know, those big Audis aren't easy to drift and handbrake and power
Certainly
out.
not. No, they're
you know?
Definitely not.
50-50 split makes it really difficult.
So just to recap then, car number 65, it's the Audi of Peter van der Putten, unfortunately started to slow. We picked it up driving slowly over the flying fin jump. No idea as to what has gone on there, but it really was a crawl out to the end of the stage, which has impeded a couple of drivers on their times.
I see Warren Phillips-Kirk has rejoined the queue, so he's going to get another run. See, Sam Mason is in the queue as well, as is Tom Williams and David Wright on the start ramp, with Gary Lecoteau on the start line.
So we wait then for it all to resume again under full competitive speed, the shootout stage. Hopefully that'll be in just a few moments. Great to see so many of you today up here in the Rally Service Park. It is, of course, the Forest Rally Stage, which takes in some incredible sights across 1.8 miles. It is the shootout that is happening right now, but it has been slowed, unfortunately, because one of the Audis has had an issue in here. But we should be back up and running competitively very shortly indeed.
Toyota Team Europe on the back of that car of Gary Lecoteau, and Toyota's success from 1993 with the GT4, the ST185, and again in 94, then 1999 with the Toyota Corolla WRC. 2018 then in came the Toyota Yaris WRC, and then into Rally 1, the WRC1 categories 21, 22, and right through to the present day. All bar Hyundai and their World Championship in 2024. It's been Toyota's game, hasn't it?
It really has. They've had a fantastic couple of years. Manufacturers champions, defending that this year. They've won every single rally in the WRC, bar the Acropolis Rally, which Hyundai have joined the party now with their first win of the season of the Acropolis Rally just a couple of weeks ago in the hands of Oyt Tanak. But Toyota have had an extraordinary year.
I suppose if you think about it another way, well, yeah, they might be dominating, apart from the odd win by Hyundai, but at least they've got this intra-competition between the world champions, between Elvin Evans. You've got this huge battle going on and still really entertaining the fans.
It is entertaining the fans. You've got the rising stars like Sami Pyöri, who, you know, when he came into Rally 1 last year, and it was his home event at Rally Finland where he made his debut, and he was 4th overall on his debut in a Rally 1 category car. I mean, that is something special. Sami Pyöri is a real talent. We've seen him here competing this weekend. And we'll see Oliver Solberg step into Rally 1 machinery at Rally Estonia, the next event, which is next weekend. It's all about the youth coming through, but as you mentioned, we're still looking at Sébastien Ogier, who's an 8-time world champion on a partial season, 2nd in the championship. And that is because he is still right at the top of his game.
41 years
really
of age.
Impressive. Really impressive.
41 years of age, but it is
He's
also,
a baby.
Yeah, he is a babby. But it's also about experience, you know, and the longevity of a rally driver. If they can keep fit, keep in their game there, then they'll have a much longer career than a Grand Prix driver, for example. But having said that, then you've got Damon Hill at 38 years of age, going on to 40. Nigel Mansell did it later on.
Yeah,
even now, Lewis Hamilton is showing what he can do. So, you know, provided they keep top of the game, keep their fitness, and they've got that enthusiasm, which Sébastien Ogier has.
Completely. I mean,
he's got that twinkle in his eye, hasn't he?
especially when he's in the heat of competition.
Yeah.
You know, when he is absolutely fighting for a win out there. Oh my goodness, it is something to behold. We saw that at Acropolis. We saw it in Sardinia when he was battling with Oitanak, and both of them were just loving every single second, because it's when they're in their element, when they're absolutely fighting.
I'm going to give you both the Yari-Matti Latvala moment.
Go on.
Who's the oldest driver to win a World Championship event? And an extra bonus point if you could tell me the event that he won.
I'm stumped.
I don't think it's Loeb. Is it Loeb at 48?
I'm going to have to count you down. I have to hand it to you, Bex. You're extremely close. It was Sebastian Loeb, 47 years, 10 months.
47. See, I knew it was
Rally
Loeb.
Monte Carlo.
47 years. Yeah, he wasn't quite 48. You know, everyone kept saying, oh, he's 50 years of age winning a rally. And I was like, no, he's not quite 50 yet. Yeah, okay, it was Loeb. Then I was right. I just didn't get quite the right age. He was nearly 48 years
Very
of age.
impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that was an astonishing event for Sebastian Loeb, I have to say. Isabelle Galmiche was alongside him in the co-driving seat. And, you know, she's a teacher. Isabelle is a teacher by trade, and she hadn't told any of her pupils what she was going to be doing that weekend. And then she goes and wins the most iconic rally in the WRC and was headline news across France. And she went back in to teach on the Monday morning.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, absolutely.
What a story.
Exactly, what a story. And, you know, the news outlets are there at the school and everything. It was just incredible. And the pupils were just so delighted. You know, how cool is she?
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Oh, 100.
She has co-driven her way to the top step of the podium alongside one of the legends of the sport in Sebastian Loeb. It was such a great story.
Yeah, it was brilliant, really was.
So Mark Bolch just put his head through into the commentary box, and Mark from Southern Car Club, he's controlled chief official down. He said the 3 cars that were impeded will go again, but they'll go at the end of the shootout.
Okay.
That's what he said.
We'll take that on board. So we will be, everyone, back up and running very shortly, I promise you. Please keep enjoying the sunshine. Make sure you got the sun cream on.
And
nice bottle of water
yep.
or something else. And we will be back in competition mode very, very shortly indeed. We just had to make sure that all the cars were clear who were running under that red flag in the stage, to make it fair for everybody to restart the shootout. And that will be underway very soon. And you know, you talk about age drivers. You've been having a little jab at Tony Jardine throughout the weekend. Zav, should we give him the pressure of trying to win the RAC this year?
No, but I'll tell you what, he will surprise you, because I was going to say earlier when you were talking about Tony, the only time I've seen him timid is when he had co-drivers in the shape of Peter Todd and Amy Williams. So whenever he had a female co-driver, and I worked with Tony, the 2 female co-drivers were the best at keeping him in check. He did what he was told. He turned up when he was supposed to turn up. He was on time.
So if Loeb can win a WRC event at the age of 47 years of age, can you win the RAC at the age of
77?
65, was it? What was the year?
Love you, Bex. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, we're giving you that bit of pressure. You know,
no, but
you go for it at the end of the year.
Just mentioning Amy Williams.
Yes.
Who be, you know, gold medalist, our
Olympian.
first gold medal Olympian in the winters for about 30 years on that little tea tray.
Was it luge or skeleton?
Skeleton Bob, it's called. Yeah, incredible woman.
I worked on the Winter Olympics for many years, and it's one of the craziest sports in winter athletics. It really is.
But Zav will agree with me when I say she came into the sport very, very humble. She wanted to learn. She was very enthusiastic about it, and we had to get the signatures in order, 6 signatures for her to get up to the World Championship level so we could enter into Wales Rally GB. The story just built and built, whether it's BBC, Sky, Mail on Sunday, whatever. The publicity was really coming in. But when she got to the recce on Wales Rally GB, and there was a bit of a delay, whatever, one of the first people that come back down the line to see her was Yari-Matti. One of the second people to come down, oh, how are you? How's everything? Was a certain Sebastian Ogier, and they had a little twinkle going between them, but she was a fantastic co-driver. Do you know what? We ended up going into the last stage. We were 8 seconds off the lead of Group N in the production class, and we had to go around the Great Orme as everyone did on mud and snow tyres.
Yeah.
The sun was going down, it was getting cooler, there was a lot of water around it. There was a potential to go off. We had 2 punctures, blah, 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 blah. She was ice cool. She said, this is what we're doing, bang, 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 bang. And we kept it neat and tidy as quick as we could, and we won Group N by
results.
2 seconds, and we were
26 or
26 overall on the World
Brilliant
Championship
result.
Rally. That was my best result. That's due to her.
All due to, well, yeah, I mean, it was great to see so many different co-drivers with you along the years, but Amy was certainly one of my favourites.
She was great. She really
absolutely was. We are about to get back underway, everyone, with the shootout. I am pleased to announce Gary Lecadeau will be heading off the line very shortly. The throaty sound of the exhaust there. Wonderful stuff. The Toyota Celica GT4 then is underway. Gary has set some great times on the shootout on each day of competition across Thursday and Friday, so we're expecting a lot from him.
Yeah, the winner of the inaugural London Rally for Heroes is Gary, based at Brooklands, and the track there at Mercedes-Benz, and utilised some of the military ranges and tracks in and around Aldershot. Was a very unique event, but the idea was to bring rallying again to the south of England, as Rally Sunseeker hadn't taken place for a couple of years, and Gary very instrumental in the organisation and help, and went on to win the event. David Wright on the start line now in his Ford Fiesta Rally 2. I think we've only seen him a couple of times today, but it was second to Tom Williams yesterday, so plenty to go for David.
Off the line in the Fiesta Rally 2, and I think that's, is that Rally 2 or an R5? Zav?
Rally 2.
It is definitely Rally 2, sorry. And David did set a good time. He's been here before with his WRC Ford Focus, and there's Aoife Raftery. And we've spoken to her earlier on. She's just doing a great job, not just in Europe, but also in the United States of America.
Yeah.
And she has the right chemistry. She has the right spark. She has the right level of enthusiasm. She came up to me and asked me to introduce her to some of the people at M Sport, because she wanted to get in that car. She wanted to get a ride and see what was going on. Gary Lecadeau.
That was
Nicely
beautiful
edge,
around
nice.
the Delta Donut. It was very close to the hay bales, but beautifully executed.
Yeah.
This is a good run. It's lovely to sit here in the commentary box when you see people in a good run. That in the background is Aoife Raftery leaving the start line. Camera's now back on Gary Lecadeau. With Bill Painter in the passenger seat and the co-driver's seat. Bill, who has co-driven for Gary over many, many years. Gary also has a Hyundai WRC in his garage as well, as we watch a replay. When we talk about iconic liveries, I mean, the Toyota and Castrol tie-up an iconic livery has to be right up there.
Absolutely is with me. And if Castrol, their logo and all they said with their strapline, which was Liquid Engineering, you can just see the way those drops in the sort of green and the red. You look, that was indicative of their strapline, Liquid Engineering. Yep. And that's what it said, didn't it?
It is a little bit faster than yesterday's run for Gary. It was a 2:44.1 today, 2:44.8 yesterday. But his quickest run was on Thursday with a 2:43.6, but still a mighty run on the board for Gary Lecadeau. Let's see what David Wright manages to pull out here. It is the fastest time through for Gary at the moment with that 2:44.1. Let's have a look at David Wright around the donut. It's a little wide here.
Just couldn't get it turned in. But quickly through Coopers and up to Stratos.
Waiting for the clock then to reveal the run, which is a 2:38.4. That is now the new fastest time on the board. And you compare it to yesterday's run. It was a 2:34.6 yesterday, so it's a little bit slower than yesterday's run. Oh, Aoife! she's rolled the car here. It's on its side.
She took too much bank on the inside. The two inside wheels went over, and just over she went.
Yeah, the marshal's now red flagging the stage. Just caught that banking at just the wrong angle, and it has sent the car over onto its side.
It's just such a shame. She was going so well, and she's been going so well.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're okay in there.
Yeah, I'm sure they will be. The marshals are there now to try and get that car righted. It's just at a slightly awkward angle.
Yeah. But it's so easily done as well, because the car's, you know, on the edge anyway, and you go around, and if you clip the inside, which she did there, and we've talked about the steep banks on the inside and the tree roots and so on, and when the car is got all that pressure on the outside too, and you're pushing it and turning in, it just doesn't take a lot for it to go over. So you can see, you know, on the inside of the bank, we'll try and get a rerun of that. Just make sure she's all right.
Yeah,
first.
that's the critical thing. We just need to make sure that the crew are okay and the vehicles have gone in to ascertain that. Right, well, there they go. You can see them getting out the car. It's just awkward to get out when the car is on its side like that. And it's when you look now at the angle of the car, they can't push it back onto four wheels because it's up against the ditch. So it's just at an awkward angle at the moment, as if for just picking up little bits of the car.
But just look on the inside there, and just look where the marshals are now, and look how steep it is.
Yeah, how cambered.
Right.
That is.
So that is just it's a tiny little sort of mountain there on the inside, and that's where she clipped too tight in there, and that flipped the car over. Here you go, let's have another look now.
Take a little look at it. This is a replay then of Aoife Raftery on the shootout stage here. So yes, she's just gone up a little bit too high on the inside, and it's put them straight over and then onto their side.
Thank goodness they're both okay, so that's fantastic.
Yeah. That's the only thing we care about, is whether the crew are okay or not. Cars can be repaired, people can't.
And by the way, I think that can be repaired because it was a pretty light roll.
It wasn't a heavy roll, but yeah, it's
that's Tom there, I think. I think it's Tom Williams.
Yeah, it's Tom Williams, yeah.
That's lovely to see.
Yeah.
She's naturally going to be disappointed by that, but it's easily done. We just saw how quickly that happened.
So who was sitting alongside her? I didn't see that. Who was in the co-driver's seat? Oh, Gemma. Okay.
Gemma Hallinan.
Yeah,
Gemma's been in with her quite a bit today.
Yeah, Gemma, who's Josie Rimmer was talking about Gemma earlier on, you know, how they formed a friendship through rallying, and Gemma is accompanied here to Goodwood this weekend, and well, she's got the whole rally experience, doesn't she?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that car will be put back onto all four wheels, or brought out of the stage. But we do have, obviously, another pause here. But the most important thing, everyone, is that the crew are okay. We never like to see an incident like that out on the rally stage. It does happen, and we see it multiple times. But we're pleased to see that Aoife and Gemma are out of the car okay. It's just now, yeah, you can see quite a bit of fluid leakage here as well.
Yeah.
And what we can remind everybody of the safety features of current rally cars, because there's a full roll cage inside there, which is fully integral to the shell, which also gives the shell rigidity as well. Plus they have very, very special seats, molded seats with the side ears around the side of the head. They have the full harnesses, they have their fireproof suits on, they have the extinguisher system, the hands devices in case you go in forward, to the straps that stop your head going forward. So just about every kind of safety device is in there. And I dare say, knowing Aoife, the little bit that I do, she's looking at, can we repair this? Can we get it back on the stage? She's scooping up every bit that she can to make sure that that can be glued back on, or that can be taped back on. As I say, cosmetically, it doesn't look great on that side, but again, it might be a, don't push it that way. A few of the, not the body hammers, but some of bodywork hammers on that, and I'm sure we might see that tomorrow.
Just the doctor there that's making sure that they are okay.
Yeah.
Moving them away from the vehicle, and they will just have some preliminary checks. Obviously, he's just asking a few questions just to make absolutely sure that they are fine. And this is standard procedure here when there has been an incident on a stage. this is the important stuff. Sometimes, you know, you don't get to see this like we are watching right now, but this is what, you know, this is what happens when there is an incident. Immediately, the medical vehicles will go in because of prime importance are the crew.
Yep.
The car here is very much a secondary part of it all.
And you can see that Matt Fowle, who's the safety officer, just behind Aoife there with the hat on. He was the one that asking them just to step back a bit. And then Lee Fowler, who's chief scrutineer in the blue shirt and the shorts. He's in the middle there. And then we have our medical officer, Easton Vaughan Huxley. He's in there one. And of course, if they needed the paramedic, of course, Rowley would be down there, but they seem to be fine. So they've asked them some questions, just checking they're all okay.
I mean this in the nicest way, but it's wonderful to see how quickly that was stopped, how quickly the services were there, and the routine that most people don't see very, very often, and about how efficient everyone knows the job, everyone knows what they're supposed to do, all done in a calm manner. It's really good to see that, and the Southern Car Club team working extremely well to sort this out.
Yeah, trained professionals, you know, they are ready to pounce into action as soon as something like this happens. If you are just joining us here at the Forest Rally Stage, we were in the midst of a shootout which has now been interrupted after an unfortunate roll by Aoife Raftery. Both her and co-driver Gemma are okay. That's our main focus. We're just seeing images of the car on its side, but let's have a look at what led to it. Here we go, Tony.
Yeah, she's just coming down under braking and then just takes too much road on the inside with that steep chalk bank, and it really is steep. It's like 45 degrees. Just look, both the inside wheels go up that bank, and because the car's already teetering on its edge, it doesn't take much to just flick it over. A relatively gentle roll it could have been at a fast corner, and she could have got onto the trees. So, you know, they've got away with it there, and getting them out, I think, as you were saying, is difficult through that roll cage, getting those harnesses off, getting the hands devices off from the side of their helmets, and they're just checking their helmet there. There's Lee Fowler, the chief scrutineer, making sure that they haven't had a big bashing at all against the roll cage or against the roof. As Tom Williams comes out slowly now, and he was there giving Aoife a little bit of a hug.
Nice to see.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Just consoling her, and that's what she'll need, a little bit of an arm around her after this, and psychologically getting back into it, because it's part of the game, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it is part of the game, absolutely. And, you know, they've all been through a circumstance like this at some point in their career, but they all know how much it's just a bit of it's a blow, isn't it, when you do make a mistake like that, which has led to that roll.
And you feel absolutely awful afterwards, and you rerun it in your mind over and over again. Why did I do that? And if I'd only done this or I'd only done that. But again, you know, these are the learnings, and this, as we've said, is a tough stage. It does bite, and you, again, at that place where they're standing now, just look at the difference in height between Matt is and where the marshal's in on the top of that bank, and that's not far off vertical. So those two wheels have run across there, and over she's gone, dead easy.
I tell you what didn't help as well. Obviously, she went really steep up the banking, but the inside corner is really cambered towards the bank. So the wheels on the right-hand side were really into that camber, which obviously helped the roll over. You can see just the camber there. So she had the top two wheels where that tree stump were, the bottom two right in the camber. And this is the recovery truck then. It is Gavin and Coralie who are responsible now for getting this car out of the stage.
It's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do, whether they're going to roll that back over onto its wheels or whether they're going to drag it a bit further up the stage and then move it the other way. It'll be fascinating to see what they do. But as a rally driver and as part of the team, and you're standing there with the recovery crews, whatever, I had a big off on the RAC in 2022, and we were right down this gully, and I had to persuade the guys to stop, and it ended up 3 trucks taking us way up this bank, and you're going, oh, please don't drag it that way, don't, and another bit falls off, or they pull it the wrong way, and then they bend something else when they're trying to get it. But of course they're only trying to do their best and get it out. Look, so look on the inside as our camera focuses down. Yeah, you're right, Bex, because that's the bottom of the tree route as well.
Yeah.
You know, and when I've done those special stage guides before, I've been in there and kicked those big tree roots and tree stumps and everything, and said, you know, these are absolute hazards for rally cars and for rally drivers, and you know, you need to keep away from them.
It certainly proved that at this very moment. Which corner are we actually on here? Something where I didn't kind of pick out earlier on.
It's really difficult to know.
Difficult to tell at this point in time.
I actually think it's Mexico, because you then turn right here and you have the long straight down into McRae and then up towards Michaelis. So I actually think it's Mexico.
Okay.
Because you hadn't long gone round Delta either.
It is Mexico. Confirmation from the guys in the gallery.
Look, spotter's guide. No, well done, Zav, because I think just between that and those trees and the severity of the bend, I couldn't quite work it out. There's a couple of severe ones. You know, when you look down through Salmon Roll and then up before you go into Blomqvist is another one. But she was that much further through the stage, so you're right, yeah.
I think this is going to be difficult because, unfortunately, you can't roll it the other way because it's...
No, it's got to come back on its roof.
You know,
it won't go the other way. It will have to come back over on its roof to go back onto all four
wheels.
So
that's Neil Boxall there, who's the deputy clerk of the course, with Lee Fowler. Sorry, no, with Matt Fowle. Get those two mixed up. With Matt Fowle, who's the safety officer. And just putting, I think, a little bit of dust over that fuel or oil that's coming out. And, of course, it will have been neutralised now. So there's a big cut-off switch on the dashboard that makes sure there's no more fuel flowing, no power whatsoever.
Yeah.
So that's all off, and the car has been neutralised as such.
So it's Coralie here getting all the straps ready to try and haul this car. They have an amazing amount of assistance within this recovery truck. I was having a good look around it earlier, having a good old nose to see what they had, and you know, there's ratchet straps aplenty, there's shackles, there's everything to be able to try and actually maybe they'll try and pull it a little bit further up to put it on all four wheels
before.
Yeah,
that's what I think is.
Yeah,
that's what they got, that one up there, and they're going to put it on the big winch at the front, winch it up so they've got space, and then it'll be more gentle when they pull it back down onto its wheels. But it'd be interesting to see if they get everyone to push it over, or whether they have some other form of apparatus that then comes along and pushes it over.
Push it over towards the ditch, if you like, and have people pushing it and then pull it. enough people will keep it on its wheels.
I love the fact that we're speculating here. It'll play out in front of us now. I'll tell you what is quite funny with this recovery truck, though. As I was having a bit of a dive around it, Coralie was showing me one of the most important factors of the recovery truck. And on the side that we can't see right now, there's a long flap, let's say. It's an opening, and she pulled it open for me earlier to reveal a kettle. So they can have a nice cup of tea out there, should they need.
That's the most important. Absolutely.
Exactly.
So,
hey up, Chuck.
And here's another recovery vehicle. I just wonder if that's going to take another angle. Right, okay. That's the suspended tow.
We are getting a lesson here in how to retrieve a rally car.
But they are a breed apart, the recovery crews, because they've done so many, and they're very methodical. Obviously, they're very, very safe indeed, but they have pulled cars out of gullies, upside down, wedged in trees, so on. Safety first, they go in, and they know exactly what to do. When they arrive on the scene, they tell you exactly what they're going to do, and you just cooperate with them because that's their job and that's what they do. But they have this incredible camaraderie amongst their vehicles, their Land Rovers, their trucks, you know, and in the different regions around motorsport, they have these different recovery teams who all work together as well.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of bonding goes on between those the rescue crews, the recovery crews, and we need them. like we need the marshals and all our officials, otherwise motorsport wouldn't run, and certainly motorsport would be far less safe without these great people.
Okay. You know, you're absolutely right in everything you say. I'm just fascinated to see how this is all going to play out now. It's like a big learning curve for all of us who are not used to recovering vehicles, like myself. Although I did get towed out of a ditch once, but it was far more straightforward than this.
Was that on the Peugeot 205?
It wasn't. It's the only car I've ever driven. So believe me, no one would let me behind the wheel of anything else after that, and I don't blame them.
It's a bit of a drag and drop, could be, couldn't it?
Yeah, maybe they are going to drag it, pull it a little bit further, and then just get it back onto all four wheels. But there we go. If you are just joining us for the first time, we do have a big pause in proceedings up here at the Forest Rally Stage. We were mid-shootout. We had a problem with an Audi earlier on, which was just slow to finish. We don't really know the reason why Peter van der Putten had a problem with the Audi. That was the first stoppage in the shootout. And then once we got back underway, unfortunately, Aoife Raftery has rolled her Ford Fiesta Rally 3 car on the Mexico corner of the stage. The crew are okay. That's all we really care about right now, and we're all fascinated to know how it all plays out. So this is what happened. As you can see, just really high up on the bank on the left-hand side, which has pushed her onto her side. Let's have a look at it in slow motion.
Yep. And that bank is almost vertical.
Yeah.
And there's a big tree stump in there. It's solid and just flicked it over those two inside wheels. Up there you go. And she was on a good run, so taking just a bit too much road on the inside, as we've seen, but going for it against the clock in the shootout, and a little bit very unfortunate, in fact.
Very unlucky for Aoife Raftery. Okay, while we wait then for everything to restart here, our man with a microphone has been busy out there today. Tony Jardine caught up with Steve Rockingham.
Steve Rockingham, Skoda fan, big fan of the Goodwood Festival of Speed Rally Stage. Here you are again.
Yeah, morning, Tony. Yes, it's great to be here again. The weather's great, a bit warm, but hey, you wouldn't complain about this compared to the rain. And yeah, the trusty Skoda Octavia's out for another airing. As you know, it's a pretty rare car, the only one in the UK, and it's just nice to bring it out and use it, really.
Nice to see the name of Tony Gardemeister on there. Many other luminaries who have rallied this car, but it's a big car to go rallying, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks a big car, but it's actually no bigger physically than, say, a like an S9 in Pretz or something like that is the same size. It just looks quite big. But yeah, it's a pretty strong old bus, it has to be said.
And when you see the current crop of Skodas in WRC2, like the Fabias and so on, you must think, wow, that's progression.
Yeah, I must say the latest Fabia is a cracking car. It's a really nice little thing. I'm lucky I have an R5 Fiesta, which is a great car, and it's amazing how quick they are, really, compared to the 2-litre World Rally car of its day. But then it's easy to forget these things are 25 years old now, and they're still pretty competitive.
Are they competitive down this little 1.9 mile stage here?
I mean, we're not anywhere near the times of Mr. Rovanpera, but I don't think that's the car's fault. Actually, it would be fascinating to put one of the top guys in one of these, and I think you might find that it would be fairly surprising, bearing in mind they're still kind of the similar power without such trick differentials and things, though.
Slippy yesterday and on Thursday, was it changing the conditions at all?
Yeah, it's quite tricky in there because, as you know, it's all chalk. When it's wet, it's horrendous. But it's now got quite polished, so the surface is very smooth and it's quite shiny in places. So, yeah, it's a bit of fun, and that's what the crowds want to see. So, yeah, why not enjoy it?
Well, you enjoy it, and we enjoy watching you.
Thanks, Tony. Great to see you. Thanks ever so much.
I don't know, there's not so much a difference between Rockingham and Rovanpera, is there? It's a great interview with Steve Rockingham there, but the Skoda Octavia still going strong. Now we have a pause here in proceedings in the shootout. If you're just coming up into the area of the rally service park, or if you're just tuning in and watching online, wherever you may be, we are waiting for this car, Aoife Raftery's car, to be towed out. Now it was on its side. Yeah. It's back on all four wheels like magic. Tony Jardine.
That's opposite to what I thought would happen.
Yes, it's same for me as well. That's why we're never going to be in the recovery business.
Exactly. I thought they were going to drag it up on its side, and then when it was a little bit less severe and a little bit safer, then they'd push it back on the wheels, but they know best, and there it is, back on its wheels.
Thank goodness they know best as well. Okay, now while we wait for everything to get back underway here, Tony has been busy with a microphone, but it's not just rallying crews he's been catching up with. The great and the good and the legends of motorsport broadcasting are not safe from him either.
Steve Ryder, great to see you here. Festival of Speed at the rally stage. Now, I'd have to say to you, first of all, congratulations on your retirement.
Well, I think it's congratulations, yes. It's come to a natural end, put it like that.
It was a great send-off at the BTCC, all the marshals, the drivers. You must have enjoyed that.
It was wonderful, and all the little tributes that, you know, weren't really deserved, but I will treasure them, especially from within the world of motorsport and so on. But to see the marshals coming out and having been so much a part of the Touring Car Championship family and the drivers, and I'm going to miss it, but I've been doing it off and on since 1988, so it's time for a fresh face and a fresh attitude, I think. But we've had so much fun.
But over the years, whether it's BBC, ITV and the different channels, you've had a hankering and a love for the world of rallying. Indeed, with Barry Hinchcliffe, you produced some fantastic programmes on rallying, didn't you?
Well, Barry did, and I was more than happy to go along with what he was doing. And certainly the material that he generated in the 80s and the Group B years, and the inventive way in which he approached the coverage. I mean, there were a lot of cameras and crews out the stage side, but there was only one who was getting that little twist to a story or that little extra insight. Most of it happened by accident because he didn't really know what he was doing, and none of us really did. I remember that we used to go around the British Championship schedule and the RAC schedule, not with a road book or with a good food guide. And we would be miles off, but we had such a good time. And thank goodness that, you know, we've been able to get our hands on the archive and make sure that it still has some life.
Huge amount of editing all on film, and moments are captured, and we still watch those wonderful old videos. Rallying as it is today, we've got some incredible teams here, WRC1 teams from the cutting edge. We've seen Malcolm Wilson, we've talked to David Richards this morning. Where do you think the sport is at of rallying right now?
It's a bit of a crossroads because there is such a broadcast market out there. And rallying, like any sport, if it's going to move on to the next commercial level, it not only needs a platform, but it needs a platform with a regular viewership. And that was the great thing that we had in the 80s with Grandstand and World of Sport. People weren't tuning in to see rallying, but because it came off the back of the 330 at Haydock, you had an extra couple of million and so on. And that really is what rallying is lacking at the moment. No fault of rallying, but it is the market that is out there that really can't accommodate a product of the quality of rallying coming in and being able to generate the big audience. The coverage these days is astonishing. I mean, it is at the level that Formula One coverage is at now, and you can't pay it a stronger compliment than that.
It's great to see you here back amongst the rally cars. Great to have you back. Enjoy your retirement.
I will indeed. I will indeed. Yeah, it's going to be busy. We're doing a lot of stuff with Motorsport Archive, Formula One and rallying and so on. And, well, it's the perfect retirement project. When are you going to retire?
How dare you ask that question? Would you take a picture of me?
And that, my friends, has been the quote of the whole weekend so far, with the wonderful Mr. Steve Ryder asking Tony Jardine, when are you going to retire?
Quite a few people keep asking me that. Why don't you just get out of the way? Why don't you just retire? Nah, I'm like a bad penny. I keep turning up. That's it. Look, well, I'm not as old as Steve Ryder. Anyway, I've got a good 5 years left in me, haven't I, Zav?
Oh, at least.
You better have had. We need you here, definitely. Now, if you're just joining us for the coverage, we are, well, I'd say we're almost ready to go. We're not, but we are not far away from it, I would say. Aoife Raftery's car is almost ready to be brought out of the stage. This is a reminder of what happened not long ago. Just too acute on that angle, right up the banking, and it's tipped her right over. It's a full roll for Aoife. Both crew are okay, uninjured, just a little bit awkward to get out the car, which is on its side, of course. But the crews here were on the scene immediately. The marshals, the medical team, everyone sprung into action in record time to make sure the crew were out of the car, everyone was safe, and the recovery trucks were there to make sure that they were getting that car on the way to getting towed out of the stage. And there we go with the Land Rover 101, which will be towing Aoife's Rally 3 Fiesta out. We are going to take a short break while all of this plays out. We'll be back with you shortly.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Coming into the chicane, this is where he lost it all, or he could have lost it all. Morris is right up into the lead again. Can he find a way through? It's going to be over the line, side by side.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the good revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move done, but did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out. Trophy, all three fighting. Atkinson up the inside, number one, but watch out!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Forest Rally Stage. We have a delay here on our shootout. This is the very reason why we have a delay. We're waiting for Aoife Raftery's Rally 3 to be towed out of the stage right now. There was an incident earlier on where she rolled the car, and it was, I have to say, responded to exceptionally well by everybody here at Goodwood. All the marshals, the medical teams, everyone rushed to the scene very, very quickly to be able to get that car out of the stage and, of course, check, most importantly, that Aoife and Gemma in the co-driving seat were both fine. They are, the crew are okay, that car is being towed out, and we are going to take a break now, and the action will resume shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the coverage of the Forest Rally Stage. I'm delighted to say we are just moments away from the shootout resuming. We did have a pause in proceedings, and that is because we had an incident in the stage with Aoife Raftery, who rolled her Rally 3. Crew are okay, car has been towed out, everything is looking good in the stage, and we are about to resume proceedings. Myself, Bex Williams, ready to talk you through it. Alongside me is Tony Jardine and Zav McCartan, and delighted we three are to see and hear the cars firing up on the start line here.
Yeah, good to be back. We've seen the efficiency and care and attention of the safety crews and Southern Car Club personnel and members of the marshals who have all been here this afternoon, and we're about to wrap up, hopefully, day 3 of the shootout. So the cars that were held up behind Aoife's little misdemeanor will get a run again. So probably 6 or 7 cars just to run through and get the results for the Saturday shootout.
New revs here for Warren Phillips-Kirk, who's been waiting a while to get underway. And that is the Forest Rally Stage back up and running, everyone.
And Warren Phillips-Kirk has been sitting in that car all the time, and the marshal's been standing over him with pieces of cardboard to shield him from the sun. So it's been a long, long wait. Let's hope that he's getting tuned in right away. Marcel Ludwig got held up previously by the slow Audi S1, which had slowed in the stage. So he gets to go again as well. I think just behind that we can see Steve Ward's car. I think the Subaru Legacy. There's the front of that Audi Quattro in the name of Steve Bond, John Bosch in the Dutch Championship.
Yeah, John was a privateer, but yeah, I mean, he had really good backing, and more or less every single car he had at the top end of his career were just ex-works cars, or even brand new works cars.
All 5 cylinders into action. Turbocharged 2.1 cc. Yes, indeed, it is. Then Steve Ward next. He's just moving on to the line. Notice there you can see a great shot of that Subaru Legacy in the colours that I associate a lot with Pekka Per Eklund and Dave Whittock, who was his long-time co-driver. And Dave Whittock still works on lots of events, was head of Motorsport Nissan Europe, and Mark Higgins drove for him.
They had a fantastic facility up Milton Keynes, Tongwell Drive, Milton Keynes, that were operating out of.
Well, they did WRC rounds and European rounds, and we were working for this, and then my agency, you know,
Nicely done.
1,000 Lakes, nice one, Warren.
Nicely done.
So he's fully alert.
Nice little kick out on the Delta Donut there, like that. Good style. 10 out of 10 for style around there.
Yeah. He hasn't fried too badly. He's sitting on that start line waiting to go. Metro 6R4 through the bend, where Aoife Raftery went over just a little while ago. There's those steep banks on the inside. We've talked about the hazards of this stage. It does bite. It has bitten many other people before, so Aoife can at least console herself with that. She's not the first and she won't be the last.
She certainly won't be the last.
On this stage.
Now, do you think you're an aficionado of history here, and you've explained Salmon role to us? Do you think next year you'll be asked to come back and have a look at Raftery's role?
Well,
describe it.
I thought it would be a bit too raw to mention it just now, but as you've done that, Zav, I'll let Aoife clip you one round here.
And she will do, believe me. Warren Phillips-Kirk completes then with a 2:52.3. That is the 3rd fastest time through on the shootout. A reminder that David Wright's time of 2:38.4 was the fastest we saw.
So on the start line now, Tom Williams and Matthew Faulkner. Tom, who is leading after the Thursday and Friday elements of the shootout. And, whenever Tony interviewed him yesterday, he was very confident that he could go on and win.
Whoa,
that's great.
Marcel Ludwig.
Nicely done. Very nicely done, Marcel.
What's lovely there is because it's more tarmacy down there, despite the loose surface on the top of it, then you hear the tyres start to screech as well. They're really protesting as he's forcing that 360 out of the Audi Quattro.
Yeah, there's some decent rubber now left around the donut itself.
So Zav and that transmission pretty much 50-50 front to rear.
Yeah. Even in the later versions of the Quattro, it was still 50-50. It was only in towards the Group B elements that we were getting the different splits. That is Tom Williams away off the start line.
And Steve Ward now. We're looking at him in the Subaru Legacy RS. He's also the owner of the wonderful Alpine Belletta A110, famous car from 1971 where it won the Portuguese rally. He owns that particular car. Let's see how he goes on with his 360. Taking a nice wide sweep. Very sensible, Steve.
Nice and smooth over the flying fin. Sam Mason on the start line now in the Peugeot 208, and on the start ramp is David Wright and Jane Nicol.
So Subaru, in the early days of Subaru there with the Legacy. So he came into national rallying and then eventually into WRC, and legacies like that were driven by Marco Allen, Ari Vatanen, and of course Colin McRae. And we've seen one of the McRae cars, Colin's cars, going along earlier, and Max McRae was driving that. David Wright, who has been very, very quick around here in the past, admittedly in a WRC Ford Focus, but he knows his way around here. He's been playing with the setup on the Rally 2 car. He wasn't happy on Thursday so much with the diffs, and Tom Williams, nicely executed. Very, very great style as well. If you can keep this up, good set, very, very competitive time. It could even be the quickest, but we'll be watching carefully.
Yeah, let's see, because he has been the fastest on each day of the shootout so far, Tom Williams, saving the best for last on his runs.
Just up the bank a little bit there. Oh, steady, and again.
It's a little bit of a ragged run, that is for sure. Yeah. Let's see if he can beat any of his fastest times. On the opening day, he was a 2:30.7. It was a 2:32.9 yesterday.
See that up on the bank on the left-hand side, and then he did it again, and he hopped over the bank on the right-hand side as he flies over a flying fin into the last part of the section, up through the Coopers and up to Stratos, and the finish line. Clock should stop. Using every bit of the special stage there. It is quite bumpy and lumpy there too.
It's a 2:33 on the board then for Tom Williams. So a little bit slower, a 1/10 of a second slower than he was yesterday.
Right, this is good to see. Sam Mason out now, one of our junior drivers in the Junior British Rally Championship, had a good outing on East Riding stages at the beginning of the year, and he took various inspirations from various people and decided to take up rallying. That's when he was a young lad, and here he is now, having a full season in the British Rally Championship, and keeping himself very fit, very alert, and looking forward to the next round of the BRC.
Nicely around that Delta donut. It's caught a couple of people out today, not Sam Mason though. And we've seen some great lines over the jump this weekend. Some people have been a little bit too far over to the left. You've got to be careful because you're hitting the bank, and you've got to prepare yourself for the next swooping corner at the bottom.
Yeah. Well, that was nice through that. That was a good run, I think, from Sam in the Peugeot 208 Rally.
Yeah, 2:52.7. And that is the last car to complete the shootout itself. And again, it's been a fantastic run from Tom Williams here on what has been an interrupted shootout, but confirmation then of the standings now across the 3 days of competition on the shootout. Tom Williams with an overall time of 7:36.6. David Wright is on a 7:52. Gary Lecadot with an 8:12.5, Sam Mason with an 8:29, and Marcel Ludwig completes that top 5 with an 8:31.6. Then it's Ward, Mather, Squires, Mellors and Putin to the top 10 through the stage. And then we have Warren Philliskirk, who restarted our shootout with a 9:50. Then Smith, Hogg, Aoife Raftery, of course, with difficulty on this stage, and that's what interrupted us earlier on. Peter Van Heiden in 15th, then Sjoerd Putin in 16th, Martin Overington is 17th, John Saunders 18th. But it is Tom Williams who's fastest through on the shootout, and continues to be on impressive form. Let's take a look at the highlights of Saturday's shootout. It all got underway pretty well, didn't it? We saw some great action from some cars that have had difficulties out there this weekend.
Yeah, Ben Mellors, who that right front had come off when he had the accident. Then Kim Mather on his birthday in the Talbot Sunbeam, having a good run through the stage as well. Lights ablaze.
Look at the fans that were just watching on from the sidelines there. Great to see.
Yeah, Gary Lecoudou, who has been consistently quick from Thursday onwards, and in that top 3.
Beautiful donut here, beautiful drift around from the Celica.
That was great. And you can tell somebody who's been with their car forever and a day, can't you? Know every inch of their car. Whereas here we have with David Wright, just a little bit wide there and having to scrub the speed off. It wasn't a smooth one, but he got round okay. It was a little bit scruffy by his own standards, whereas Tom Williams here, our leader, overall for the shootout so far, beautifully executed, really, really nice. Oh, but he got ragged. He got on the outside on the bank there and went hopping over there and got away with it.
And still set the fastest time.
Still set the fastest time, but clearly he was going for it. And that was a great run from Tom. A great run from Sam as well, from Sam Mason. Because overall, I think, was he 4th or 5th, Sam? It's not a bad little run there.
It was a fantastic run from Sam Mason, who was 5th fastest through that run of the shootout.
So back in normal action now, Maxime Drix and Luc Palmer in the Belga-backed Porsche. And you can see the selection of drivers who've been behind the wheel of this. And the little silver circles with the numbers and the black tape through them will show you that this car has been at Goodwood for the last 5 or 6, maybe more years. And of course, Johan Frank Drix, Maxime's father, has been coming here for an awfully long time. And a lot of cars in his collection, as he was telling Tony yesterday when he caught up with Maxime and his dad. Great sound off the Porsche on the start line here. Belga colours, famous in rally, much like the Masters colours as well. And that is Maxime, who is an LMP3 driver normally, but is getting the hang of rallying very quickly and has been similarly impressive.
It's quite a distance though, isn't it, from circuit racing to rallying. A baptism of fire coming here to Goodwood this weekend, but getting to grips with it absolutely beautifully. So we've got Max in the stage. David Wright is also within the stage right now. The 32nd board. And there is David Wright bypassing the Delta Donut this time, having, of course, to complete it for the shootout process on the run before. But some great times from him in the shootout over the past 3 days. He is lying in 2nd position in the shootout right now.
I think he's definitely keeping Tom Williams honest.
Car number 81 off the line, Andy Trainer and Tanya Short. Car that has seen competitive action, Rally Catalunya 2024, the historic element, the Eiffel Rally Festival in 2024, and the TAC slowly sideways out of Belgium earlier this year.
They also say that that car has been driven by Stuck Blomqvist at the RAC Rally. So that's a bit of name and fame for that 1981 car for Andy and Tanya. And it was originated from an AM Cars Motorsport, another one that came from that particular stable in the historic Group 4 spec. Andy Trainer, Tim Clark, they're all in that same group together, and they've all competed at Goodwood and on the Forest Rally stage many times over. So we think of John Bloxham when we look at this lovely Fiat 131. There's Bloxham's name on the side of the dealership in Group 2 spec. And I don't want it to be the curse of the commentators.
Oh,
but
don't say it, Tony, don't! Not after the afternoon we've had.
Please. Can I say it? That car has run faultlessly.
That's it, we'll be here till 9 o'clock tonight.
Idiots.
Well,
they've
got fog and spotlights on the front. Let's have some night rallying. Come on.
Idiots and Rashida Al Khalifa off and running now in the Fiat 131, the John Bloxham car, as we just catch back up with Maxime Drix.
Well, Maxime decided that he's only going to do half his 360 round there. but it's not the shootout, so
yeah,
he can do what he wants.
Have to, yeah, they can absolutely do what they want on the runs now, but as part of the shootout, they do have to complete the Delta Donut to be able to have a qualified time.
That's right.
And there are a bank of spectators up there who've walked all the way down through the forest. Got a great viewing point there. A lot of them got their cameras and their phone cameras out as well, seeing the action. Still a lot of dust about. Very, very hot day indeed. Still the surface very compact. It's been baked, it's been polished. It's fresh out of the oven. As the Audi Quattro comes on up the stage, Andy Trainer. And through those great names, and even McRae's name is up there after you go through Dakar, then Mexico, and then McRae. That could be any one of the McRae's, but as it's the 30 years, we're going to call it the Colin McRae corner. As Max comes towards the end, and used to downforce, as you both said, with LMP3 cars. No downforce whatsoever in that particular car, and certainly a very, very slippy surface compared to the tarmac. Very smooth tarmac he's used to be driving on. And this has been his own little baptism of fire here, and I think he's done extremely well.
And that is the sound of Cohen Donkers in the Audi Quattro S1 Pikes Peak version. Off and into the stage. Was out on the Eiffel Rally Festival earlier in the year. And last year saw him here driving a couple of cars.
Just a little bit onto the left-hand side there. The line not quite so good. Let's have a look at it from our remote camera. Skirting pretty close.
Very close, very close.
To our eye on the stage, the Flying Fin remote cam. We need to name it, really. We should have named it.
Should name it, should name it.
Frank. Flying Fin Frank, we'll call it. He's
Okay.
done sterling work out there this weekend.
That will do, yeah. So the Fiat Mirafiori 131 is over the jump. Here is the S1 Van der Putten. Oh, deciding to go over the bank on the inside. Need to keep it smooth there. Peter Van der Putten has had the odd incident, has had the odd mechanical, been going slowly out of the stage earlier on, and been climbing the banks and getting away with it. But yeah, it's a short wheelbase, very, very powerful car. It's nervous, it's twitchy, it's not great. I'm sure it's great to drive, but it's not the best handling of cars. They were brutes in their day, they're brutes now, and you need to be forceful with one of these cars. So much power. You know, you look at that, not really great turning around there, and it's very, very easy to give that too much of a bootful because there is so much power in that short little wheelbase.
Yeah, and you'd be just popping straight into the hay bale. It's really difficult, like you said, to be agile around a donut in a car like this.
That's nice.
I tell you what, though, if you get it on point, and that's the key to it, you just put it on point and drift it.
Cone donkers.
You drift it.
I'd say 10 out of 10, especially
I'd
with
say
that
that's
beastie.
the best one we've seen so far today.
Yeah.
That was very good.
Cone Donkers Donut of the Day.
We'll give him a little award.
We need to get a donut-shaped award for that.
Yeah, that's true.
Tony's on it this evening. That's what he's doing. He's not going to the ball anymore. He's creating a donut award.
I like the colour scheme on that car as well. That's really, really nice. Good preparation, great preparation. Looks fantastic. Here we go. Go on, Zav. Boot.
Oh.
Oh.
It was a double.
Oh.
Thing is, once you get them started and the momentum going, it's all throttle. But that's
it was
the
a
hard
double.
part.
So yeah, the first one wasn't so nice to look at, but it was the second rotation, which was beautifully drifted through by Cohen Donkers.
Double bubble.
You still win the award.
Yep, still win. We'll get him 2 cones instead of 1.
Well, there's a little establishment just over from commentary that's selling donuts. We'll go and get you a fresh jam-filled one. Oh, let's take a look at Tom on the Delta Donut. And again, it's that perfect, just point it, drift it around. Oh, skirting the hay bale there. It's just brushing it ever so
Brushing off the
gently.
hay bale, you don't matter.
Drifting.
Shaving it fantastically. Nice one, Tom. Through the last part of the stage.
Loved what he was saying to you in the interview you did with him earlier this week. The fact that, you know, he hasn't been consistent with the rallies that he's done over the past few years. He's dropped in and out of it, and he needs something really consistent now, which is why he's kind of taken a step back in terms of class with what he's competing in right now to then move forward. And sometimes step back is not a bad thing.
No, it's not. I mean, even at World Championship level, we've seen it with Titanic when he took a year out and went back to basics.
Well, so did Elfyn as well.
Yeah, Elfyn did exactly the same.
So,
and it, you know, it certainly hasn't hurt their careers.
No, not at all.
But you're right, Bex, it's the consistency that he needs to concentrate on one championship. Go from the beginning, go to the end, and build on that, and then go to the next one. Because he's flip-flapped. He's gone over to the States, done a bit of this, done a bit of the other, and it just doesn't do any good because you can't learn that way. You can go to different events and learn about those events, but you need to be competing regularly, get that sort of seat time, measure yourself against your regular competition, and then move on up to the next stage of your career. And he's got the talent necessary. And David Williams, his dad, who of course was mentor and big sponsor of Richard Burns, and in fact Richard Burns was godfather and is still godfather to young Tom. I mean, he knows what it takes, and David Williams himself has won, you know, the Hero Peking to Paris. You know, he's a good rally driver in his own right, so he knows what it takes.
Ben Smith doing good work here as well.
Yeah.
Down on the donut.
I thought for a nanosecond there he was going for a third one.
Yeah, I also thought the same, Zav. I think in his mind as well he was contemplating it. But it's just the double donut he's gone and done.
So I think the passengers, whoever they are in these cars, have been getting a great ride towards the end of the day.
The Mark 1 escort of Gareth Kirkham on the start line. This is the ex-Malcolm Wilson escort that we've seen quite a few times over the last couple of days. On the start ramp is Philip Tollimer with Christelle alongside him once again. And we'll have a couple more of the Audis making their way down. I have a feeling we may see Tom Williams again as well.
Getting all the mileage in ahead of that final run tomorrow, of course, to ultimately establish who is going to take the win here at the Forest Rally Stage.
Porsche 911, Porsche 911 SC. We can go back to the early days of ProDrive as well, where they were running Porsche 911 SCs, and they persuaded Porsche out of the 20 that they built to let them have some of those. And with the support of Rothmans, they went in and did, you know, European Rally Championship events, National Rally Championship events. And one of the great Arab rally drivers that drove for them in that time was Saeed Al-Hajri, and they won Middle East Rally Championships with him as well. And Saeed Al-Hajri actually competed in Ireland, Zav, did he not, in that Porsche?
He did, and he was known as Sid.
Sid? Well, he would be Saeed Al-Hajri. Oh, okay, you'll do your Sid.
No, he was Sid Hajri, that's what he was called.
Sid Hajri, come on, Sid.
Of late, in terms of the Porsche, in like right up-to-date competition, one of the most impressive ones I've seen is Simon Jean-Joseph. Who is rallying a Porsche right now, and it is a beautiful, beautiful machine. It was at Rally Barbados just a few weeks ago.
Right.
Unfortunately retired there, but he's had some good results in it, and it's just a stunning car to watch.
He was a fantastic pilot, and I think
he was, yeah.
It's a pity he didn't go higher because he was very, very talented.
Yeah, he's a gentleman. He absolutely is. He spent many years at the top, and then, you know, he went on and he was safety crew, gravel crew, route note crew, wherever you want to call them, for Sébastien Ogier for many, many years. He was guiding Seb through all the tarmac events, changing the notes, making sure that Ogier was on the absolute straight and narrow. Now he's moved on from that, and he's very much back in competition.
So there's the Escort Mark 1, the 1600 twin cam, which Malcolm Wilson had as his first rally car, age 17. And it's been meticulously re-prepared, exactly as it was, even down to the colour scheme, as Malcolm Wilson told us yesterday when he was here in the commentary box, and the team even took it up to the headquarters, M Sport Cumbria, and showed it to him, and Malcolm drove it and loved it.
is somebody on every run that it gets shining those metallic bumpers, because they are incredibly shiny right now. They are looking, I'm not messing with you. Everything has a layer of dust over it here at the rally stage. We do in commentary, all of our screens do. I haven't seen a shine like that for a long time. I think someone is meticulously cleaning them on every single run it does.
And if they are, I have a
look how shiny they are.
I have a feeling that you're going to want them to have a wee look at your Mini, are you?
Yeah, if they could give it a clean before I drive it to Heathrow, that'd be lovely.
Well, that's all about the preparation, isn't it? The care, and then, you know, the team and the mechanics having to go, right, we're not letting that go out until we've had it all
I could
buffed
do
up.
my makeup looking into those. That's how shiny they are.
But you are correct, and of course it was highly mentioned in the Best Prepared Car Award earlier today, which was won by the Happy People Porsche. And I'm happy because we found out what happy people meant. It was just straightforward and simple. Be happy.
Be happy. At the end of the day, be happy.
So here's the 1986 Peugeot 205 Turbo 16, Philippe Tollemer and Matti Yari-Matti.
Rallycross
Rallycross car,
yeah.
and some BHP under that hood, that's for sure.
I used to go to the Rallycross Grand Prix at Brands Hatch, and to see the Quattro Sports, the 205s, the Lancia Deltas, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, I bet you.
Unreal, it really was.
Yeah.
Such a great day's entertainment.
So Andy Trainer again, out on a run in the Audi Quattro. Group 4, before it went into Group B, before Group B was banned and it went into Group A, before Group A came into a WRC spec cars, and before they became WRC and WRC1, WRC, WRC3, 2, 3. And it makes absolute sense, because I can never understand why it wouldn't be. You have Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3. Everyone understands that,
Yeah.
Peter Van de Putten.
He's just clipped the oil barrel at the donut.
Look, do it any way you want, honestly. Figure of 8, whatever.
It's a hybrid version of the donut.
Yeah, and just remember which way you're going. Point it up the stage to the right way. There you go. Of course, they are a little bit battle weary towards the end of the day, but a lot of these drivers have had a lot of runs over the special stage today and been entertaining us consistently. And if they've had little problems or knocks or whatever, fix them and get back out there. But you can imagine with the S1 there are so many appendages to that particular car. You know, the haunches, the mud guards, the little aerodynamic trims.
Yeah.
You knock those off so easily. He could have done that there by going straight into the straw bales, which, as we all know, are like concrete anyway. Having said that, too much of a boot full, so he decides, okay, I'll go around this way. Another one, shave the bales.
You can see why some of them are doing a double donut as well, because there's a lot of fans down there at the Delta Donut. They're putting on a display for them, which is great to see.
It's fabulous. And some of those street stages, and Bex, you've seen more of them than Zav and I have recently, because in ERC and WRC, normally that opening stage can be through a street circuit or something, and they have to go around the roundabout 3 times or whatever, and all the crowds are there and they're loving it.
They absolutely love it. I have to be honest, one of the best ones we do in terms of the actual location, just last weekend at Rally di Roma Capitale, to rally around the Colosseum, to close the roads in Rome and have rally cars going around the Colosseum.
I didn't realise that.
That is something really, really special.
That only would compete with, I happened to be in Rome on Sunday night when the...
Goodness.
We are
me,
seeing
I'm dizzy. I'm dizzy.
Yeah, well, we're all dizzy. I think he's very dizzy in the car right now. But nice donut, then switching into a much tighter one, which I don't think was intended, but looked spectacular.
Did. Probably stalled it at the same time, but got it going again. Is that actually Cohen Donkers again? Or is it someone else driving it? Because I know they keep
it is
swapping.
Cohen Donkers.
Yeah,
he's putting on a full display for the fans, which I'm pleased to see.
No, it's great, fantastic, fair play. Really, really enjoying it. But as you say, that quick one was a boot, and it whipped it around. Blimey.
I think he has a puncture on the back rear, or a soft tire at the back rear.
Okay.
Left-hand side.
Right. Well spotted, Zav, if that's the case. We'll give you the Eagle Eye Cherry Award.
You can actually see it here as well.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's been knocked off the rim.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Look at that. Yeah.
No, has it? No, it hasn't.
Not quite, but when it was going round there
it looked as if it was under pressure, it did, didn't it? But let's see if we can see it again.
I've never more felt like I said, guys, please make your mind up. Listen to the two of you.
I think it might be okay, you know. Is it?
No, I'm telling you, it's flat. Absolutely.
Well, it was a great display anyway from Cohen Donkers.
Disappears up the end of the stage in the dust. And Sam Mason having another nice run through the special stage here on the Downs. East Sussex, on the estate of the Duke of Richmond. It's a fantastic estate, and this has now become a permanent special stage, and it's used for a lot of rides, Land Rover experiences, 4x4 experiences, when it's not being used as a special stage.
It's good, though. It's good. And as I said to Bex at Comedy the other day, whenever you were out doing some interviews, I mean, they work at the stage through the year and use the benefits of the weather with the roller, compact it, work on it, compact the ground again, and we get the results over the last couple of days where it isn't really cutting up. It's held up really well.
Yeah. As has the bomb hole of Blomqvist, let's be honest.
You've had some tricky moments lining yourself up to say that. Just as the drivers line themselves up for a jump, you take a little pause before you say that phrase every time.
Just so it doesn't. It comes out the right way.
I'm waiting for it to catch you out. Now, what we have noticed is the stage has evolved as the cars have moved through. It's polished, but like Zav says, it's held up pretty well. It's just got a little bit slippier in places, certainly. And that little hole that Tony was referencing was filled in last night. So, yeah, we're all good. Some people enjoying then the late evening or late afternoon sunshine here as we wait for our final car to make its way back around into sight.
I would also say I've never seen so many people up here over the last 3 days.
Yeah, it's
up
been
at
a
the
lot of
rally
people.
stage. It's been super busy. Changed the layout slightly. You know, the hospitality areas that you're looking at now have been increased. Lots of fans have been up there. Lots of fans gathering in front of the live stage, where the drivers have been interviewed up there. That has been successful. It seems to be. We've been down there with the cameras watching what's going on, broadcasting some of those great interviews. So it seems to be very successful. But it's not over yet. We have one more day to go.
Yeah, we certainly do. Oh, I think we've stalled here. Oh,
steady.
And as you said, a lot of power under acceleration with these Audis.
Not leaving until I get this right.
We were doing all kinds of shapes around this donut. It's a pretzel more than a donut, this one.
It is, actually, you're right.
Is he going to have another go at it? Oh, no.
Oh, I'm disappointed. I hoped he would then.
Well, they're getting great airtime, never mind anything else. So, the Dutch crews who've come over, there are at least 5 of the Dutch crews that are over here. One of them have got the Group A Lancia Delta. The others have the Audi Quattros, the S1s, the A2s, the A1s, Group 4, Group B. Marcel Ludwig, another one who's over here. They absolutely love it, and they've been giving their passengers tremendous rides, as you can see, and trying to go round and do the donut down there at Gambles and flying over the Flying Finn. Peter van der Putten, the Audi Sport Quattro S1 Evolution 2.
Just moving on in now to the final sector of the Forest Rally Stage for Saturday. And within sight of the flying finish. and it's a 3:32. And that is our last car through the rally stage this evening. It's been a day out there, hasn't it? We've seen a huge amount of people up and about around the Forest Rally Stage, enjoying everything that Goodwood has to offer. And of course, we have one more day remaining here. Big thanks to everybody who has been watching, of course, up here at the rally stage and around the world. And a huge thank you, as ever, to all the volunteers who are out in the stages, making sure everything is running safely, running to time, and hopefully having a good time while they're out there as well.
Hope so, yeah. Thank you for coming.
So, the shootout final standings after Saturday look a little bit like this. Tom Williams is in the lead with a time of 7:36.6. Just behind is David Wright. In third overall is Gary Lacodo. Then Sam Mason is in fourth. Marcel Ludwig fifth. Steve Ward in sixth. Then Kim Mather in seventh. Phil Squires eighth. Ben Mellors in the Toyota Celica in ninth. Peter van der Putten, who we just saw in 10th position overall. And Warren Filskirk is 11th. Then Ben Smith, Richard Hogg, and Aoife Raftery. Right down to the 18th position spot, which is filled by John Saunders. That is the way it stands then at the end of Saturday. We'll be back for more action on the final day of the Goodwood Festival of Speed at the rally stage. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you all tomorrow.